Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan as modified up to the May 31, 2018 published by National Assembly of Pakistan. Constitution of Pakistan. The Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan under Pakistan, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. The Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan Preamble April 12, 1973. Whereas sovereignty over the entire universe belongs to Almighty Allah alone, and the authority to be exercised by the people of Pakistan within the limits prescribed by Him is a sacred trust, and whereas it is the will of the people of Pakistan to establish an order, wherein the state shall exercise its powers and authority through the chosen representatives of the people, wherein the principles of democracy, freedom, equality, tolerance, and social justice, as enunciated by Islam, shall be fully observed, wherein the Muslims shall be enabled to order their lives in the individual and collective spheres in accordance with the teachings and requirements of Islam as set out in the Holy Quran and Sunnah, wherein adequate provision shall be made for the minorities freely to profess and practice their religions and develop their cultures, wherein the territories now included in or in accession with Pakistan and such other territories as may hereafter be included in or accede to Pakistan shall form a federation wherein the units will be autonomous with such boundaries and limitations on their powers and authority as may be prescribed, wherein shall be guaranteed fundamental rights, including equality of status, of opportunity and before law, social, economic and political justice, and freedom of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship, and association, subject to law and public morality. Wherein adequate provision shall be made to safeguard the legitimate interests of minorities and backward and depressed classes, wherein the independence of the judiciary shall be fully secured. One Constitution of Pakistan wherein the integrity of the territories of the Federation, its independence, and all its rights, including its sovereign rights on land, sea, and air, shall be safeguarded, so that the people of Pakistan may prosper and attain their rightful and honored place amongst the nations of the world and make their full contribution towards international peace and progress and happiness of humanity. Now, therefore, we, the people of Pakistan, conscious of our responsibility before Almighty Allah and men, cognizant of the sacrifices made by the people in the cause of Pakistan, faithful to the declaration made by the founder of Pakistan, Quaid-i-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, that Pakistan would be a democratic state based on Islamic principles of social justice, dedicated to the preservation of democracy achieved by the unremitting struggle of the people against oppression and tyranny, inspired by the resolve to protect our national and political unity and solidarity by creating an egalitarian society through a new order, do hereby, through our representatives in the National Assembly, adopt, enact and give to ourselves, this Constitution. 2 Constitution of Pakistan Part I Introductory 1. The Republic and its Territories 11. 1. Pakistan shall be Federal Republic to be known as the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, hereinafter referred to as Pakistan. 2. 2. The territories of Pakistan shall comprise a. The provinces of 3 Balochistan, the 4 Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the Punjab, and 5 Sindh, b. The Islamabad Capital Territory, hereinafter referred to as the Federal Capital, 6 and 6, c. ***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** such states and territories as are or may be included in Pakistan, whether by accession or otherwise. 3. 7 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may by law admit into the Federation new states or areas on such terms and conditions as it thinks fit. 2. Islam to be state religion. 2. Islam shall be the state religion of Pakistan. 2a. The objectives resolution to form part of substantive provisions. 8.2a. The principles and provisions set out in the objectives resolution reproduced in the Annex are hereby made substantive part of the Constitution and shall have effect accordingly. 1. The provisions of the Constitution except those of Articles 6, 8 to 28, both inclusive, clauses 2 and 2a, of Article 101, Articles 199, 213 to 216, both inclusive, and 270a, brought into force with effect from March 10, 1985, Ride SRO No. 212, I/85. Dated March 10, 1985, Gazette of Pakistan, Extraordinary, Part 2, page 279, and the aforesaid articles brought into force with effect from December 30, 1985, Vide SRO No. 1273, I/85 dated December 29, 1985, Gazette of Pakistan, Extraordinary, Part I1, page 3185. 2. Subs by the Constitution, First Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S2, 4 clauses, 2, 3, and 4, W.E.F., the May 4, 1974. 3 subs. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S3 for Balochistan. 4 Subs Ibid, for Northwest Frontier. 5 Subs Ibid, for Sindh. 6 Amended by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S2. WEF 31-05-2018. 7 Subs by the Revival of the Constitution of 1973 Order, 1985, PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, for Parliament. 8 New Article 2A INS Ibid 3 Constitution of Pakistan 3. Elimination of exploitation 3. The state shall ensure the elimination of all forms of exploitation and the gradual fulfillment of the fundamental principle, from each according to his ability to each according to his work. 4 Right of individuals to be dealt with in accordance with law, etc. 4. 1. To enjoy the protection of law and to be treated in accordance with law is the inalienable right of every citizen, wherever he may be, and of every other person for the time being within Pakistan. 2. In particular, a. No action detrimental to the life, liberty, body, reputation, or property of any person shall be taken except in accordance with law. b. No person shall be prevented from or be hindered in doing that which is not prohibited by law, and c. No person shall be compelled to do that which the law does not require him to do. 5 Loyalty to state and obedience to Constitution and law. 5. 1. Loyalty to the state is the basic duty of every citizen. 2. Obedience to the Constitution and law is the one inviolable obligation of every citizen wherever he may be and of every other person for the time being within Pakistan. 6 High treason. 6. 2. 1. Any person who abrogates or subverts or suspends or holds in abeyance, or attempts or conspires to abrogate or subvert or suspend or hold in abeyance the Constitution by use of force or show of force or by any other unconstitutional means shall be guilty of high treason. 2. any person aiding or abetting 3 or collaborating the acts mentioned in Clause 1, shall likewise be guilty of high treason. 1 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, for basic. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act. 2010, 10 of 2010, S.44 Clause 1. 3 INS Ibid 4 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 2a, an act of high treason mentioned in Clause 1, or Clause 2, shall not be validated by any court including the Supreme Court and a High Court. 3. 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall by law provide for the punishment of persons found guilty of high treason. Underscore 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 1 New Clause 2a, ends. Ibid 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 5 Constitution of Pakistan Part 2 Fundamental Rights and Principles of Policy 7. Definition of the State 7. In this part, unless the context otherwise requires, the state means the federal government, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, a provincial government, a provincial assembly, and such local or other authorities in Pakistan as are by law empowered to impose any tax or cess. Chapter 1. Fundamental Rights 8. Laws inconsistent with or in derogation of fundamental rights to be void 8. 1. Any law, or any custom or usage having the force of law, in so far as it is inconsistent with the rights conferred by this chapter, shall, to the extent of such inconsistency, be void. 2. The state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges the rights so conferred, and any law made in contravention of this clause shall, to the extent of such contravention, be void. 3. The provisions of this article shall not apply to a. any law relating to members of the armed forces, or of the police, or of such other forces as are charged with the maintenance of public order, for the purpose of ensuring the proper discharge of their duties or the maintenance of discipline among them, or 2. b. any of the I. laws specified in the first schedule as in force immediately before the commencing day, or as amended by any of the laws specified in that schedule. 1c. Footnote 6 on page 3, Supra 2 Subs by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S2, 4 paragraph, B, W.E.F. the November 21, 1985, which was previously amended by Act 33 of 1974, S3, W.E.F. May 4, 1974. 6 Constitution of Pakistan, 2, other laws specified in Part I of the first schedule, and no such law nor any provision thereof shall be void on the ground that such law or provision is inconsistent with, or repugnant to, any provision of this chapter. 4. Notwithstanding anything contained in paragraph B of Clause 3, within a period of 2 years from the commencing day, the appropriate legislature shall bring the laws specified in 1 Part 2 of the first schedule into conformity with the rights conferred by this chapter, provided that the appropriate legislature may by resolution extend the said period of 2 years by a period not exceeding 6 months. Explanation: if in respect of any law to Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, is the appropriate legislature, such resolution shall be a resolution of the National Assembly. 5. The rights conferred by this chapter shall not be suspended except as expressly provided by the Constitution. 9. Security of person. 9. No person shall be deprived of life or liberty save in accordance with law. 10. Safeguards as to arrest and detention. 10. 1. No person who is arrested shall be detained in custody without being informed, as soon as may be, of the grounds for such arrest, nor shall he be denied the right to consult and be defended by a legal practitioner of his choice. 2. Every person who is arrested and detained in custody shall be produced before a magistrate within a period of 24 hours of such arrest, excluding the time necessary for the journey from the place of arrest to the court of the nearest magistrate, and no such person shall be detained in custody beyond the said period without the authority of a magistrate. 3. Nothing in clauses 1 and 2 shall apply to any person who is arrested or detained under any law providing for preventive detention. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of I-975, S2, 4 the first schedule, not being a law which relates to, or is connected with, economic reforms. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra 7 Constitution of Pakistan. 4. No law providing for preventive detention shall be made except to deal with persons acting in a manner prejudicial to the integrity, security, or defense of Pakistan or any part thereof, or external affairs of Pakistan, or public order, or the maintenance of supplies or services, and no such law shall authorize the detention of a person for a period exceeding 3 months unless the appropriate review board has, after affording him an opportunity of being heard in person, reviewed his case and reported, before the expiration of the said period, that there is, in its opinion, sufficient cause for such detention, and, if the detention is continued after the said period of 3 months, unless the appropriate review board has reviewed his case and reported, before the expiration of each period of 3 months, that there is, in its opinion, sufficient cause for such detention. Explanation I. In this article, the appropriate review board means, I. In the case of a person detained under a federal law, a board appointed by the Chief Justice of Pakistan and consisting of a chairman and 2 other persons, each of whom is or has been a judge of the Supreme Court or a High Court, and 2. In the case of a person detained under a provincial law, a board appointed by the Chief Justice of the High Court concerned and consisting of a chairman and 2 other persons, each of whom is or has been a judge of a High Court. Explanation 2. The opinion of a review board shall be expressed in terms of the views of the majority of its members. 5. When any person is detained in pursuance of an order made under any law providing for preventive detention, the authority making the order shall, 2. Within 15 days from such detention, communicate to such person the grounds on which the order has been made, and shall afford him the earliest opportunity of making a representation against the order, provided that the authority making any such order may refuse to disclose facts which such authority considers it to be against the public interest to disclose. 6. The authority making the order shall furnish to the appropriate review board all documents relevant to the case unless a 1 Subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Act, 1975, 22 of 1975, S2, for 1 month, W.ef the February 13, 1975. 2 Subs ibid, 4 as soon as may be, but not later than 1 week, WEF the February 13, 1975. 8 Constitution of Pakistan Certificate, signed by a secretary to the government concerned, to the effect that it is not in the public interest to furnish any documents, is produced. 7. Within a period of 24 months commencing on the day of his first detention in pursuance of an order made under a law providing for preventive detention, no person shall be detained in pursuance of any such order for more than a total period of 8 months in the case of a person detained for acting in a manner prejudicial to public order, and 12 months in any other case, provided that this clause shall not apply to any person who is employed by, or works for, or acts on instructions received from, the enemy 1, or who is acting or attempting to act in a manner prejudicial to the integrity, security, or defense of Pakistan or any part thereof, or who commits or attempts to commit any act which amounts to an anti-national activity as defined in a federal law, or is a member of any association which has for its objects, or which indulges in, any such anti-national activity. 8. The appropriate review board shall determine the place of detention of the person detained and fix a reasonable subsistence allowance for his family. 9. Nothing in this article shall apply to any person who for the time being is an enemy alien. 10A Right to fair trial. 210A. For the determination of his civil rights and obligations, or in any criminal charge against him, a person shall be entitled to a fair trial and due process. 11. Slavery, forced labor, etc., prohibited. 11. 1. Slavery is non-existent and forbidden, and no law shall permit or facilitate its introduction into Pakistan in any form. 2. Prohibited. All forms of forced labor and traffic in human beings are. 3. No child below the age of 14 years shall be engaged in any factory or mine or any other hazardous employment. 1. Added by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Act, 1975, 22 of 1975, S2. 2. New Article 10A ins. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S5. 9. Constitution of Pakistan, 4. Service. Nothing in this article shall be deemed to affect compulsory, a. by any person undergoing punishment for an offence against any law, or b. required by any law for public purpose, provided that no compulsory service shall be of a cruel nature or incompatible with human dignity. 12. Protection against retrospective punishment. 12. 1. No law shall authorize the punishment of a person, a. for an act or omission that was not punishable by law at the time of the act or omission, or b. for an offence by a penalty greater than, or of a kind different from, the penalty prescribed by law for that offence at the time the offence was committed. 2. Nothing in Clause 1, or in Article 270 shall apply to any law making acts of abrogation or subversion of a constitution in force in Pakistan at any time since the 23rd day of March, 1956, an offence. 13. Protection against double punishment and self-incrimination. 13. No person, a. shall be prosecuted or punished for the same offence more than once, or b. shall, when accused of an offence, be compelled to be a witness against himself. 14. Inviolability of dignity of man, etc. 14. 1. The dignity of man and, subject to law, the privacy of home, shall be inviolable. 2. No person shall be subjected to torture for the purpose of extracting evidence. 10. Constitution of Pakistan. 15. Freedom of movement, etc. 15. Every citizen shall have the right to remain in, and, subject to any reasonable restriction imposed by law in the public interest, enter and move freely throughout Pakistan and to reside and settle in any part thereof. 16. Freedom of assembly. 16. Every citizen shall have the right to assemble peacefully and without arms, subject to any reasonable restrictions imposed by law in the interest of public order. 17. Freedom of association. 117. 1. Every citizen shall have the right to form associations or unions, subject to any reasonable restrictions imposed by law in the interest of sovereignty or integrity of Pakistan, public order, or morality. 2. Every citizen, not being in the service of Pakistan, shall have the right to form or be a member of a political party, subject to any reasonable restrictions imposed by law in the interest of the sovereignty or integrity of Pakistan, and such law shall provide that where the federal government declares that any political party has been formed or is operating in a manner prejudicial to the sovereignty or integrity of Pakistan, the federal government shall, within 15 days of such declaration, refer the matter to the Supreme Court, whose decision on such reference shall be final. 3. Every political party shall account for the source of its funds in accordance with law. 18. Freedom of trade, business, or profession. 18. Subject to such qualifications, if any, as may be prescribed by law, every citizen shall have the right to enter upon any lawful profession or occupation, and to conduct any lawful trade or business, provided that nothing in this article shall prevent a. the regulation of any trade or profession by a licensing system, or b. the regulation of trade, commerce, or industry in the interest of free competition therein, or 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 6.4 Article 17. 11 Constitution of Pakistan, c. the carrying on, by the federal government or a provincial government, or by a corporation controlled by any such government, of any trade, business, industry, or service, to the exclusion, complete or partial, of other persons. 19 Freedom of speech, etc. 19. Every citizen shall have the right to freedom of speech and expression, and there shall be freedom of the press, subject to any reasonable restrictions imposed by law in the interest of the glory of Islam or the integrity, security, or defense of Pakistan or any part thereof, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, decency, or morality, or in relation to contempt of court, 1 commission of or incitement to an offence. 19a Right to information. 219a. Every citizen shall have the right to have access to information in all matters of public importance subject to regulation and reasonable restrictions imposed by law. 20 Freedom to profess religion and to manage religious institutions. 20. Subject to law, public order, and morality. A. Every citizen shall have the right to profess, practice and propagate his religion, and b. Every religious denomination and every sect thereof shall have the right to establish, maintain, and manage its religious institutions. 21 Safeguard against taxation for purposes of any particular religion. 21. No person shall be compelled to pay any special tax the proceeds of which are to be spent on the propagation or maintenance of any religion other than his own. 1 subs by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S4, for defamation, W.E.F. the November 21, 1975. 2 New Article 19a ins. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S7. 12 Constitution of Pakistan 22. Safeguards as to educational institutions in respect of religion, etc. 22. 1. No person attending any educational institution shall be required to receive religious instruction, or take part in any religious ceremony, or attend religious worship, if such instruction, ceremony, or worship relates to a religion other than his own. 2. In respect of any religious institution, there shall be no discrimination against any community in the granting of exemption or concession in relation to taxation. 3. Subject to law, a. No religious community or denomination shall be prevented from providing religious instruction for pupils of that community or denomination in any educational institution maintained wholly by that community or denomination, and b. No citizen shall be denied admission to any educational institution receiving aid from public revenues on the ground only of race, religion, caste, or place of birth. 4. Nothing in this article shall prevent any public authority from making provision for the advancement of any socially or educationally backward class of citizens. 23. Provision as to property 23. Every citizen shall have the right to acquire, hold, and dispose of property in any part of Pakistan, subject to the Constitution and any reasonable restrictions imposed by law in the public interest. 24. Protection of property rights 24. 1. No person shall be deprived of his property save in accordance with law. 2. No property shall be compulsorily acquired or taken possession of save for a public purpose, and save by the authority of law which provides for compensation therefor and either fixes the amount of compensation or specifies the principles on and the manner in which compensation is to be determined and given. 13. Constitution of Pakistan 3. Nothing in this article shall affect the validity of a. Any law permitting the compulsory acquisition or taking possession of any property for preventing danger to life, property, or public health, or b. Any law permitting the taking over of any property which has been acquired by, or come into the possession of, any person by any unfair means, or in any manner, contrary to law, or c. Any law relating to the acquisition, administration, or disposal of any property which is or is deemed to be enemy property or evacuee property under any law, not being property which has ceased to be evacuee property under any law, or d. Any law providing for the taking over of the management of any property by the state for a limited period, either in the public interest or in order to secure the proper management of the property, or for the benefit of its owner, or e. Any law providing for the acquisition of any class of property for the purpose of I. Providing education and medical aid to all or any specified class of citizens, or 2. Providing housing and public facilities and services such as roads, water supply, sewerage, gas, and electric power to all or any specified class of citizens, or 3. Providing maintenance to those who, on account of unemployment, sickness, infirmity, or old age, are unable to maintain themselves, or f. Any existing law or any law made in pursuance of Article 253. 4. The adequacy or otherwise of any compensation provided for by any such law as is referred to in this article, or determined in pursuance thereof, shall not be called in question in any court. 14. Constitution of Pakistan 25a. Equality of citizens 25. 1. All citizens are equal before law and are entitled to equal protection of law. 2. There shall be no discrimination on the basis of sex 1 star. 3. Nothing in this article shall prevent the state from making any special provision for the protection of women and children. 25 Right to Education 225A. The state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children of the age of 5 to 16 years in such manner as may be determined by law. 26 Non-discrimination in respect of access to public places. 26. 1. In respect of access to places of public entertainment or resort, not intended for religious purposes only, there shall be no discrimination against any citizen on the ground only of race, religion, caste, sex, residence, or place of birth. 2. Nothing in Clause 1 shall prevent the state from making any special provision for women and children. 27 Safeguard against discrimination in services. 27. 1. No citizen otherwise qualified for appointment in the service of Pakistan shall be discriminated against in respect of any such appointment on the ground only of race, religion, caste, sex, residence, or place of birth, provided that, for a period not exceeding 340 years from the commencing day, posts may be reserved for persons belonging to any class or area to secure their adequate representation in the service of Pakistan, provided further that, in the interest of the said service, specified posts or services may be reserved for members of either sex if such posts or services entail the performance of duties and functions which cannot be adequately performed by members of the other sex. 4. Smiley face. 1. The word alone omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S8. 2. New Article 25A ins. Ibid, S9. 3. Subs and shall be deemed always to have been so subs. By the Constitution, 16th Amendment, Act, 1999, 7 of 1999, S2, 420, which was previously subs. By PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 410. 4. Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S10 for the full stop. 15. Constitution of Pakistan 1 provided also that under representation of any class or area in the service of Pakistan may be redressed in such manner as may be determined by an act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 2. Nothing in Clause 1 shall prevent any provincial government, or any local or other authority in a province, from prescribing, in relation to any post or class of service under that government or authority, conditions as to residence in the province, for a period not exceeding 3 years, prior to appointment under that government or authority. 28. Preservation of language, script, and culture. 28. Subject to Article 251, any section of citizens having a distinct language, script, or culture shall have the right to preserve and promote the same and subject to law, establish institutions for that purpose. Chapter 2. Principles of Policy 29. Principles of Policy 29. 1. The principles set out in this chapter shall be known as the principles of policy, and it is the responsibility of each organ and authority of the state, and of each person performing functions on behalf of an organ or authority of the state, to act in accordance with those principles in so far as they relate to the functions of the organ or authority. 2. In so far as the observance of any particular principle of policy may be dependent upon resources being available for the purpose, the principle shall be regarded as being subject to the availability of resources. 3. In respect of each year, the President in relation to the affairs of the Federation, and the governor of each province in relation to the affairs of his province, shall cause to be prepared and laid before to each house of Majlis-i-Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be, the Provincial Assembly, a report on the observance and implementation of the principles of policy, and provision shall be made in the rules of procedure of the National Assembly 3 and the Senate or, as the case may be, the Provincial Assembly, for discussion on such report. 1 New proviso ins. Ibid 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S11, for the National Assembly. 3 INS Ibid 16 Constitution of Pakistan 30. Responsibility with respect to principles of policy 30. 1. The responsibility of deciding whether any action of an organ or authority of the state, or of a person performing functions on behalf of an organ or authority of the state, is in accordance with the principles of policy is that of the organ or authority of the state, or of the person concerned. 2. The validity of an action or of a law shall not be called in question on the ground that it is not in accordance with the principles of policy, and no action shall lie against the state, any organ or authority of the state or any person on such ground. 31 Islamic way of life 31. 1. Steps shall be taken to enable the Muslims of Pakistan, individually and collectively, to order their lives in accordance with the fundamental principles and basic concepts of Islam and to provide facilities whereby they may be enabled to understand the meaning of life according to the Holy Quran and Sunnah. 2. The state shall endeavor, as respects the Muslims of Pakistan-A, to make the teaching of the Holy Quran and Islamiyat compulsory, to encourage and facilitate the learning of Arabic language and to secure correct and exact printing and publishing of the Holy Quran, b. to promote unity and the observance of the Islamic moral standards, and c. to secure the proper organization of Zakat 1 Ashraqaf and mosques. 32 Promotion of local government institutions 32. The state shall encourage local government institutions composed of elected representatives of the areas concerned, and in such institutions special representation will be given to peasants, workers, and women. 1 INS.BYPO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, 17 Constitution of Pakistan 33. Parochial and other similar prejudices to be discouraged 33. The state shall discourage parochial, racial, tribal, sectarian, and provincial prejudices among the citizens. 34 Full participation of women in national life 34. Steps shall be taken to ensure full participation of women in all spheres of national life. 35 Protection of family, etc. 35. The state shall protect the marriage, the family, the mother, and the child. 36 Protection of minorities 36. The state shall safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of minorities, including their due representation in the federal and provincial services. 37 Promotion of social justice and eradication of social evils 37. The state shall, a. promote, with special care, the educational and economic interests of backward classes or areas, b. remove illiteracy and provide free and compulsory secondary education within minimum possible period, c. make technical and professional education generally available and higher education equally accessible to all on the basis of merit, d. ensure inexpensive and expeditious justice, e. make provision for securing just and humane conditions of work, ensuring that children and women are not employed in vocations unsuited to their age or sex, and for maternity benefits for women in employment. F. Enable the people of different areas, through education, training, agricultural and industrial development and other methods, to participate fully in all forms of national activities, including employment in the service of Pakistan. 18 Constitution of Pakistan. G. Prevent prostitution, gambling, and taking of injurious drugs, printing, publication, circulation and display of obscene literature and advertisements. H. Prevent the consumption of alcoholic liquor otherwise than for medicinal and, in the case of non-Muslims, religious purposes, and I. Decentralize the government administration so as to facilitate expeditious disposal of its business to meet the convenience and requirements of the public. 38 Promotion of social and economic well-being of the people. 38. The state shall, a. Secure the well-being of the people, irrespective of sex, caste, creed, or race, by raising their standard of living, by preventing the concentration of wealth and means of production and distribution in the hands of a few to the detriment of general interest, and by ensuring equitable adjustment of rights between employers and employees, and landlords and tenants. B. Provide for all citizens, within the available resources of the country, facilities for work and adequate livelihood with reasonable rest and leisure. C. Provide for all persons employed in the service of Pakistan or otherwise, social security by compulsory social insurance or other means. D. Provide basic necessities of life, such as food, clothing, housing, education, and medical relief, for all such citizens, irrespective of sex, caste, creed, or race, as are permanently or temporarily unable to earn their livelihood on account of infirmity, sickness, or unemployment. E. Reduce disparity in the income and earnings of individuals, including persons in the various classes of the service of Pakistan. 1 F. Eliminate riba as early as possible. 2. And 1 The word "and" omitted by the Constitution. 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 12. 2 Subs. Ibid, for the full stop. 19 Constitution of Pakistan. 1. G. Ensure that the shares of the provinces in all federal services, including autonomous bodies and corporations established by, or under the control of, the federal government, shall be secured, and any omission in the allocation of the shares of the provinces in the past shall be rectified. 39 Participation of people in armed forces. 39. The state shall enable people from all parts of Pakistan to participate in the armed forces of Pakistan. 40 Strengthening bonds with Muslim world and promoting international peace. 40. The state shall endeavor to preserve and strengthen fraternal relations among Muslim countries based on Islamic unity, support the common interests of the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, promote international peace and security, foster goodwill and friendly relations among all nations, and encourage the settlement of international disputes by peaceful means. Underscore 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 1 New paragraph. G. Added Ibid 20 Constitution of Pakistan Part 3 The Federation of Pakistan Chapter 1 The President 41. The President 41. 1. There shall be a President of Pakistan who shall be the head of state and shall represent the unity of the Republic. 2. A person shall not be qualified for election as President unless he is a Muslim of not less than 45 years of age and is qualified to be elected as member of the National Assembly. 1. 3. the President 2** shall be elected in accordance with the provisions of the second schedule by the members of an electoral college consisting of a. the members of both houses, and b. the members of the provincial assemblies. 4. Election to the office of President shall be held not earlier than 60 days and not later than 30 days before the expiration of the term of the President in office, provided that, if the election cannot be held within the period aforesaid because the National Assembly is dissolved, it shall be held within 30 days of the general election to the Assembly. 5. An election to fill a vacancy in the office of President shall be held not later than 30 days from the occurrence of the vacancy, provided that, if the election cannot be held within the period aforesaid because the National Assembly is dissolved, it shall be held within 30 days of the general election to the Assembly. 6. The validity of the election of the President shall not be called in question by or before any court or other authority. 3***************1 subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and sch. 4 Clause 3. 2. Certain words omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 13. 3 clauses, 7, 2, 9, omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 13. 21 Constitution of Pakistan 42. Oath of President 42. Before entering upon office, the President shall make before the Chief Justice of Pakistan oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 43 Conditions of President's Office 43. 1. The President shall not hold any office of profit in the service of Pakistan or occupy any other position carrying the right to remuneration for the rendering of services. 2. The President shall not be a candidate for election as a member of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or a provincial assembly, and, if a member of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or a provincial assembly is elected as President, his seat in one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be, the provincial assembly shall become vacant on the day he enters upon his office. 44 Term of Office of President 44. 1. Subject to the Constitution, the President shall hold office for a term of 5 years from the day he enters upon his office, provided that the President shall, notwithstanding the expiration of his terms, continue to hold office until his successor enters upon his office. 2. Subject to the Constitution, a person holding office as President shall be eligible for re-election to that office, but no person shall hold that office for more than 2 consecutive terms. 3. The President may, by writing under his hand addressed to the Speaker of the National Assembly, resign his office. 45 President's power to grant pardon, etc. 45. The President shall have power to grant pardon, reprieve, and respite, and to remit, suspend, or commute any sentence passed by any court, tribunal or other authority. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 22 Constitution of Pakistan 46. President to be kept informed 146. The Prime Minister shall keep the President informed on all matters of internal and foreign policy and on all legislative proposals the federal government intends to bring before Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 47 Removal to or impeachment of President 47. 3. L. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, the President may, in accordance with the provisions of this article, be removed from office on the ground of physical or mental incapacity or impeached on a charge of violating the Constitution or gross misconduct. 2. Not less than 1/2 of the total membership of either House may give to the Speaker of the National Assembly or, as the case may be, the Chairman written notice of its intention to move a resolution for the removal of, or, as the case may be, to impeach, the President, and such notice shall set out the particulars of his incapacity or of the charge against him. 3. If a notice under Clause 2 is received by the Chairman, he shall transmit it forthwith to the Speaker. 4. The Speaker shall, within 3 days of the receipt of a notice under Clause 2, or Clause 3, cause a copy of the notice to be transmitted to the President. 5. The Speaker shall summon the 2 Houses to meet in a joint sitting not earlier than 7 days and not later than 14 days after the receipt of the notice by him. 6. The joint sitting may investigate or cause to be investigated the ground or the charge upon which the notice is founded. 7. The President shall have the right to appear and be represented during the investigation, if any, and before the joint sitting. 8. If, after consideration of the result of the investigation, if any, a resolution is passed at the joint sitting by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of 4 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, declaring that the President is unfit to hold the office due to incapacity or is guilty of violating the Constitution or of gross misconduct, the President shall cease to hold office immediately on the passing of the resolution. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 14, 4 Article 46. 2 INS by the PO 14 of 1985, Art 2, and SCH 3 Subs Ibid, 4 Clauses, 1, and 2. 4 see footnote 6 on page 3 Supra. 23 Constitution of Pakistan 48. President to act on advice, etc. 148. 1. In the exercise of his functions, the President shall act 2 on and in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet 3 or the Prime Minister, 4 provided that 2 within 15 days the President may require the Cabinet or, as the case may be, the Prime Minister to reconsider such advice, either generally or otherwise, and the President shall 2, within 10 days act in accordance with the advice tendered after such reconsideration. 2. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 1, the President shall act in his discretion in respect of any matter in respect of which he is empowered by the Constitution to do so. 5. And the validity of anything done by the President in his discretion shall not be called in question on any ground whatsoever. 6 **************** 4. The question whether any, and if so what, advice was tendered to the President by the Cabinet, the Prime Minister, a Minister or Minister of State shall not be inquired into in, or by, any court, tribunal or other authority. 7. 5. Where the President dissolves the National Assembly, notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 1, he shall appoint a date, not later than 90 days from the date of the dissolution, for the holding of a general election to the Assembly, and b. appoint a caretaker cabinet 8 in accordance with the provisions of Article 224 or, as the case may be, Article 224A7, 6. If at any time the Prime Minister considers it necessary to hold a referendum on any matter of national importance, he may refer the matter to a joint sitting of the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and if it is approved in a joint sitting, the Prime Minister may cause such matter to be referred to a referendum in the form of a question that is capable of being answered by either yes or no. 1 Subs by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 in SCH, 4 Article 48. 2 INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S15. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act, 1985, 18 of 1985, S2, for the Prime Minister, or a appropriate minister. 4 Subs ibid, for the original proviso. 5 added ibid, 6 clause, 3, omitted, ibid, 7 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S15, 4 clauses, 5, and 6. 8 added by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, S.2. 24 Constitution of Pakistan, 7, an Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may lay down the procedure for the holding of a referendum and the compiling and consolidation of the result of a referendum. 49 Chairman or Speaker to act as, or perform functions of, President. 49. 1. If the office of President becomes vacant by reason of death, resignation, or removal of the President, the Chairman or, if he is unable to perform the functions of the office of President, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall act as President until a President is elected in accordance with Clause 3 of Article 41. 2. When the President, by reason of absence from Pakistan or any other cause, is unable to perform his functions, the Chairman or, if he too is absent or unable to perform the functions of the office of President, the Speaker of the National Assembly shall perform the functions of President until the President returns to Pakistan or, as the case may be, resumes his functions. Chapter 2. The 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, composition, duration, and meetings of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, 50. Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, 250. There shall be a Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, of Pakistan consisting of the President and 2 houses to be known respectively as the National Assembly and the Senate. 51 National Assembly 351. 1. There shall be 336 seats for members in the National Assembly, including seats reserved for women and non-Muslims. 2. A person shall be entitled to vote if a. he is a citizen of Pakistan, b. he is not less than 18 years of age, c. his name appears on the electoral roll, and d. he is not declared by a competent court to be unsound mind. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3 Supra. 2 Subs by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 in SCH, 4 Article 50. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S16 4 Article 51 and shall be deemed always to have been so subs. With effect from the 21st day of August, 2002. 4 Subs by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S34 342 WEF 31-05-2018. 25 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 3, the seats in the National Assembly referred to in Clause 1, except the seats mentioned in Clause 4, shall be allocated to each province and the federal capital as under general seats, women seats, total seats, Balochistan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa 16 4 20 45 10 55, Punjab Sindh federal capital 141 32 173 61 14 75 3 to 3 total 266 60 326 2, 3a. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 3, or any other law for the time being in force, the members of the National Assembly from the federally administered tribal areas to be elected in the general elections, 2018 shall continue till dissolution of the National Assembly, and therefore this clause shall stand omitted. 4. In addition to the number of seats referred to in Clause 3, there shall be, in the National Assembly, 10 seats reserved for non-Muslims. 1. 5. 3. The seats in the National Assembly shall be allocated to each province and the federal capital on the basis of population in accordance with the last preceding census officially published, provided that for purposes of the next general elections to be held in 2018 and by-elections related thereto, the allocation shall be made on the basis of provisional results of the 2017 census, which shall be published by the federal government. 6. A, B, C. For the purpose of election to the National Assembly, the constituencies for the general seats shall be single-member territorial constituencies, and the members to fill such seats shall be elected by direct and free vote in accordance with law. Each province shall be a single constituency for all seats reserved for women which are allocated to the respective provinces under Clause 3. The constituency for all seats reserved for non-Muslims shall be the whole country, 1 subs. By the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S3. WEF 31-05-2018. 2 INS by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S3. WEF 31-05-2018. 3 omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S3. WEF 31-05-2018. 26 Constitution of Pakistan, D. Members to the seats reserved for women which are allocated to a province under Clause 3, shall be elected in accordance with law through proportional representation system of political parties. Lists of candidates on the basis of total number of general seats secured by each political party from the province concerned in the National Assembly, provided that for the purpose of this paragraph the total number of general seats won by a political party shall include the independent returned candidate or candidates who may duly join such political party within 3 days of the publication in the official gazette of the names of the returned candidates, and e. Members to the seats reserved for non-Muslims shall be elected in accordance with law through proportional representation system of political parties. Lists of candidates on the basis of total number of general seats won by each political party in the National Assembly, provided that for the purpose of this paragraph the total number of general seats won by a political party shall include the independent returned candidate or candidates who may duly join such political party within 3 days of the publication in the official gazette of the names of the returned candidates. 52 Duration of National Assembly. 52. The National Assembly shall, unless sooner dissolved, continue for a term of 5 years from the day of its first meeting and shall stand dissolved at the expiration of its term. 53. Speaker and Deputy Speaker of National Assembly. 53. 1. After a general election, the National Assembly shall, at its first meeting and to the exclusion of any other business, elect from amongst its members a Speaker and a Deputy Speaker and, so often as the office of Speaker or Deputy Speaker becomes vacant, the Assembly shall elect another member as Speaker or, as the case may be, Deputy Speaker. 2. Before entering upon office, a member elected as Speaker or Deputy Speaker shall make before the National Assembly oath in the form set out in the 3rd Schedule. 27 Constitution of Pakistan. 3. When the office of Speaker is vacant, or the Speaker is absent or is unable to perform his functions due to any cause, the Deputy Speaker shall act as Speaker, and if, at that time, the Deputy Speaker is also absent or is unable to act as Speaker due to any cause, such member as may be determined by the rules of procedure of the Assembly shall preside at the meeting of the Assembly. 4. The Speaker or the Deputy Speaker shall not preside at a meeting of the Assembly when a resolution for his removal from office is being considered. 5. The Speaker may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office. 6. The Deputy Speaker may, by writing under his hand addressed to the Speaker, resign his office. 7. Vacant if the office of Speaker or Deputy Speaker shall become, a. He resigns his office, b. He ceases to be a member of the Assembly, or, c. He is removed from office by a resolution of the Assembly, of which not less than 7 days' notice has been given and which is passed by the votes of the majority of the total membership of the Assembly. 8. When the National Assembly is dissolved, the Speaker shall continue in his office till the person elected to fill the office by the next Assembly enters upon his office. 54. Summoning and prorogation of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 154. 1. The President may, from time to time, summon either House or both Houses or 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting to meet at such time and place as he thinks fit and may also prorogue the same. 2. There shall be at least 3 sessions of the National 1 Article 54, had, until the 31st day of December, 1973, effect as if the proviso to Clause 2 thereof were omitted. See the removal of difficulties, sittings of National Assembly, Order 1973, PO number 23 of 1973, Art. 22. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 3 Subs by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 4.2. 28 Constitution of Pakistan Assembly every year, and not more than 120 days shall intervene between the last sitting of the Assembly in one session and the date appointed for its first sitting in the next session, provided that the National Assembly shall meet for not less than 130 working days in each year. 2. Explanation in this clause. Working days includes any day on which there is a joint sitting and any period, not exceeding 2 days, for which the National Assembly is adjourned. 3. On a requisition signed by not less than 1/4 of the total membership of the National Assembly, the Speaker shall summon the National Assembly to meet, at such time and place as he thinks fit, within 14 days of the receipt of the requisition, and when the Speaker has summoned the Assembly only he may prorogue it. 55. Voting in Assembly and Quorum. 55. 1. Subject to the Constitution, all decisions of the National Assembly shall be taken by majority of the members present and voting. but the person presiding shall not vote except in the case of equality of votes. 2. If at any time during a sitting of the National Assembly the attention of the person presiding is drawn to the fact that less than 1/4 of the total membership of the Assembly is present, he shall either adjourn the Assembly or suspend the meeting until at least 1/4 of such membership is present. 56 Address by President 56. 3. 1. The President may address either House or both Houses assembled together and may for that purpose require the attendance of the members. 4. 2. The President may send messages to either House, whether with respect to a bill then pending in the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or otherwise, and a House to which any message is so sent shall with all convenient dispatch consider any matter required by the message to be taken into consideration 1 Subs by the Constitution, 10th Amd. Act, 1987, 1 of 1987. S2. 460 which was previously amended by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH2 explanation added by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S6, WEF the November 21, 1975. 3 renumbered and added by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 29 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 3, at the commencement of the first session after each general election to the National Assembly and at the commencement of the first session of each year the President shall address both Houses assembled together and inform the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, of the causes of its summons. 4. Provision shall be made in the rules for regulating the procedure of a House and the conduct of its business for the allotment of time for discussion of the matters referred to in the address of the President. 57 Right to speak in 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, 57. The Prime Minister, a Federal Minister, a Minister of State and the Attorney General shall have the right to speak and otherwise take part in the proceedings of either House, or a joint sitting or any committee thereof, of which he may be named a member, but shall not by virtue of this article be entitled to vote. 58 Dissolution of National Assembly 358. 1. The President shall dissolve the National Assembly if so advised by the Prime Minister, and the National Assembly shall, unless sooner dissolved, stand dissolved at the expiration of 48 hours after the Prime Minister has so advised. Explanation reference in this article to Prime Minister shall not be construed to include reference to a Prime Minister against whom a notice of a resolution for a vote of no confidence has been given in the National Assembly but has not been voted upon or against whom such a resolution has been passed or who is continuing in office after his resignation or after the dissolution of the National Assembly. 2. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 2. Of Article 48, the President may also dissolve the National Assembly in his discretion where, a vote of no confidence having been passed against the Prime Minister, no other member of the National Assembly command the confidence of the majority of the members of the National Assembly in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, as ascertained in a session of the National Assembly summoned for the purpose. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act, 1985, 18 of 1985, S4, for Clause 3. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010. 10 of 2010, S17, 4 Article 58. 30 Constitution of Pakistan 59. The Senate 159. 1. Whom dash a. b. The Senate shall consist of 296 members, of 14 shall be elected by the members of each provincial assembly, 3 c. 2 on general seats, and 1 woman and 1 technocrat including alim shall be elected from the federal capital in such manner as the President may, by order, prescribe. d. 4 women shall be elected by the members of each provincial assembly, e. 4 technocrats including ulama shall be elected by the members of each provincial assembly, and f. 4 non-Muslims, 1 from each province, shall be elected by the members of each provincial assembly, provided that paragraph f. shall be effective from the next Senate election after the commencement of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010. 2. Election to fill seats in the Senate allocated to each province shall be held in accordance with the system of proportional representation by means of the single transferable vote. 3. The Senate shall not be subject to dissolution but the term of its members, who shall retire as follows, shall be 6 years, a. of the members referred to in paragraph a. of clause 1. 7 shall retire after the expiration of the first 3 years and 7 shall retire after the expiration of the next 3 years, b. 4 c. of the members referred to in paragraph c. of the aforesaid clause -1 subs ibid, S18, 4 Article 59. 2 subs by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S4. WEF 31-05-2018. 3 omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S4. WEF 31-05-2018. 4 omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S3. WEF 31-05-2018. 31 Constitution of Pakistan, I. 1 elected on general seat shall retire after the expiration of the first 3 years and the other 1 shall retire after the expiration of the next 3 years, and 2. 1 elected on the seat reserved for technocrat shall retire after first 3 years and the 1 elected on the seat reserved for woman shall retire after the expiration of the next 3 years, d. of the members referred to in paragraph d. of the aforesaid clause, 2 shall retire after the expiration of the first 3 years and 2 shall retire after the expiration of the next 3 years, e. of the members referred to in paragraph e. of the aforesaid clause, 2 shall retire after the expiration of the first 3 years and 2 shall retire after the expiration of the next 3 years, and f. of the members referred to in paragraph f. of the aforesaid clause, 2 shall retire after the expiration of first 3 years and 2 shall retire after the expiration of next 3 years, provided that the Election Commission for the first term of seats for non-Muslims shall draw a lot as to which 2 members shall retire after the first 3 years. 1. 3a. Notwithstanding the omission of paragraph b. of clause 1, and the omission of paragraph b. of clause 3, the existing members of the Senate from the federally administered tribal areas shall continue till expiry of their respective terms of office, and on the expiry of the aforesaid terms this clause shall stand omitted. 4. The term of office of a person elected to fill a casual vacancy shall be the unexpired term of the member whose vacancy he has filled. 60. Chairman and Deputy Chairman. 60. 1. After the Senate has been duly constituted, it shall, at its first meeting and to the exclusion of any other business, elect from amongst its members a chairman and a deputy chairman and, so often as one ins by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S4. WEF 31-05-2018. 32. Constitution of Pakistan. The office of chairman or deputy chairman becomes vacant, the Senate shall elect another member as chairman or, as the case may be, deputy chairman. 2. The term of office of the chairman or deputy chairman shall be 3 years from the day on which he enters upon his office. 61. Other provisions relating to Senate. 61. The provisions of clauses 2, 7, of Article 53, clauses 2 and 3, of Article 54 and Article 55 shall apply to the Senate as they apply to the National Assembly and, in their application to the Senate, shall have effect as if references therein to the National Assembly, Speaker and Deputy Speaker were references, respectively, to the Senate Chairman and Deputy Chairman too, and as if, in the proviso to the said clause 2, of Article 54, for the words 330 the words 110 were substituted. Provisions as to members of 5 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, 62. Qualifications for membership of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, 662. 1. A person shall not be qualified to be elected or chosen as a member of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, unless a. he is a citizen of Pakistan, b. he is, in the case of the National Assembly, not less than 25 years of age and is enrolled as a voter in any electoral roll in I. any part of Pakistan, for election to a general seat or a seat reserved for non-Muslims, and 2. any area in a province from which she seeks membership for election to a seat reserved for women. c. he is, in the case of the Senate, not less than 30 years of age and is enrolled as a voter in any area in a province or 1 subs by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act, 1985, 18 of 1985, S7, 42. 2 added by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S5, WEF the May 14, 1974. 3 subs by the Constitution, 10th Amd. Act, 1987, 1 of 1987, S3, which was previously amended by PO No. 24 of 1985. Art. 24 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S19, 490. 5 see footnote 6 on page 3 supra. 6 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S20, 4 Article 62. 33 Constitution of Pakistan. As the case may be, the Federal Capital 1, from where he seeks membership, d. he is of good character and is not commonly known as one who violates Islamic injunctions, e. he has adequate knowledge of Islamic teachings and practices obligatory duties prescribed by Islam as well as abstains from major sins, f. he is sagacious, righteous, non-profligate, honest, and ameen, there being no declaration to the contrary by a court of law, and g. he has not, after the establishment of Pakistan, worked against the integrity of the country or opposed the ideology of Pakistan. 2. The disqualifications specified in paragraphs d. and e. shall not apply to a person who is a non-Muslim, but such a person shall have good moral reputation. 63 Disqualifications for membership of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, 263. 1. A person shall be disqualified from being elected or chosen as, and from being, a member of the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, if a. he is of unsound mind and has been so declared by a competent court, or b. he is an undischarged insolvent, or c. he ceases to be a citizen of Pakistan, or acquires the citizenship of a foreign state, or d. he holds an office of profit in the service of Pakistan other than an office declared by law not to disqualify its holder, or e. he is in the service of any statutory body or any body which is owned or controlled by the government or in which the government has a controlling share or interest, or one omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S5. WEF 31-05-2018. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S21, 4 Article 63. 34 Constitution of Pakistan, F. Being a citizen of Pakistan by virtue of Section 14B of the Pakistan Citizenship Act, 1951, 2 of 1951, he is for the time being disqualified under any law in force in Azad Jammu and Kashmir from being elected as a member of the Legislative Assembly of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, or g. he has been convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction for propagating any opinion, or acting in any manner, prejudicial to the ideology of Pakistan, or the sovereignty, integrity or security of Pakistan, or the integrity, or independence of the judiciary of Pakistan, or which defames or brings into ridicule the judiciary or the armed forces of Pakistan, unless a period of 5 years has lapsed since his release, or h. he has been, on conviction for any offence involving moral turpitude, sentenced to imprisonment for a term of not less than 2 years, unless a period of 5 years has elapsed since his release, or I. he has been dismissed from the service of Pakistan or service of a corporation or office set up or controlled by the federal government, provincial government, or a local government on the grounds of misconduct, unless a period of 5 years has elapsed since his dismissal, or j. he has been removed or compulsorily retired from the service of Pakistan or service of a corporation or office set up or controlled by the federal government, provincial government, or a local government on the ground of misconduct, unless a period of 3 years has elapsed since his removal or compulsory retirement, or k. he has been in the service of Pakistan or of any statutory body or any body which is owned or controlled by the government or in which the government has a controlling share or interest, unless a period of 2 years has elapsed since he ceased to be in such service, or l. he, whether by himself or by any person or body of persons in trust for him or for his benefit or on his account or as a member of a Hindu undivided family, has any share or interest in a contract, not being a contract between a cooperative society and government, for the supply of goods to, or for the execution of any contract or for the 35 Constitution of Pakistan performance of any service undertaken by government, provided that the disqualification under this paragraph shall not apply to a person, where the share or interest in the contract devolves on him by inheritance or succession or as a legatee, executor, or administrator, until the expiration of 6 months after it has so devolved on him. 2. Where the contract has been entered into by or on behalf of a public company as defined in the Companies Ordinance, 1984, SLAI of 1984, of which he is a shareholder but is not a director holding an office of profit under the company, or 3. Where he is a member of a Hindu undivided family and the contract has been entered into by any other member of that family in the course of carrying on a separate business in which he has no share or interest. Explanation - in this article goods does not include agricultural produce or commodity grown or produced by him or such goods as he is, under any directive of government or any law for the time being in force, under a duty or obligation to supply, or he holds any office of profit in the service of Pakistan other than the following offices, namely I. An office which is not whole-time office remunerated either by salary or by fee. 2. The office of lumberdar, whether called by this or any other title. 3. The Qawmi Razakars. 4. Any office the holder whereof, by virtue of such office, is liable to be called up for military training or military service under any law providing for the constitution or raising of a force, or n. He has obtained a loan for an amount of 2 million rupees or more, from any bank, financial institution, cooperative society, or cooperative body in his own name or in the name 36 Constitution of Pakistan of his spouse or any of his dependents, which remains unpaid for more than 1 year from the due date, or has got such loan written off, or he or his spouse or any of his dependents has defaulted in payment of government dues and utility expenses, including telephone, electricity, gas, and water charges in excess of 10,000 rupees, for over 6 months, at the time of filing his nomination papers, or he is for the time being disqualified from being elected or chosen as a member of the Majlis-e-Shura Parliament, or of a provincial assembly under any law for the time being in force. Explanation - for the purposes of this paragraph, law shall not include an ordinance promulgated under Article 89 or Article 128. 2. If any question arises whether a member of the Majlis-e-Shura Parliament has become disqualified from being a member, the Speaker or, as the case may be, the Chairman shall, unless he decides that no such question has arisen, refer the question to the Election Commission within 30 days, and if he fails to do so within the aforesaid period it shall be deemed to have been referred to the Election Commission. 3. The Election Commission shall decide the question within 90 days from its receipt or deemed to have been received, and if it is of the opinion that the member has become disqualified, he shall cease to be a member and his seat shall become vacant. 6.3a Disqualification on grounds of defection, etc. 163a. 1. If a member of a parliamentary party composed of a single political party in a House, a. resigns from membership of his political party or joins another parliamentary party, or b. votes or abstains from voting in the House contrary to any direction issued by the parliamentary party to which he belongs, in relation to election of the Prime Minister or the Chief Minister, or 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.22, 4 Article 63a. 37 Constitution of Pakistan. 2. A vote of confidence or a vote of no confidence, or 3. A money bill or a constitution amendment bill. He may be declared in writing by the party head to have defected from the political party, and the party head may forward a copy of the declaration to the presiding officer and the Chief Election Commissioner, and shall similarly forward a copy thereof to the member concerned, provided that before making the declaration, the party head shall provide such member with an opportunity to show cause as to why such declaration may not be made against him. Explanation. Party head means any person, by whatever name called, declared as such by the party. 2. A member of a house shall be deemed to be a member of a parliamentary party if he, having been elected as a candidate or nominee of a political party which constitutes the parliamentary party in the House, or, having been elected otherwise than as a candidate or nominee of a political party, has become a member of such parliamentary party after such election by means of a declaration in writing. 3. Upon receipt of the declaration under Clause 1, the presiding officer of the House shall within 2 days refer, and in case he fails to do so it shall be deemed that he has referred, the declaration to the Chief Election Commissioner, who shall lay the declaration before the Election Commission for its decision thereon, confirming the declaration or otherwise within 30 days of its receipt by the Chief Election Commissioner. 4. Where the Election Commission confirms the declaration, the member referred to in Clause 1 shall cease to be a member of the House and his seat shall become vacant. 5. Any party aggrieved by the decision of the Election Commission may, within 30 days, prefer an appeal to the Supreme Court, which shall decide the matter within 90 days from the date of the filing of the appeal. 6. Nothing contained in this article shall apply to the chairman or speaker of a house. 7. For the purpose of this Article 38 Constitution of Pakistan, a House means the National Assembly or the Senate, in relation to the Federation, and a Provincial Assembly in relation to the province, as the case may be. B. Presiding officer means the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairman of the Senate or the Speaker of the Provincial Assembly, as the case may be. 8. Article 6.3a substituted as aforesaid shall comes into effect from the next general elections to be held after the commencement of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010, provided that till Article 6.3a substituted as aforesaid comes into effect the provisions of existing Article 6.3a shall remain operative. 1*64. Vacation of seats 64. 1. A member of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may, by writing under his hand addressed to the Speaker or, as the case may be, the Chairman resign his seat, and thereupon his seat shall become vacant. 2. A House may declare the seat of a member vacant if, without leave of the House, he remains absent for 40 consecutive days of its sittings. 65 Oath of Members 65. A person elected to a House shall not sit or vote until he has made before the House oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 66 Privileges of Members, etc. 66. 1. Subject to the Constitution and to the rules of procedure of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, there shall be freedom of speech in 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and no member shall be liable to any proceedings in any court in respect of anything said or any vote given by him in 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and no person shall be so liable in respect of the publication by or under the authority of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, of any report, paper, votes, or proceedings. 1. For existing Article 6.3a see Addendum at p. 220. 2. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 39 Constitution of Pakistan. 2. In other respects, the powers, immunities, and privileges of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and the immunities and privileges of the members of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall be such as may from time to time be defined by law and, until so defined, shall be such as were, immediately before the commencing day, enjoyed by the National Assembly of Pakistan and the committees thereof and its members. 3. Provision may be made by law for the punishment, by a House, of persons who refuse to give evidence or produce documents before a committee of the House when duly required by the chairman of the committee so to do, provided that any such law, a. may empower a court to punish a person who refuses to give evidence or produce documents, and b. shall have effect subject to such order for safeguarding confidential matters from disclosure as may be made by the President. 4. The provisions of this article shall apply to persons who have the right to speak in, and otherwise to take part in the proceedings of, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, as they apply to members. 5. In this article, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, means either House or a joint sitting, or a committee thereof. Procedure generally 67. Rules of Procedure, etc. 67. 1. Subject to the Constitution, a House may make 2 rules for regulating its procedure and the conduct of its business, and shall have power to act notwithstanding any vacancy in the membership thereof, and any proceedings in the House shall not be invalid on the ground that some persons who were not entitled to do so sat, voted, or otherwise took part in the proceedings. 2. Until rules are made under Clause 1, the procedure and conduct of business in a House shall be regulated by the Rules of Procedure 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 2. For the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Senate. See Gaz of Pakistan 1973. Ext. pt 2. Pages 1543 to 1620. For the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the National Assembly. 1973. See Gaz of Pakistan, 1973, Ext. pt 2, pages 1897 to 1957. 40. Constitution of Pakistan made by the President. 68. Restriction on discussion in Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 68. No discussion shall take place in 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, with respect to the conduct of any judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court in the discharge of his duties. 69. Courts not to inquire into proceedings of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 69. 1. The validity of any proceedings in 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall not be called in question on the ground of any irregularity of procedure. 2. No officer or member of 1 Majlis-e-Shura Parliament, in whom powers are vested by or under the Constitution for regulating procedure or the conduct of business, or for maintaining order in 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall be subject to the jurisdiction of any court in respect of the exercise by him of those powers. 3. In this article, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, has the same meaning as in Article 66. Legislative Procedure 70. Introduction and Passing of Bills 270. 1. A bill with respect to any matter in the federal legislative list may originate in either House and shall, if it is passed by the House in which it originated, be transmitted to the other House, and, if the bill is passed without amendment by the other House also, it shall be presented to the President for assent. 2. if a bill transmitted to a House under Clause 1 is passed with amendments, it shall be sent back to the House in which it originated, and if that House passes the bill with those amendments, it shall be presented to the President for assent. 3. If a bill transmitted to a House under Clause 1 is rejected or is not passed within 90 days of its laying in the House, or a bill sent to a House under Clause 2 with amendments is not passed by that House, 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 23, 4 Article 70. 41 Constitution of Pakistan. With such amendments, the bill, at the request of the House in which it originated, shall be considered in a joint sitting, and if passed by the votes of the majority of the members present and voting in the joint sitting, it shall be presented to the President for assent. 4. In this article and the succeeding provisions of the Constitution, Federal Legislative List means the Federal Legislative List in the 4th Schedule. 71 Mediation Committee. 71. Mediation Committee omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 24 as amended by various enactments. 72 Procedure at joint sittings. 72. 1. The President, after consultation with the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairman, may make one rules as to the procedure with respect to the joint sittings of, and communications between, the two houses. 2. At a joint sitting, the Speaker of the National Assembly or, in his absence, such person as may be determined by the rules made under Clause 1, shall preside. 3. The rules made under Clause 1 shall be laid before a joint sitting and may be added to, varied, amended or replaced at a joint sitting. 4. Subject to the Constitution, all decisions at a joint sitting shall be taken by the votes of the majority of the members present and voting. 73 Procedure with respect to money bills. 73. 2. 1. Notwithstanding anything contained in Article 70, a money bill shall originate in the National Assembly, provided that simultaneously when a money bill, including the finance bill containing the annual budget statement, is presented in the National Assembly, a copy thereof shall be transmitted to the Senate, which may, within 14 days, make recommendations thereon to the National Assembly. 3. 1a. The National Assembly shall consider the recommendations of the Senate, and after the bill has been passed by the one for the Parliament, joint sitting, Rules 1973, see Gaz of Pakistan 1973, EXTPT 11, pages 1657 to 1672 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 25, for Clause 1. 3 New Clause 1, ends, Ibid 42 Constitution of Pakistan Assembly with or without incorporating the recommendations of the Senate, it shall he presented to the President for assent. 1 asterisk 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 2. For the purposes of this chapter, a bill or amendment shall be deemed to be a money bill if it contains provisions dealing with all or any of the following matters, namely, a. the imposition, abolition, remission, alteration, or regulation of any tax, b. the borrowing of money, or the giving of any guarantee, by the federal government, or the amendment of the law relating to the financial obligations of that government, c. the custody of the Federal Consolidated Fund. The payment of monies into, or the issue of monies from, that fund, d. the imposition of a charge upon the federal consolidated fund, or the abolition or alteration of any such charge, e. the receipt of monies on account of the public account of the Federation, the custody or issue of such monies, f. the audit of the accounts of the federal government or a provincial government, and g. any matter incidental to any of the matters specified in the preceding paragraphs. 3. A bill shall not be deemed to be a money bill by reason only that it provides, a. for the imposition or alteration of any fine or other pecuniary penalty, or for the demand or payment of a license fee or a fee or charge for any service rendered, or b. for the imposition, abolition, remission, alteration, or regulation of any tax by any local authority or body for local purposes. 4. If any question arises whether a bill is a money bill or not, the decision of the Speaker of the National Assembly thereon shall be final. One existing clause, 1a, stands omitted as consequence of the 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, see Section 2. 43 Constitution of Pakistan. 5. Every money bill presented to the President for assent shall bear a certificate under the hand of the Speaker of the National Assembly that it is a money bill, and such certificate shall be conclusive for all purposes and shall not be called in question. 74 Federal Government's consent required for financial measures. 74. A money bill, or a bill or amendment which if enacted and brought into operation would involve expenditure from the Federal Consolidated Fund or withdrawal from the public account of the Federation or affect the coinage or currency of Pakistan or the constitution or functions of the State Bank of Pakistan shall not be introduced or moved in one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, except by or with the consent of the federal government. 75 President's assent to bills. 275. 1. When a bill is presented to the President for assent, the President shall, within 10 days a. assent to the bill, or b. in the case of a bill other than a money bill, return the bill to the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, with a message requesting that the bill or any specified provision thereof be reconsidered and that any amendment specified in the message be considered. 4. 2. When the President has returned a bill to the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, it shall be reconsidered by the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting and, if it is again passed, with or without amendment, by the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, by the votes of the majority of the members of both houses present and voting, it shall be deemed for the purposes of the Constitution to have been passed by both houses and shall be presented to the President, and the President shall give his assent within 10 days, failing which such assent shall be deemed to have been given. 3. When the President has assented 5 or is deemed to have assented to a bill, it shall become law and be called an Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3. Supra. 2 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, 4 Article 75. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 26, 430. 4 Subs Ibid, 4 Clause, 2. 5 INS Ibid 44 Constitution of Pakistan, 4. No Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and no provision in any such act, shall be invalid by reason only that some recommendation, previous sanction, or consent required by the Constitution was not given if that act was assented to in accordance with the Constitution. 76 Bill not to lapse on prorogation, etc. 76. 1. A bill pending in either House shall not lapse by reason of the prorogation of the House. 2. A bill pending in the Senate which has not been passed by the National Assembly shall not lapse on the dissolution of the National Assembly. 3. A bill pending in the National Assembly, or a bill which having been passed by the National Assembly is pending in the Senate, shall lapse on the dissolution of the National Assembly. 77. Tax to be levied by law only. 77. No tax shall be levied for the purposes of the Federation except by or under the authority of Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. Financial Procedure 78. Federal Consolidated Fund and Public Account 78. 1. All revenues received by the federal government, all loans raised by that government, and all monies received by it in repayment of any loan, shall form part of a consolidated fund, to be known as the Federal Consolidated Fund. 2. All other monies, a. received by or on behalf of the federal government, or b. received by or deposited with the Supreme Court or any other court established under the authority of the Federation, shall be credited to the public account of the Federation. 1. See footnote 6 on page 3. Supra. 45. Constitution of Pakistan 79. Custody, etc., of Federal Consolidated Fund and Public Account 79. The custody of the Federal Consolidated Fund, the payment of monies into that fund, the withdrawal of monies therefrom, the custody of other monies received by or on behalf of the federal government, their payment into, and withdrawal from, the public account of the Federation, and all matters connected with or ancillary to the matters aforesaid shall be regulated by Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, until provision in that behalf is so made, by rules made by the President. 80. Annual Budget Statement 80. 1. The federal government shall, in respect of every financial year, cause to be laid before the National Assembly a statement of the estimated receipt and expenditure of the federal government for that year, in this part, referred to as the Annual Budget Statement. 2. The Annual Budget Statement shall show separately, a. the sums required to meet expenditure described by the Constitution as expenditure charged upon the Federal Consolidated Fund, and b. the sums required to meet other expenditure proposed to be made from the Federal Consolidated Fund, and shall distinguish expenditure on revenue account from other expenditure. 81. Expenditure charged upon Federal Consolidated Fund 81. The following expenditure shall be expenditure charged upon the Federal Consolidated Fund: a. the remuneration payable to the President and other expenditure relating to his office, and the remuneration payable to i. the judges of the Supreme Court 2 and the Islamabad High Court, 2. the Chief Election Commissioner, 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 2. Added by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S2. 46. Constitution of Pakistan, 3. The Chairman and the Deputy Chairman, 4. The Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, v. The Auditor General, 1. b. The administrative expenses, including the remuneration payable to officers and to staff, of the Supreme Court, the Islamabad High Court, the Department of the Auditor General, the Office of the Chief Election Commissioner and of the Election Commission and the Secretariats of the Senate and the National Assembly, c. all debt charges for which the federal government is liable, including interest, sinking fund charges, the repayment or amortization of capital, and other expenditure in connection with the raising of loans, and the service and redemption of debt on the security of the Federal Consolidated Fund, d. any sums required to satisfy any judgment, decree or award against Pakistan by any court or tribunal, and e. any other sums declared by the Constitution or by Act of 3 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, to be so charged. 82 Procedure relating to Annual Budget Statement 82. 1. So much of the annual budget statement as relates to expenditure charged upon the Federal Consolidated Fund may be discussed in, but shall not be submitted to the vote of, the National Assembly. 2. So much of the annual budget statement as relates to other expenditure shall be submitted to the National Assembly in the form of demands for grants, and the Assembly shall have power to assent to, or to refuse to assent to, any demand, or to assent to any demand subject to a reduction of the amount specified therein, provided that, for a period of 10 years from the commencing day or the holding of the second general election to the National Assembly, one substituted by the Constitution. 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S2. 2 substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S2. 3 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 47 Constitution of Pakistan. Whichever occurs later, a demand shall be deemed to have been assented to without any reduction of the amount specified therein, unless, by the votes of a majority of the total membership of the Assembly, it is refused or assented to subject to a reduction of the amount specified therein. 3. No demand for a grant shall be made except on the recommendation of the federal government. 83 Authentication of Schedule of Authorized Expenditure 83. 1. The Prime Minister shall authenticate by his signature a schedule specifying, a. the grants made or deemed to have been made by the National Assembly under Article 82, and b. the several sums required to meet the expenditure charged upon the Federal Consolidated Fund but not exceeding, in the case of any sum, the sum shown in the statement previously laid before the National Assembly. 2. The schedule so authenticated shall be laid before the National Assembly, but shall not be open to discussion or vote thereon. 3. Subject to the Constitution, no expenditure from the Federal Consolidated Fund shall be deemed to be duly authorized unless it is specified in the schedule so authenticated, and such schedule is laid before the National Assembly as required by Clause 2. 84 Supplementary and Excess Grants 84. If in respect of any financial year it is found, a. that the amount authorized to be expended for a particular service for the current financial year is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure upon some new service not included in the annual budget statement for that year, or b. that any money has been spent on any service during a financial year in excess of the amount granted for that service for that year, the federal government shall have power to authorize expenditure from the Federal Consolidated Fund, whether the expenditure is charged by the Constitution upon that fund or not, and shall cause to be laid before the National Assembly supplementary budget statement or, as the case may be, an excess budget statement, setting out the amount of that 48 Constitution of Pakistan expenditure, and the provisions of Articles 80 to 83 shall apply to those statements as they apply to the annual budget statement. 85 Votes on Account 85. Notwithstanding anything contained in the foregoing provisions relating to financial matters, the National Assembly shall have power to make any grant in advance in respect of the estimated expenditure for a part of any financial year, not exceeding 4 months, pending completion of the procedure prescribed in Article 82 for the voting of such grant and the authentication of the schedule of authorized expenditure in accordance with the provisions of Article 83 in relation to the expenditure. 86. Power to authorize expenditure when Assembly stands dissolved. 86. Notwithstanding anything contained in the foregoing provisions relating to financial matters, at any time when the National Assembly stands dissolved, the federal government may authorize expenditure from the Federal Consolidated Fund in respect of the estimated expenditure for a period not exceeding 4 months in any financial year, pending completion of the procedure prescribed in Article 82 for the voting of grants and the authentication of the schedule of authorized expenditure in accordance with the provisions of Article 83 in relation to the expenditure. 87. Secretariats of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 87. 1. Each House shall have a separate secretariat, provided that nothing in this clause shall be construed as preventing the creation of posts common to both Houses. 2. 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may by law regulate the recruitment and the conditions of service of persons appointed to the secretarial staff of either House. 3. Until provision is made by 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, under Clause 2, the Speaker or, as the case may be, the Chairman may, with the approval of the President, make rules to regulating the recruitment, and the conditions of service, of persons appointed to the secretarial staff of the National Assembly or the Senate. 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2. For the National Assembly Secretariat, Recruitment, Rules, 1973, see Gaz of Pakistan. 1973, EXT, Part 2. Pages 2279 to 2286. For the Senate Secretariat, Recruitment, Rules. 1973, see IBID. Pages 2301 to 2307. 49. Constitution of Pakistan. 88. Finance Committees. 88. 1. The expenditure of the National Assembly and the Senate within authorized appropriations shall be controlled by the National Assembly or, as the case may be, the Senate acting on the advice of its Finance Committee. 2. The Finance Committee shall consist of the Speaker or, as the case may be, the Chairman, the Minister of Finance and such other members as may be elected thereto by the National Assembly or, as the case may be, the Senate. 3. Procedure. The Finance Committee may make rules 1 for regulating its ordinances. 89. Power of President to promulgate ordinances. 89. 1. The President may, except when the 2 Senate or National Assembly is in session, if satisfied that circumstances exist which render it necessary to take immediate action, make and promulgate an ordinance as the circumstances may require. 2. An ordinance promulgated under this article shall have the same force and effect as an act of 3 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and shall be subject to like restrictions as the power of 3 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, to make law, but every such ordinance, a. shall be laid, I. before the National Assembly if it contains provisions dealing with all or any of the matters specified in Clause 2 of Article 73, and shall stand repealed at the expiration of 120 days. From its promulgation or, if before the expiration of that period a resolution disapproving it is passed by the Assembly, upon the passing of that resolution 6. Smiley face, 1 for the National Assembly, Finance Committee, Rules, 1973, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1973. EXT, Part 2, pages 2451-2454. For the Senate, Finance Committee, Rules, 1973, see IBID, pages 2479-2482. 2 INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 27. 3 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 4 SUBS by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1985, P.O. No. 20 of 1985, Art. 2, for certain words. 5 SUBS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 27, for 4 months. 6 SUBS IBID, for the semicolon. 50 Constitution of Pakistan 1 provided that the National Assembly may by a resolution extend the ordinance for a further period of 120 days and it shall stand repealed at the expiration of the extended period, or if before the expiration of that period a resolution disapproving it is passed by the Assembly, upon the passing of that resolution, provided further that extension for further period may be made only once. 2. Before both houses if it too does not contain provisions dealing with any of the matters referred to in subparagraph I, and shall stand repealed at the expiration of 120 days from its promulgation or, if before the expiration of that period a resolution disapproving it is passed by either house, upon the passing of that resolution 4, smiley face. 5 provided that either house may by a resolution extend it for a further period of 120 days and it shall stand repealed at the expiration of the extended period, or if before the expiration of that period a resolution disapproving it is passed by a house, upon the passing of that resolution, provided further that extension for a further period may be made only once, and b. may be withdrawn at any time by the President. 6. 3. Without prejudice to the provisions of Clause 2, A, an ordinance laid before the National Assembly under subparagraph I, of paragraph A, of Clause 2, shall be deemed to be a bill introduced in the National Assembly, and b. an ordinance laid before both houses under subparagraph 2, of paragraph A, of clause 2, shall be deemed to be a bill introduced in the House where it was first laid. 1 New provisos ins. Ibid 2 SUBS by P.O. 20 of 1985 Art. 3 For certain words. 3 SUBS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 27, for 4 months. 4 SUBS by Act 10 of 2010, S. 27, 4, and 5 New provisos ins. Ibid 6 SUBS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 27, 4 Clause 93. 51 Constitution of Pakistan Chapter 3. The Federal Government 90. Exercise of Executive Authority of the Federation 1290. 1. Subject to the Constitution, the executive authority of the Federation shall be exercised in the name of the President by the Federal Government, consisting of the Prime Minister and the Federal Ministers, which shall act through the Prime Minister, who shall be the Chief Executive of the Federation. 2. In the performance of his functions under the Constitution, the Prime Minister may act either directly or through the Federal Minister. 91. The Cabinet. 391. 1. There shall be a Cabinet of Ministers, with the Prime Minister at its head, to aid and advise the President in the exercise of his functions. 2. The National Assembly shall meet on the 21st day following the day on which a general election to the Assembly is held, unless sooner summoned by the President. 3. After the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the National Assembly shall, to the exclusion of any other business, proceed to elect without debate one of its Muslim members to be the Prime Minister. 4. The Prime Minister shall be elected by the votes of the majority of the total membership of the National Assembly, provided that, if no member secures such majority in the first poll, a second poll shall be held between the members who secure the two highest numbers of votes in the first poll, and the member who secures a majority of votes of the members present and voting shall be declared to have been elected as Prime Minister, provided further that, if the number of votes secured by two or more members securing the highest number of votes is equal, further poll shall be held between them until one of them secures a majority of votes. 1 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, for Articles 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and 96. 2 Subs Ibid, S29, for Article 91. 3 Subs Ibid, S29, for Article 91. 52 Constitution of Pakistan of the members present and voting. 5. The member elected under Clause 4, shall be called upon by the President to assume the office of Prime Minister, and he shall, before entering upon the office, make before the President oath in the form set out in the third schedule, provided that there shall be no restriction on the number of terms for the office of the Prime Minister. 6. The Cabinet, together with the Ministers of State, shall be collectively responsible to the Senate and the National Assembly. 7. The Prime Minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the President, but the President shall not exercise his powers under this clause unless he is satisfied that the Prime Minister does not command the confidence of the majority of the members of the National Assembly, in which case he shall summon the National Assembly and require the Prime Minister to obtain a vote of confidence from the Assembly. 8. The Prime Minister may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office. 9. A minister who for any period of 6 consecutive months is not a member of the National Assembly shall, at the expiration of that period, cease to be a minister and shall not before the dissolution of that assembly be again appointed a minister unless he is elected a member of that assembly, provided that nothing contained in this clause shall apply to a minister who is member of the Senate. 10. Nothing contained in this article shall be construed as disqualifying the Prime Minister or any other minister or a Minister of State for continuing in office during any period during which the National Assembly stands dissolved, or as preventing the appointment of any person as Prime Minister or other minister or a Minister of State during any such period. 92 Federal Ministers and Ministers of State. 92. 1. Subject to clauses 1, 9, and 10, of Article 91, the President shall appoint federal ministers and ministers of state from amongst the members of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, on the advice of the Prime Minister. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 30. 4, 7, and 8. 53 Constitution of Pakistan provided that the number of federal ministers and ministers of state who are members of the Senate shall not at any time exceed 1/4 of the number of federal ministers. 1. Smiley face. 2. Provided further that the total strength of the cabinet, including ministers of state, shall not exceed 11% of the total membership of Majlis-e-Shura. Parliament provided also that the aforesaid amendment shall be effective from the next general election held after the commencement of the Constitution. 18th Amendment, Act, 2010. 2. Before entering upon office, a federal minister or minister of state shall make before the President oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 3. A federal minister or minister of state may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office or may be removed from office by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. 93 Advisers. 93. 1. The President may, on the advice of the Prime Minister, appoint not more than 5 advisers, on such terms and conditions as he may determine. 2. The provisions of Article 57 shall also apply to an adviser. 94 Prime Minister continuing in office. 94. The President may ask the Prime Minister to continue to hold office until his successor enters upon the office of Prime Minister. 95 Vote of no confidence against Prime Minister. 95. 1. A resolution for a vote of no confidence moved by not less than 20% of the total membership of the National Assembly may be passed against the Prime Minister by the National Assembly. 2. A resolution referred to in Clause 1 shall not be voted upon before the expiration of 3 days, or later than 7 days, from the day on which such resolution is moved in the National Assembly. 1 Subs ibid, for the full stop. 2 Provisos ins. Ibid 54 Constitution of Pakistan. 3. A resolution referred to in Clause 1 shall not be moved in the National Assembly while the National Assembly is considering demands for grants submitted to it in the annual budget statement. 4. If the resolution referred to in Clause 1 is passed by a majority of the total membership of the National Assembly, the Prime Minister shall cease to hold office. 96 Omitted. 96. Vote of no confidence against Prime Minister. Omitted by substitution through renumbering Vide PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 97. Extent of Executive Authority of Federation. 97. Subject to the Constitution, the executive authority of the Federation shall extend to the matters with respect to which one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, has power to make laws, including exercise of rights, authority, and jurisdiction in and in relation to areas outside Pakistan, provided that the said authority shall not, save as expressly provided in the Constitution or in any law made by one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, extend in any province to a matter with respect to which the Provincial Assembly has also power to make laws. 98 Conferring of functions on subordinate authorities. 98. On the recommendation of the Federal Government, one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may by law confer functions upon officers or authorities subordinate to the federal government. 99 Conduct of business of federal government. 299. 1. All executive actions of the federal government shall be expressed to be taken in the name of the President. 2. The three federal government shall by rules specify the manner in which orders and other instruments made and executed for in his name of the President shall be authenticated, and the validity of any order or instrument so authenticated shall not be questioned in any court on the 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Subs by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, for Art. 99 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S31, for President. 4 Subs Ibid, for in his name 55 Constitution of Pakistan ground that it was not made or executed by the President. 1. 3. The federal government shall also make rules for the allocation and transaction of its business. 100 Attorney General for Pakistan 100. 1. The President shall appoint a person, being a person qualified to be appointed a judge of the Supreme Court, to be the Attorney General for Pakistan. 2. The Attorney General shall hold office during the pleasure of the President 2 and shall not engage in private practice so long as he holds the office of the Attorney General. 3. It shall be the duty of the Attorney General to give advice to the federal government upon such legal matters, and to perform such other duties of a legal character, as may be referred or assigned to him by the federal government, and in the performance of his duties he shall have the right of audience in all courts and tribunals in Pakistan. 4. The Attorney General may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office. Underscore 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 1 Subs Ibid, S31, for Clause 3. 2 Added Ibid, S32. 56 Constitution of Pakistan Part 4 Provinces Chapter 1. The Governors 101. Appointment of Governor 101. 1. There shall be a governor for each province, who shall be appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. 2. A person shall not be appointed a governor unless he is qualified to be elected as a member of the National Assembly and is not less than 35 years of age. 2 and is a registered voter and resident of the province concerned. 3. Smiley face. 4 asterisk 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 4 asterisk 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 asterisk. 3. The Governor shall hold office during the pleasure of the President. 5 and shall be entitled to such salary, allowances, and privileges as the President may determine. 4. The Governor may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office. 6. 5. The President may make such provision as he thinks fit for the discharge of the functions of a governor. 7 In any contingency not provided for in this part. 102 Oath of Office 102. Before entering upon office, the Governor shall make before the Chief Justice of the High Court oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S33, for Clause 1. 2 Added Ibid 3 Subs by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act 1976, 62 of 1976, S2, for the full stop, WEF the September 13, 1976. 4 Proviso and Clause 2a, omitted by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act 1985, 18 of 1985, S11 which was previously amended by Act 62 of 1976, S.2. 5 Added by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act 1974, 33 of 1974, S6, WEF the May 4, 1974. 6 added by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 7 added by Act 18 of 1985, S11. 57 Constitution of Pakistan 103. Conditions of Governor's Office 103. 1. The Governor shall not hold any office of profit in the service of Pakistan or occupy any other position carrying the right to remuneration for the rendering of services. 2. The Governor shall not be a candidate for election as a member of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or a Provincial Assembly and, if a member of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or a Provincial Assembly is appointed as Governor, his seat in one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be, the Provincial Assembly shall become vacant on the day he enters upon his office. 104 Speaker Provincial Assembly to act as, or perform functions of Governor in his absence. 104. When the Governor, by reason of absence from Pakistan or for any other cause, is unable to perform his functions, the Speaker of the Provincial Assembly and in his absence any other person as the President may nominate shall perform the functions of Governor until the Governor returns to Pakistan or, as the case may be, resumes his functions. 105 Governor to act on advice, etc. 105. 1. Subject to Constitution, in the performance of his functions, the Governor shall act for on and in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet. 3. Or the Chief Minister. 5. Provided that for within 15 days the Governor may require the Cabinet or, as the case may be, the Chief Minister to reconsider such advice, whether generally or otherwise, and the Governor shall within 10 days act in accordance with the advice tendered after such reconsideration. 6 asterisk 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 asterisk. 2. The question whether any, and if so what, advice was tendered to the Governor by the Chief Minister. 7. Or the Cabinet shall not be inquired into in, or by, any court, tribunal or other authority. 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2. Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 34, 4. Article 104. 3. Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 4. Article 105. 4. INS by Act No. 10 of 2010, S. 35. 5. Subs by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act. 1985, 18 of 1985, S. 12, 4. Proviso, 6. Proviso omitted ibid. 7. Subs ibid. 4. The Cabinet or a Minister. 58 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 3, where the Governor dissolves the Provincial Assembly, notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 1, he shall a. Appoint a date, not later than 90 days from the date of dissolution, for the holding of a general election to the Assembly, and b. Appoint a caretaker cabinet. 2 asterisk 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 asterisk. 5. The provisions of Clause 3, 2, of Article 48 shall have effect in relation to a Governor as if reference therein to President were reference to Governor. Chapter 2. Provincial Assemblies 106. Constitution of Provincial Assemblies for 106. 1. Each provincial assembly shall consist of general seats and seats reserved for women and non-Muslims as specified herein below. Balochistan 5 Khyber Pakhtunkhwa The Punjab Sindh general seats 51 115 297 130 women 11 26 66 29 non-Muslims 3489 total 65 145 371 168 6. 1a. The seats for the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, referred to in Clause 1, include 16 general seats, 4 seats for women and 1 seat for non-Muslims in respect of the federally administered tribal areas. Provided that elections to the aforesaid seats shall be held within 1 year after the general elections, 2018. 1b. After elections to seats referred to in Clause 1a, both Clause 1a, and this clause shall stand omitted. 1 Subs by Act No. 10 of 2010, S35, for Clause 3. 2 Clause 4, omitted, Ibid 3 Subs by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act 1985, 18 of 1985, S12 4, 3. 4 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act 2010, 10 of 2010, S36, 4 Article 106 and shall be deemed always to have been so, subs. With effect from 21st day of August, 2002. 5 Subs by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act 2018, 37 of 2018, S6. WEF 31-05-2018. 6 INS by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act 2018, 37 of 2018, S6. WEF 31-05-2018. 59 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. A person shall be entitled to vote if a. He is a citizen of Pakistan, b. He is not less than 18 years of age, c. His name appears on the electoral roll for any area in the province, and d. He is not declared by a competent court to be of unsound mind. 3. For the purpose of election to a provincial assembly a. The constituencies for the general seats shall be single-member territorial constituencies and the members to fill such seats shall be elected by direct and free vote. b. Each province shall be a single constituency for all seats reserved for women and non-Muslims allocated to the respective provinces under Clause 1, c. The members to fill seats reserved for women and non-Muslims allocated to a province under Clause 1, shall be elected in accordance with law through proportional representation system of political parties. Lists of candidates on the basis of the total number of general seats secured by each political party in the provincial assembly, provided that for the purpose of this sub-clause, the total number of general seats won by a political party shall include the independent returned candidate or candidates who may duly join such political party within 3 days of the publication in the official gazette. Of the names of the returned candidates. 107 Duration of Provincial Assembly 107. A provincial assembly shall, unless sooner dissolved, continue for a term of 5 years from the day of its first meeting and shall stand dissolved at the expiration of its term. 108 Speaker and Deputy Speaker 108. After a general election, a provincial assembly shall, at its first meeting and to the exclusion of any other business, elect from amongst its members a speaker and a deputy speaker and, so often as the office of Speaker or Deputy Speaker becomes vacant, the Assembly shall elect another member as Speaker or, as the case may be, Deputy Speaker. 60 Constitution of Pakistan 109. Summoning and prorogation of Provincial Assembly 109. The Governor may from time to time, a. summon the Provincial Assembly to meet at such time and place as he thinks fit, and b. prorogue the Provincial Assembly. 110 Right of Governor to address Provincial Assembly 110. The Governor may address the Provincial Assembly and may for that purpose require the attendance of the members. 111 Right to speak in Provincial Assembly 111. The Advocate General shall have the right to speak and otherwise take part in the proceedings of the Provincial Assembly or any committee thereof of which he may be named a member, but shall not by virtue of this article be entitled to vote. 112 Dissolution of Provincial Assembly 112. 1. The Governor shall dissolve the Provincial Assembly if so advised by the Chief Minister, and the Provincial Assembly shall, unless sooner dissolved, stand dissolved at the expiration of 48 hours after the Chief Minister has so advised. Explanation: reference in this article to Chief Minister shall not be construed to include reference to a Chief Minister against whom a notice of a resolution for a vote of no confidence has been given in the Provincial Assembly but has not been voted upon, or against whom a resolution for a vote of no confidence has been passed. 2. The Governor may also dissolve the Provincial Assembly in his discretion, but subject to the previous approval of the President, where a vote of no confidence having been passed against the Chief Minister, no other member of the Provincial Assembly commands the confidence of the majority of the members of the Provincial Assembly in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, as ascertained in a session of the Provincial Assembly summoned for the purpose. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010. 10 of 2010, S. 37, 4 Article 112. 61 Constitution of Pakistan 113. Qualifications and disqualifications for membership of Provincial Assembly 113. The qualifications and disqualifications for membership of the National Assembly set out in Articles 62 and 63 shall also apply for membership of a Provincial Assembly, as if reference therein to National Assembly were a reference to Provincial Assembly. 114 Restriction on discussion in Provincial Assembly 114. No discussion shall take place in a Provincial Assembly with respect to the conduct of any judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court in the discharge of his duties. 115 Provincial Government's consent required for financial measures 115. 1. A money bill, or a bill or amendment which if enacted and brought into operation would involve expenditure from the Provincial Consolidated Fund or withdrawal from the public account of the province shall not be introduced or moved in the Provincial Assembly except by or with the consent of the Provincial Government. 2. For the purposes of this article, a bill or amendment shall be deemed to be a money bill if it contains provisions dealing with all or any of the following matters, namely, a. the imposition, abolition, remission, alteration, or regulation of any tax, b. the borrowing of money, or the giving of any guarantee, by the provincial government or the amendment of the law relating to the financial obligations of that government, c. the custody of the Provincial Consolidated Fund, the payment of monies into, or issue of monies from, that fund, d. the imposition of a charge upon the Provincial Consolidated Fund, or the abolition or alteration of any such charge, e. the receipt of monies on account of the public account of the province, the custody or issue of such monies, and 1 subs by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, for Art. 113. 62 Constitution of Pakistan, F. Any matter incidental to any of the matters specified in the preceding paragraphs. 3. A bill shall not be deemed to be a money bill by reason only that it provides, a. for the imposition or alteration of any fine or other pecuniary penalty or for the demand or payment of a license fee or a fee or charge for any service rendered, or b. for the imposition, abolition, remission, alteration, or regulation of any tax by any local authority or body for local purposes. 4. If any question arises whether a bill is a money bill or not, the decision of the Speaker of the Provincial Assembly thereon shall be final. 5. Every money bill presented to the Governor for assent shall bear a certificate under the hand of the Speaker of the Provincial Assembly that it is a money bill, and such certificate shall be conclusive for all purposes and shall not be called in question. 116 Governor's assent to bills. 116. 1. When a bill has been passed by the Provincial Assembly, it shall be presented to the Governor for assent. 2. When a bill is presented to the Governor for assent, the Governor shall, within 10 days a. assent to the bill, or b. in the case of a bill other than a money bill, return the bill to the Provincial Assembly with a message requesting that the bill, or any specified provision thereof, be reconsidered and that any amendment specified in the message be considered. 3. When the Governor has returned a bill to the Provincial Assembly, it shall be reconsidered by the Provincial Assembly and, if it is again passed, with or without amendment, by the Provincial Assembly, by 1 subs by PO number 14 of 1985, Art 2 and SCH, for Art. 116 2 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S38, 430. 3 subs by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act, 1985, 18 of 1985, S15, for Clause 3. 63 Constitution of Pakistan. The votes of the majority of the members of the Provincial Assembly present and voting, it shall be again presented to the Governor, and the Governor shall 1 give his assent within 10 days, failing which such assent shall be deemed to have been given. 4. When the Governor has assented to or is deemed to have assented to a bill, it shall become law and be called an Act of Provincial Assembly. 5. No Act of a Provincial Assembly, and no provision in any such Act, shall be invalid by reason only that some recommendation, previous sanction, or consent required by the Constitution was not given if that Act was assented to in accordance with the Constitution. 117 Bill not to lapse on prorogation, etc. 117. 1. A bill pending in a Provincial Assembly shall not lapse by reason of the prorogation of the Assembly. 2. A bill pending in a Provincial Assembly shall lapse on the dissolution of the Assembly. Financial Procedure 118. Provincial Consolidated Fund and Public Account 118. 1. All revenues received by the provincial government, all loans raised by that government, and all monies received by it in repayment of any loan, shall form part of a consolidated fund, to be known as the Provincial Consolidated Fund. 2. All other monies, a. received by or on behalf of the provincial government, or b. received by or deposited with the High Court or any other court established under the authority of the province, shall be credited to the public account of the province. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 38, 4 not withhold his assent thereform. 2 INS Ibid 64 Constitution of Pakistan 119. Custody, etc., of Provincial Consolidated Fund and Public Account 119. The custody of the Provincial Consolidated Fund, the payment of monies into that fund, the withdrawal of monies therefrom, the custody of other monies received by or on behalf of the provincial government, their payment into, and withdrawal from, the public account of the province, and all matters connected with or ancillary to the matters aforesaid, shall be regulated by Act of the Provincial Assembly or, until provision in that behalf is so made, by rules made by the Governor. 120 Annual Budget Statement 120. 1. The provincial government shall, in respect of every financial year, cause to be laid before the Provincial Assembly statement of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the provincial government for that year, in this chapter referred to as the Annual Budget Statement. 2. The annual budget statement shall show separately, a. the sums required to meet expenditure described by the Constitution as expenditure charged upon the Provincial Consolidated Fund, and b. the sums required to meet other expenditure proposed to be made from the Provincial Consolidated Fund, and shall distinguish expenditure on revenue account from other expenditure. 121 Expenditure charged upon Provincial Consolidated Fund 121. The following expenditure shall be expenditure charged upon the Provincial Consolidated Fund: a. the remuneration payable to the Governor and other expenditure relating to his office, and the remuneration payable to i. the judges of the High Court, and 2. the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Provincial Assembly, b. the administrative expenses, including the remuneration payable to officers and servants, of the High Court and the Secretariat of the Provincial Assembly, 65 Constitution of Pakistan, c. all debt charges for which the provincial government is liable, including interest, sinking fund charges, the repayment or amortization of capital, and other expenditure in connection with the raising of loans, and the service and redemption of debt on the security of the Provincial Consolidated Fund, d. any sums required to satisfy any judgment, decree or award against the province by any court or tribunal, and e. any other sums declared by the Constitution or by Act of the Provincial Assembly to be so charged. 122 Procedure relating to Annual Budget Statement 122. 1. So much of the annual budget statement as relates to expenditure charged upon the Provincial Consolidated Fund may be discussed in, but shall not be submitted to the vote of the Provincial Assembly. 2. So much of the annual budget statement as relates to other expenditure shall be submitted to the Provincial Assembly in the form of demands for grants, and that Assembly shall have power to assent to, or to refuse to assent to, any demand, or to assent to any demand subject to a reduction of the amount specified therein. 1 asterisk 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 asterisk. 3. No demand for a grant shall be made except on the recommendation of the provincial government. 123 Authentication of Schedule of Authorized Expenditure 123. 1. The Chief Minister shall authenticate by his signature a schedule specifying a. the grants made or deemed to have been made by the Provincial Assembly under Article 122, and b. the several sums required to meet the expenditure charged upon the Provincial Consolidated Fund but not exceeding, in the case of any sum, the sum shown in the statement previously laid before the Assembly. 1 Proviso omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.39. 66 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. The schedules so authenticated shall be laid before the Provincial Assembly, but shall not be open to discussion or vote thereon. 3. Subject to the Constitution, no expenditure from the Provincial Consolidated Fund shall be deemed to be duly authorized unless it is specified in the schedules so authenticated, and such schedule is laid before the Provincial Assembly as required by Clause 2. 124 Supplementary and Excess Grant 124. If in respect of any financial year it is found, a. that the amount authorized to be expended for a particular service for the current financial year is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure upon some new service not included in the annual budget statement for that year, or b. that any money has been spent on any service during a financial year in excess of the amount granted for that service for that year, the provincial government shall have power to authorize expenditure from the Provincial Consolidated Fund, whether the expenditure is charged by the Constitution upon that fund or not, and shall cause to be laid before the Provincial Assembly a supplementary budget statement or, as the case may be, an excess budget statement, setting out the amount of that expenditure, and the provisions of Articles 120 to 123 shall apply to those statements as they apply to the annual budget statement. 125 Votes on Account 125. Notwithstanding anything contained in the foregoing provisions relating to financial matters, the Provincial Assembly shall have power to make any grant in advance in respect of the estimated expenditure for a part of any financial year, not exceeding 3 months, pending completion of the procedure prescribed in Article 122 for the voting of such grant and the authentication of the schedule of expenditure in accordance with the provisions of Article 123 in relation to the expenditure. 126 Power to authorize expenditure when Assembly stands dissolved 126. Notwithstanding anything contained in the foregoing provisions relating to financial matters, at any time when the Provincial Assembly 67 Constitution of Pakistan stands dissolved, the provincial government may authorize expenditure from the Provincial Consolidated Fund in respect of the estimated expenditure for a period not exceeding 4 months in any financial year, pending completion of the procedure prescribed in Article 122 for the voting of grants and the authentication of the schedule of authorized expenditure, in accordance with the provisions of Article 123 in relation to the expenditure. 127 Provisions relating to National Assembly, etc., to apply to Provincial Assembly, etc. 127. Subject to the Constitution, the provisions of clauses 2 to 8 of Article 53, clauses 2 and 3 of Article 54, Article 55, Articles 63 to 67, Article 69, Article 77, Article 87, and Article 88 shall apply to and in relation to a provincial assembly or a committee or members thereof or the provincial government, but so that a. any reference in those provisions to one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, a House, or the National Assembly shall be read as a reference to the Provincial Assembly, b. any reference in those provisions to the President shall be read as a reference to the Governor of the Province, c. any reference in those provisions to the Federal Government shall be read as a reference to the Provincial Government, d. any reference in those provisions to the Prime Minister shall be read as a reference to the Chief Minister, e. any reference in those provisions to a federal minister shall be read as a reference to a provincial minister. 2 f. Any reference in those provisions to the National Assembly of Pakistan shall be read as a reference to the provincial assembly in existence immediately before the commencing day. 3, and 4, g. The said clause, 2, of Article 54 shall have effect as if, in the proviso thereto, for the words 130 the word 5100 were substituted. 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 the word and omitted by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act 1974, 33 of 1974, S.7, W.E.F. the May 4, 1974. 3 Subs Ibid, S7 for full stop. 4 paragraph, G, added Ibid, 5 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S40, 470. 68 Constitution of Pakistan Ordinances 128. Power of Governor to promulgate Ordinances 128. 1. The Governor may, except when the Provincial Assembly is in session, if satisfied that circumstances exist which render it necessary to take immediate action, make and promulgate an ordinance as the circumstances may require. 2. An ordinance promulgated under this article shall have the same force and effect as an act of the Provincial Assembly and shall be subject to like restrictions as the power of the Provincial Assembly to make laws, but every such ordinance, a. shall be laid before the Provincial Assembly and shall stand repealed at the expiration of 190 days from its promulgation or, if before the expiration of that period a resolution disapproving it is passed by the Assembly, upon the passing of that resolution. 2. Smiley face. 3. Provided that the Provincial Assembly may by a resolution extend the ordinance for a further period of 90 days and it shall stand repealed at the expiration of the extended period, or if before the expiration of that period a resolution disapproving it is passed by the Assembly, upon the passing of that resolution, provided further that extension for a further period may be made only once. b. May be withdrawn at any time by the Governor. 3. Without prejudice to the provisions of Clause 2. An ordinance laid before the Provincial Assembly shall be deemed to be a bill introduced in the Provincial Assembly. Chapter 3. The Provincial Governments 129. Exercise of Executive Authority of the Province for 129. 1. Subject to the Constitution, the executive authority of the province shall be exercised in the name of the Governor by the Provincial Government, consisting of the Chief Minister and Provincial Ministers, 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S41, for 3 months. 2 Subs Ibid, 4, and 3 Provisos ins Ibid 4 Subs Ibid, S42, 4 Article 129. 69 Constitution of Pakistan which shall act through the Chief Minister. 2. In the performance of his functions under the Constitution, the Chief Minister may act either directly or through the provincial ministers. 130 The Cabinet 130. 1. There shall be a Cabinet of Ministers, with the Chief Minister at its head, to aid and advise the Governor in the exercise of his functions. 2. The Provincial Assembly shall meet on the 21st day following the day on which a general election to the Assembly is held, unless sooner summoned by the Governor. 3. After the election of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the Provincial Assembly shall, to the exclusion of any other business, proceed to elect without debate one of its members to be the Chief Minister. 4. The Chief Minister shall be elected by the votes of the majority of the total membership of the Provincial Assembly, provided that, if no member secures such majority in the first poll, a second poll shall be held between the members who secures the two highest numbers of votes in the first poll and the member who secures a majority of votes of the members present and voting shall be declared to have been elected as Chief Minister, provided further that, if the number of votes secured by two or more members securing the highest number of votes is equal, further polls shall be held between them until one of them secures a majority of votes of the members present and voting. 5. The member elected under Clause 4 shall be called upon by the Governor to assume the office of Chief Minister, and he shall, before entering upon the office, make before the Governor oath in the form set out in the third schedule, provided that there shall be no restriction on the number of terms for the office of the Chief Minister. 6. The Cabinet shall be collectively responsible to the Provincial Assembly, and the total strength of the Cabinet shall not exceed 15 members or 11% of the total membership of a Provincial Assembly, whichever is higher. 1 Subs Ibid. S 43, 4 Article 130. 70 Constitution of Pakistan provided that the aforesaid limit shall be effective from the next general elections after the commencement of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010. 7. The Chief Minister shall hold office during the pleasure of the Governor, but the Governor shall not exercise his powers under this clause unless he is satisfied that the Chief Minister does not command the confidence of the majority of the members of the Provincial Assembly, in which case he shall summon the Provincial Assembly and require the Chief Minister to obtain a vote of confidence from the Assembly. 8. The Chief Minister may, by writing under his hand addressed to the Governor, resign his office. 9. A minister who for any period of 6 consecutive months is not a member of the Provincial Assembly shall, at the expiration of that period, cease to be a minister and shall not before the dissolution of that assembly be again appointed a minister unless he is elected a member of that assembly. 10. Nothing contained in this article shall be construed as disqualifying the Chief Minister or any other minister for continuing in office during any period during which the Provincial Assembly stands dissolved, or as preventing the appointment of any person as Chief Minister or other minister during any such period. 11. The Chief Minister shall not appoint more than 5 advisers. 131 Governor to be kept informed. 131. The Chief Minister shall keep the Governor informed on matters relating to provincial administration and on all legislative proposals the provincial government intends to bring before the Provincial Assembly. 132 Provincial Ministers to 132. 1. Subject to clauses 3, 9, and 10 of Article 130, the Governor shall appoint provincial ministers from amongst members of the Provincial Assembly on the advice of the Chief Minister. 2. Before entering upon office, a provincial minister shall make before the Governor oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 44, 4 Article 131. 2 Subs by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 4 Articles 132 and 133. 3 Subs by the Act, No. 10 of 2010, S 45, 4, 7, and 8. 71 Constitution of Pakistan, 3, A provincial minister may, by writing under his hand addressed to the governor, resign his office or may be removed from office by the governor on the advice of the chief minister. 133 Chief Minister continuing in office. 133. The governor may ask the chief minister to continue to hold office until his successor enters upon the office of chief minister. 134 Omitted. 134. Resignation by Chief Minister omitted by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 135. Omitted. 135. Provincial Minister performing functions of Chief Minister. Omitted by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 136. Vote of no confidence against Chief Minister. 136. 1. A resolution for a vote of no confidence moved by not less than 20% of the total membership of the Provincial Assembly may be passed against the Chief Minister by the Provincial Assembly. 2. A resolution referred to in Clause 1 shall not be voted upon before the expiration of 3 days, or later than 7 days, from the day on which such resolution is moved in the Provincial Assembly. 3. If the resolution referred to in Clause L is passed by a majority of the total membership of the Provincial Assembly, the Chief Minister shall cease to hold office. 137 Extent of executive authority of province. 137. Subject to the Constitution, the executive authority of the province shall extend to the matters with respect to which the Provincial Assembly has power to make laws, provided that, in any matter with respect to which both two Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, and the Provincial Assembly of a province have power to make laws, the executive authority of the province shall be subject to, and limited by, the executive authority expressly conferred by the Constitution or by law made by two Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, upon the federal government or authorities thereof. 1 Subs by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 4 Art. 136. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 72 Constitution of Pakistan. 138. Conferring of functions on subordinate authorities. 138. On the recommendation of the provincial government, the Provincial Assembly may by law confer functions upon officers or authorities subordinate to the provincial government. 139 Conduct of business of provincial government. 139. 1. All executive actions of the provincial government shall be expressed to be taken in the name of the governor. 2. The two provincial governments shall by rules specify the manner in which orders and other instruments made and executed. 3. In the name of governor shall be authenticated, and the validity of any order or instrument so authenticated shall not be questioned in any court on the ground that it was not made or executed by the governor. 4. 3. The provincial government shall also make rules for the allocation and transaction of its business. 140 Advocate General for a province. 140. 1. The governor of each province shall appoint a person, being a person qualified to be appointed a judge of the High Court, to be the Advocate General for the province. 2. It shall be the duty of the Advocate General to give advice to the provincial government upon such legal matters, and to perform such other duties of a legal character, as may be referred or assigned to him by the provincial government. 3. The Advocate General shall hold office during the pleasure of the Governor. 5. And shall not engage in private practice so long as he holds the office of the Advocate General. 4. The Advocate General may, by writing under his hand addressed to the governor, resign his office. 6 *************** 140A. Local Government 7140A. 1. Each province shall, by law, establish a Local 1 SUBS by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 4 Article 139. 2 SUBS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 46, for Governor. 3 SUBS IBID, for in his name. 4 SUBS IBID, for clause, 3, 5 added IBID, S. 47. 6 Existing Article 140A stands omitted as a consequence of the 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, see Section 2. 7 New Article 140A ins. Ibid. S. 48. 73 Constitution of Pakistan Government System and devolve political, administrative, and financial responsibility and authority to the elected representatives of the local governments. 2. Elections to the local governments shall be held by the Election Commission of Pakistan. Underscore 74 Constitution of Pakistan Part V Relations between Federation and Provinces Chapter 1 Distribution of Legislative Powers 141 Extent of Federal and Provincial Laws 141 Subject to the Constitution, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may make laws, including laws having extraterritorial operation, for the whole or any part of Pakistan, and a provincial assembly may make laws for the province or any part thereof. 142 Subject matter of federal and provincial laws 142. Subject to the Constitution, a. 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall have exclusive power to make laws with respect to any matter in the federal legislative list. 2. b. Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and a provincial assembly shall have power to make laws with respect to criminal law, criminal procedure, and evidence. 3. c. Subject to paragraph b. A provincial assembly shall, and Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall not, have power to make laws with respect to any matter not enumerated in the Federal Legislative List. 4. d. Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall have exclusive power to make laws with respect to all matters pertaining to such areas in the Federation as are not included in any province. 143 Inconsistency between federal and provincial law 5 143. If any provision of an Act of a provincial assembly is repugnant to any provision of an Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, which Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, is competent to enact, then the Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, whether passed before or after the Act of the Provincial Assembly, shall prevail and the Act of the Provincial Assembly shall, to the extent of the repugnancy, be void. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 49, 4 paragraph, b. 3 Subs Ibid, 4 paragraph, c. 4 Subs Ibid, 4 paragraph, d. 5 Subs Ibid, S. 54 Article 143. 75 Constitution of Pakistan 144. Power of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, To legislate for one or more provinces by consent 144. 1. If one or more provincial assemblies pass resolutions to the effect that two Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, may by law regulate any matter not enumerated in 3 the federal legislation list in the 4th schedule, it shall be lawful for two Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, to pass an act for regulating that matter accordingly, but any act so passed may, as respects any province to which it applies, be amended or repealed by act of the Assembly of that province. 4 Chapter 2 Administrative Relations between Federation and Provinces 145. Power of President to direct Governor to discharge certain functions as his agent 145. 1. The President may direct the Governor of any province to discharge as his agent, either generally or in any particular matter, such functions relating to such areas in the Federation which are not included in any province as may be specified in the direction. 2. The provisions of Article 105 shall not apply to the discharge by the Governor of his functions under Clause 1. 146 Power of Federation to confer powers, etc., on provinces, in certain cases 146. 1. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, the federal government may, with the consent of the government of a province, entrust either conditionally or unconditionally to that government, or to its officers functions in relation to any matter to which the executive authority of the Federation extends. 2. An act of two Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, may, notwithstanding that it relates to a matter with respect to which a provincial assembly has no power to make laws, confer powers, and impose duties upon a province or officers and authorities thereof. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 51, 42. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 3 Subs by Act No. 10 of 2010, S.51. For either list. 4 Clause 2, omitted by the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act, 1985, 18 of 1985, S.17. 76 Constitution of Pakistan, 3, where by virtue of this article powers and duties have been conferred or imposed upon a province or officers or authorities thereof, there shall be paid by the Federation to the province such sum as may be agreed or, in default of agreement, as may be determined by an arbitrator appointed by the Chief Justice of Pakistan, in respect of any extra costs of administration incurred by the province in connection with the exercise of those powers or the discharge of those duties. 147 Power of the provinces to entrust functions to the Federation 147. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, the government of a province may, with the consent of the federal government, entrust, either conditionally or unconditionally, to the federal government, or to its officers, functions in relation to any matter to which the executive authority of the province extends. 1. Smiley face. 2. Provided that the provincial government shall get the functions so entrusted ratified by the provincial assembly within 60 days. 148 Obligation of provinces and federation 148. 1. The executive authority of every province shall be so exercised as to secure compliance with federal laws which apply in that province. 2. Without prejudice to any other provision of this chapter, in the exercise of the executive authority of the Federation in any province regard shall be had to the interests of that province. 3. It shall be the duty of the Federation to protect every province against external aggression and internal disturbances and to ensure that the government of every province is carried on in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. 149 Directions to provinces in certain cases. 149. 1. The executive authority of every province shall be so exercised as not to impede or prejudice the exercise of the executive authority of the Federation, and the executive authority of the Federation shall extend to the giving of such directions to a province as may appear to the federal government to be necessary for that purpose. 3 ******************** 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 52, for the full stop. 2 Proviso added, Ibid 3 Clause, 2, omitted Ibid, S. 53. 77 Constitution of Pakistan, 3. The executive authority of the Federation shall also extend to the giving of directions to a province as to the construction and maintenance of means of communication declared in the direction to be of national or strategic importance. 4. The executive authority of the Federation shall also extend to the giving of directions to a province as to the manner in which the executive authority thereof is to be exercised for the purpose of preventing any grave menace to the peace or tranquility or economic life of Pakistan or any part thereof. 150 Full faith and credit for public acts, etc. 150. Full faith and credit shall be given throughout Pakistan to public acts and records, and judicial proceedings of every province. 151 Inter-provincial trade. 151. 1. Subject to Clause 2, trade, commerce and intercourse throughout Pakistan shall be free. 2. 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may by law impose such restrictions on the freedom of trade, commerce, or intercourse between one province and another or within any part of Pakistan as may be required in the public interest. 3. A provincial assembly or a provincial government shall not have power to a. Make any law, or take any executive action, prohibiting or restricting the entry into, or the export from, the province of goods of any class or description, or b. Impose a tax which, as between goods manufactured or produced in the province and similar goods not so manufactured or produced, discriminates in favor of the former goods or which, in the case of goods manufactured or produced outside the province, discriminates between goods manufactured or produced in any area in Pakistan and similar goods manufactured or produced in any other area in Pakistan. 4. An act of a provincial assembly which imposes any reasonable restriction in the interest of public health, public order, or 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 78 Constitution of Pakistan morality, or for the purpose of protecting animals or plants from disease or preventing or alleviating any serious shortage in the province of any essential commodity shall not, if it was made with the consent of the President, be invalid. 152 Acquisition of land for federal purposes. 152. The Federation may, if it deems necessary to acquire any land situate in a province for any purpose connected with a matter with respect to which 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, has power to make laws, require the province to acquire the land on behalf, and at the expense, of the Federation or, if the land belongs to the province, to transfer it to the Federation on such terms as may be agreed or, in default of agreement, as may be determined by an arbitrator appointed by the Chief Justice of Pakistan. Chapter 3. Special Provisions. 152a. Omitted 152A. National Security Council. Omitted by the Constitution, 17th Amd. Act 2003, 3 of 2003, S5, which was previously INS. By C.ESO number 24 of 2002, Art. 3 and SCH, as amended by various enactments. 153 Council of Common Interests 153. 1. There shall be a Council of Common Interests, in this chapter referred to as the Council, to be appointed by the President. 2. The Council shall consist of a. The Prime Minister who shall be the Chairman of the Council, b. The Chief Ministers of the provinces, and c. 3 members from the federal government to be nominated by the Prime Minister from time to time. 3 ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* 4. The Council shall be responsible to one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, 4 and shall submit an annual report to both houses of Majlis-e Shura, Parliament. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 54, 4 Clause, 2. 3 Clause, 3, omitted Ibid 4 added by Act, No. 10 of 2010, S. 54. 79 Constitution of Pakistan 154. Functions and Rules of Procedure 154. 1. The Council shall formulate and regulate policies in relation to matters in Part 2 of the Federal Legislative List and shall exercise supervision and control over related institutions. 2. The Council shall be constituted within 30 days of the Prime Minister taking oath of office. 3. The Council shall have a permanent secretariat and shall meet at least once in 90 days, provided that the Prime Minister may convene a meeting on the request of a province on an urgent matter. 4. The decisions of the Council shall be expressed in terms of the opinion of the majority. 5. Until 4 Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, makes provision by law in this behalf, the Council may make its rules of procedure. 6. 4 Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting may from time to time by resolution issue directions through the federal government to the Council generally or in a particular matter to take action as 4 Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, may deem just and proper, and such directions shall be binding on the Council. 7. If the federal government or a provincial government is dissatisfied with a decision of the Council, it may refer the matter to 4 Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, in a joint sitting whose decision in this behalf shall be final. 155 Complaints as to interference with water supplies 155. 1. If the interests of a province, the federal capital 5 or any of the inhabitants thereof, in water from any natural source of supply 6 or reservoir have been or are likely to be affected prejudicially by a. Any executive act or legislation taken or passed or proposed to be taken or passed, or 1 Subs Ibid S 55, 4 Clause, 1. 2 New clauses, 2, and 3, ends. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 55. 3 clauses, 2, 3, 4, and 5, renumbered Ibid 4 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 5 omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S7. WEF 31-05-2018. 6 INS by Act. Number 10 of 2010, S56. 80 Constitution of Pakistan, B. The failure of any authority to exercise any of its powers with respect to the use and distribution or control of water from that source, the federal government or the provincial government concerned may make a complaint in writing to the Council. 2. Upon receiving such complaint, the Council shall, after having considered the matter, either give its decision or request the President to appoint a commission consisting of such persons having special knowledge and experience in irrigation, engineering, administration, finance, or law as he may think fit, hereinafter referred to as the Commission. 3. Until one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, makes provision by law in this behalf, the provisions of the Pakistan Commissions of Inquiry Act, 1956, as in force immediately before the commencing day shall apply to the Council or the Commission as if the Council or the Commission were a commission appointed under that Act to which all the provisions of Section 5 thereof applied and upon which the power contemplated by Section 10A thereof had been conferred. 4. After considering the report and supplementary report, if any, of the Commission, the Council shall record its decision on all matters referred to the Commission. 5. Notwithstanding any law to the contrary, but subject to the provisions of Clause 5 of Article 154, it shall be the duty of the federal government and the provincial government concerned in the matter in issue to give effect to the decision of the Council faithfully according to its terms and tenor. 6. No proceeding shall lie before any court at the instance of any party to a matter which is or has been in issue before the Council, or of any person whatsoever, in respect of a matter which is actually or has been or might or ought to have been a proper subject of complaint to the Council under this article. 156 National Economic Council to 156. 1. The President shall constitute a National Economic Council which shall consist of 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2. Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.57, 4 Article 156. 81 Constitution of Pakistan, A. The Prime Minister, who shall be the Chairman of the Council, B. The Chief Ministers and one member from each province to be nominated by the Chief Minister, and c. 4 other members as the Prime Minister may nominate from time to time. 2. The National Economic Council shall review the overall economic condition of the country and shall, for advising the federal government and the provincial governments, formulate plans in respect of financial, commercial, social, and economic policies, and in formulating such plans, it shall, amongst other factors, ensure balanced development and regional equity and shall also be guided by the principles of policy set out in Chapter 2 of Part 2. 3. The meetings of the Council shall be summoned by the Chairman or on a requisition made by one half of the members of the Council. 4. The Council shall meet at least twice in a year and the quorum for a meeting of the Council shall be one half of its total membership. 5. The Council shall be responsible to the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and shall submit an annual report to each House of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 157 Electricity 157. 1. the federal government may in any province construct or cause to be constructed hydroelectric or thermal power installations or grid stations for the generation of electricity and lay or cause to be laid interprovincial transmission lines. 1. Smiley face. 2. Provided that the federal government, prior to taking a decision to construct or cause to be constructed hydroelectric power stations in any province, shall consult the provincial government concerned. 2. The government of a province may, a. to the extent electricity is supplied to that province from the national grid, require supply to be made in bulk for transmission and distribution within the province. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.58, for the full stop. 2. Proviso ins Ibid 82 Constitution of Pakistan, b. Levy tax on consumption of electricity within the province, c. Construct powerhouses and grid stations and lay transmission lines for use within the province, and d. Determine the tariff for distribution of electricity within the province. 1. 3. In case of any dispute between the federal government and a provincial government in respect of any matter under this article, any of the said governments may move the Council of Common Interests for resolution of the dispute. 158 Priority of requirements of natural gas. 158. The province in which a wellhead of natural gas is situated shall have precedence over other parts of Pakistan in meeting the requirements from that wellhead, subject to the commitments and obligations as on the commencing day. 159 Broadcasting and telecasting. 159. 1. The federal government shall not unreasonably refuse to entrust to a provincial government such functions with respect to broadcasting and telecasting as may be necessary to enable that government, a. to construct and use transmitters in the province, and b. to regulate, and impose fees in respect of, the construction and use of transmitters and the use of receiving apparatus in the province, provided that nothing in this clause shall be construed as requiring the federal government to entrust to any provincial government any control over the use of transmitters constructed or maintained by the federal government or by persons authorized by the federal government, or over the use of receiving apparatus by persons so authorized. 2. Any functions so entrusted to a provincial government shall be exercised subject to such conditions as may be imposed by the federal government, including, notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, any conditions with respect to finance, but it shall not be one new clause. 3. Added Ibid 83 Constitution of Pakistan lawful for the federal government so to impose any conditions regulating the matter broadcast or telecast by, or by authority of, the provincial government. 3. Any federal law with respect to broadcasting and telecasting shall be such as to secure that effect can be given to the foregoing provisions of this article. 4. If any question arises whether any conditions imposed on any provincial government are lawfully imposed, or whether any refusal by the federal government to entrust functions is unreasonable, the question shall be determined by an arbitrator appointed by the Chief Justice of Pakistan. 5. Nothing in this article shall be construed as restricting the powers of the federal government under the Constitution for the prevention of any grave menace to the peace or tranquility of Pakistan or any part thereof. Underscore 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 84 Constitution of Pakistan Part 6 Finance, Property, Contracts, and Suits Chapter 1. Finance distribution of revenues between the Federation and the provinces 160. National Finance Commission 160. 1. within 6 months of the commencing day and thereafter at intervals not exceeding 5 years, the President shall 1. Constitute a National Finance Commission consisting of the Minister of Finance of the Federal Government, the Ministers of Finance of the provincial governments, and such other persons as may be appointed by the President after consultation with the governors of the provinces. 2. It shall be the duty of the National Finance Commission to make recommendations to the President as to a. the distribution between the Federation and the provinces of the net proceeds of the taxes mentioned in Clause 3, b. the making of grants in aid by the federal government to the provincial governments, c. the exercise by the federal government and the provincial governments of the borrowing powers conferred by the Constitution, and d. any other matter relating to finance referred to the Commission by the President. 3. The taxes referred to in paragraph a. of Clause 2 are the following taxes raised under the authority of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, namely I. Taxes on income, including corporation tax but not including taxes on income consisting of remuneration paid out of the Federal Consolidated Fund. 3. 2. Taxes on the sales and purchases of goods imported, exported, produced, manufactured, or consumed. Winky face, 1 for the notification constituting the National Finance Commission, see Gaz of Pac. 1974, EXT, Part 2. Pages 191 to 192. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 5th Art. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S3, for the original paragraph, 2, WEF the September 13, 1976. 85 Constitution of Pakistan, 3, export duties on cotton, and such other export duties as may be specified by the President, 4. Such duties of excise as may be specified by the President, and v. such other taxes as may be specified by the President. 1. 3a. The share of the provinces, in each award of National Finance Commission shall not be less than the share given to the provinces in the previous award. 3b. The Federal Finance Minister and Provincial Finance Ministers shall monitor the implementation of the award biannually and lay their reports before both houses of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and the provincial assemblies. 4. As soon as may be after receiving the recommendations of the National Finance Commission, the President shall, by 2 order, specify, in accordance with the recommendations of the Commission under paragraph a. of Clause 2, the share of the net proceeds of the taxes mentioned in Clause 3, which is to be allocated to each province, and that share shall be paid to the government of the province concerned, and, notwithstanding the provision of Article 78, shall not form part of the Federal Consolidated Fund. 5. The recommendations of the National Finance Commission, together with an explanatory memorandum as to the action taken thereon, shall be laid before both houses and the provincial assemblies. 6. At any time before an order under Clause 4 is made, the President may, by order, make such amendments or modifications in the law relating to the distribution of revenues between the federal government and the provincial governments as he may deem necessary or expedient. 7. The President may, by order, make grants in aid of the revenues of the provinces in need of assistance, and such grants shall be charged upon the Federal Consolidated Fund. 1. New clauses, 3a, 3b, ins by the Constitution, 18th Amt. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 59. 2. For such order, see the Distribution of Revenues and Grants in Aid Order, 1975, P.O. No. 2 of 1975. 86 Constitution of Pakistan 161. Natural gas and hydroelectric power 161. 1. Notwithstanding the provisions of Article 78, a. The net proceeds of the federal duty of excise on natural gas levied at wellhead and collected by the federal government, and of the royalty collected by the federal government, shall not form part of the federal consolidated fund and shall be paid to the province in which the wellhead of natural gas is situated. b. The net proceeds of the federal duty of excise on oil levied at wellhead and collected by the federal government, shall not form part of the federal consolidated fund and shall be paid to the province in which the wellhead of oil is situated. 2. The net profits earned by the federal government, or any undertaking established or administered by the federal government from the bulk generation of power at a hydroelectric station shall be paid to the province in which the hydroelectric station is situated. Explanation - For the purposes of this clause, net profits shall be computed by deducting from the revenues accruing from the bulk supply of power from the busbars of a hydroelectric station at a rate to be determined by the Council of Common Interests, the operating expenses of the station, which shall include any sums payable as taxes, duties, interest, or return on investment, and depreciations, an element of obsolescence, and overheads, and provision for reserves. 162 Prior sanction of President required to bills affecting taxation in which provinces are interested. 162. No bill or amendment which imposes or varies a tax or duty, the whole or part of the net proceeds whereof is assigned to any province, or which varies the meaning of the expression agricultural income as defined for the purposes of the enactments relating to income tax, as defined for the purposes of the enactments relating to income tax, or which affects the principles on which under any of the foregoing provisions of this chapter monies are or may be distributable to provinces, shall be introduced or moved in the National Assembly except with the previous sanction of the President. 1 Subs by the Act 10 of 2010, S. 64 Clause 1. 87 Constitution of Pakistan 163. Provincial taxes in respect of professions, etc. 163. A provincial assembly may by act impose taxes, not exceeding such limits as may from time to time be fixed by act of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, on persons engaged in professions, trades, callings or employments, and no such act of the Assembly shall be regarded as imposing a tax on income. Miscellaneous financial provisions 164. Grants out of Consolidated Fund 164. The Federation or a province may make grants for any purpose, notwithstanding that the purpose is not one with respect to which one Majlis Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be, a provincial assembly may make laws. 165 Exemption of certain public property from taxation 165. 1. The federal government shall not, in respect of its property or income, be liable to taxation under any act of provincial assembly and, subject to clause 2, a provincial government shall not, in respect of its property or income, be liable to taxation under act of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or under act of the provincial assembly of any other province. 2. If a trade or business of any kind is carried on by or on behalf of the government of a province outside that province, that government may, in respect of any property used in connection with that trade or business or any income arising from that trade or business, be taxed under Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or under Act of the Provincial Assembly of the province in which that trade or business is carried on. 3. Nothing in this article shall prevent the imposition of fees for services rendered. 165a Power of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, to impose tax on the income of certain corporations, etc. 2165a. 1. For the removal of doubt, it is hereby declared that 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, has, and shall be deemed always to have had, the power to make a law to provide for the levy and recovery of a tax. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Added by the Constitution, Art. Order. 1985, P.O. No. 11 of 1985, Art. 288 Constitution of Pakistan on the income of a corporation, company, or other body or institution established by or under a federal law or a provincial law or an existing law, or a corporation, company or other body or institution owned or controlled, either directly or indirectly, by the federal government or a provincial government, regardless of the ultimate destination of such income. 2. All orders made, proceedings taken, and acts done by any authority or person, which were made, taken, or done, or purported to have been made, taken, or done, before the commencement of the Constitution, Amendment, Order, 1985, in exercise of the powers derived from any law referred to in Clause 1, or in execution of any orders made by any authority in the exercise or purported exercise of powers as aforesaid, shall, notwithstanding any judgment of any court or tribunal, including the Supreme Court and a High Court, be deemed to be and always to have been validly made, taken, or done, and shall not be called in question in any court, including the Supreme Court and a High Court, on any ground whatsoever. 3. Every judgment or order of any court or tribunal, including the Supreme Court and a High Court, which is repugnant to the provisions of Clause 1, or Clause 2, shall be, and shall be deemed always to have been, void and of no effect whatsoever. Chapter 2. Borrowing and Audit. 166. Borrowing by Federal Government. 166. The executive authority of the Federation extends to borrowing upon the security of the Federal Consolidated Fund within such limits, if any, as may from time to time be fixed by Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and to the giving of guarantees within such limits, if any, as may be so fixed. 167 Borrowing by Provincial Government. 167. 1. Subject to the provisions of this article, the executive authority of a province extends to borrowing upon the security of the Provincial Consolidated Fund within such limits, if any, as may from time to time be fixed by Act of the Provincial Assembly, and to the giving of guarantees within such limits, if any, as may be so fixed. 2. The federal government may, subject to such conditions, if any, as it may think fit to impose, make loans to, or, so long as any limits. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 89 Constitution of Pakistan fixed under Article 166 are not exceeded. Give guarantees in respect of loans raised by any province, and any sums required for the purpose of making loans to a province shall be charged upon the Federal Consolidated Fund. 3. A province may not, without the consent of the federal government, raise any loan if there is still outstanding any part of a loan made to the province by the federal government, or in respect of which guarantee has been given by the federal government, and consent under this clause may be granted subject to such conditions, if any, as the federal government may think fit to impose. 1. 4. A province may raise domestic or international loan, or give guarantees on the security of the provincial consolidated fund within such limits and subject to such conditions as may be specified by the National Economic Council. Audit and Accounts 168. Auditor General of Pakistan 168. 1. There shall be an Auditor General of Pakistan, who shall be appointed by the President. 2. Before entering upon office, the Auditor General shall make before the Chief Justice of Pakistan oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 2. 3. The Auditor General shall, unless he sooner resigns or is removed from office in accordance with Clause 5, hold office for a term of 4 years from the date on which he assumes such office or attains the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier. 3. 3a. The other terms and conditions of service of the Auditor General shall be determined by Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and, until so determined, by order of the President. 4. A person who has held office as Auditor General shall not be eligible for further appointment in the service of Pakistan before the expiration of 2 years after he has ceased to hold that office. 5. The Auditor General shall not be removed from office except in the like manner and on the like grounds as a judge of the Supreme Court. 6. At any time when the office of the Auditor General is one new clause, 4. INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 61. 2 Subs Ibid, S 62, for Clause 3. 3 New Clause 3a, INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 62. 90 Constitution of Pakistan vacant or the Auditor General is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office due to any cause. 1. The President may appoint the most senior officer in the office of the Auditor General to act as Auditor General and perform the functions of that office. 169 Functions and Powers of Auditor General 169. The Auditor General shall, in relation to a. the accounts of the Federation and of the provinces, and b. the accounts of any authority or body established by the Federation or a province, perform such functions and exercise such powers as may be determined by or under Act of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and, until so determined, by 3 Order of the President. 170 Power of Auditor General to give directions as to accounts 170. 4. 1. The accounts of the Federation and of the provinces shall be kept in such form and in accordance with such principles and methods as the Auditor General may, with the approval of the President, prescribe. 4. 2. The audit of the accounts of the federal and of the provincial governments and the accounts of any authority or body established by, or under the control of, the federal or a provincial government shall be conducted by the Auditor General, who shall determine the extent and nature of such audit. 171 Reports of Auditor General 171. The reports of the Auditor General relating to the accounts of the Federation shall be submitted to the President, who shall cause them to be laid before the both houses of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and the reports of the Auditor General relating to the accounts of a province shall be submitted to the Governor of the province, who shall cause them to be laid before the Provincial Assembly. 1 Subs Ibid, for certain words. 2. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 3. For such order, see the Pakistan Audit and Accounts Order, 1973, PO number 21 of 1973. 4. Renumbered, 1, and new clause, 2, added by the Act 10 of 2010, S 63. 5. Subs Ibid, S 64, 4. National Assembly. 91. Constitution of Pakistan Chapter 3. Property, Contracts, Liabilities, and Suits 172. Ownerless Property 172. 1. Any property which has no rightful owner shall, if located in a province, vest in the government of that province, and in every other case, in the federal government. 2. All lands, minerals, and other things of value within the continental shelf or underlying the ocean one beyond the territorial waters of Pakistan shall vest in the federal government. 2. 3. Subject to the existing commitments and obligations, mineral oil and natural gas within the province or the territorial water adjacent thereto shall vest jointly and equally in that province and the federal government. 173. Power to acquire property and to make contracts, etc. 173. 1. The executive authority of the Federation and of a province shall extend, subject to any act of the appropriate legislature, to the grant, sale, disposition, or mortgage of any property vested in, and to the purchase or acquisition of property on behalf of the federal government or, as the case may be, the provincial government, and to the making of contracts. 2. All property acquired for the purposes of the federation or of a province shall vest in the federal government or, as the case may be, in the provincial government. 3. All contracts made in the exercise of the executive authority of the federation or of a province shall be expressed to be made in the name of the president or, as the case may be, the governor of the province, and all such contracts and all assurances of property made in the exercise of that authority shall be executed on behalf of the president or governor by such persons and in such manner as he may direct or authorize. 4. Neither the president, nor the governor of a province, shall be personally liable in respect of any contract or assurance made or executed in the exercise of the executive authority of the Federation or, as 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.65, for within. 2 INS Ibid 92 Constitution of Pakistan the case may be, the province, nor shall any person making or executing any such contract or assurance on behalf of any of them be personally liable in respect thereof. 5. Transfer of land by the federal government or a provincial government shall be regulated by law. 174 Suits and Proceedings 174. The Federation may sue or be sued by the name of Pakistan and a province may sue or be sued by the name of the province. Underscore 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 93 Constitution of Pakistan Part 7 The Judicature Chapter 1. The Courts 175. Establishment and Jurisdiction of Courts 175. 1. There shall be a Supreme Court of Pakistan, a High Court for each province 1 and a High Court for the Islamabad Capital Territory and such other courts as may be established by law. 2. Explanation The word High Court wherever occurring in the Constitution shall include the High Court for the Islamabad Capital Territory. 2. No court shall have any jurisdiction save as is or may be conferred on it by the Constitution or by or under any law. 3. the judiciary shall be separated progressively from the executive within 14 years from the commencing day. 5. Smiley face. 4 asterisk 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 5 provided that the provisions of this article shall have no application to the trial of persons under any of the acts mentioned at serial number 6 and 7 of subpart 3 of part I of the first schedule, who claim, or are known, to belong to any terrorist group or organization misusing the name of religion or a sect. Explanation. In this proviso the expression sect means a sect of religion and does not include any religious or political party regulated under the Political Parties Order, 2002. 175a Appointment of judges to the Supreme Court, High Courts and the Federal Shariat Court. 6175a 1. There shall be a Judicial Commission of Pakistan, hereinafter in this article referred to as the Commission, for appointment of judges of the Supreme Court, High Courts and the Federal Shariat Court, as hereinafter provided. 1. INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.66. 2. Explanation added Ibid 3 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 4-5. 4. INS by the Constitution, 21st Amendment, Act, 2015, I of 2015, and shall cease to form part of the Constitution and shall stand repealed on the expiration of 2 years. 5 subs. An INS by the Constitution, 23rd Amendment, Act, 2017, 12 of 2017, and shall cease to form part of the Constitution and shall stand repealed on the expiration of 2 years. 6. New Article 175a ins. By Act 10 of 2010, S. 67. 94 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. For appointment of judges of the Supreme Court, the Commission shall consist of I. Chief Justice of Pakistan, Chairman, 2. 1 Foremost senior judges of the Supreme Members Court, 3. A former Chief Justice or a former judge member of the Supreme Court of Pakistan to be nominated by the Chief Justice of Pakistan, in consultation with the 5 4-member judges, for a term of 2 years. 4. Federal Minister for Law and Justice, Member, v. Attorney General for Pakistan, and Member. 6. A Senior Advocate of the Supreme Court Member of Pakistan nominated by the Pakistan Bar Council for a term of 2 years. 3. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 1, or Clause 2, the President shall appoint the most senior judge of the Supreme Court as the Chief Justice of Pakistan. 4. The Commission may make rules regulating its procedure. 5. For appointment of judges of a High Court, the Commission in Clause 2, shall also include the following, namely I. Chief Justice of the High Court to which member the appointment is being made, 2. The most senior judge of that High Court, Member, 3. Provincial Minister for Law, and Member 2, 4. An advocate having not less than 15 years' practice in the High Court to be nominated by the concerned Bar Council for a term of 2 years, Member 1 substituted by the Constitution. 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S. 442. 2 substituted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S. 4. 95 Constitution of Pakistan provided that for appointment of the Chief Justice of a High Court, The most senior judge mentioned in paragraph 2 shall not be member of the Commission, provided further that if for any reason the Chief Justice of High Court is not available, he shall be substituted by a former Chief Justice or former judge of that court, to be nominated by the Chief Justice of Pakistan in consultation with the 4 member judges of the Commission mentioned in paragraph 2 of Clause 2.6. For appointment of judges of the Islamabad High Court, the Commission in Clause 2 shall also include the following, namely I. Chief Justice of the Islamabad High Court, member, and 2. The most senior judge of that High Court, member, provided that for initial appointment of the 1 Chief Justice and the judges of the Islamabad High Court, the Chief Justices of the 4 provincial High Courts shall also be members of the Commission, provided further that subject to the foregoing proviso. In case of appointment of Chief Justice of Islamabad High Court, the provisos to Clause 5 shall, mutatis mutandis, apply. 7. For appointment of judges of the Federal Shariat Court, the Commission in Clause 2 shall also include the Chief Justice of the Federal Shariat Court and the most senior judge of that court as its members, provided that for appointment of Chief Justice of Federal Shariat Court, the provisos to Clause 5 shall, mutatis mutandis, apply. 8. The Commission by majority of its total membership shall nominate to the Parliamentary Committee 1 person, for each vacancy of a judge in the Supreme Court, a High Court or the Federal Shariat Court, as the case may be. 9. The Parliamentary Committee, hereinafter in this article referred to as the Committee, shall consist of the following 8 members, namely: 1 substituted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act 2011, 1 of 2011, S4. 96 Constitution of Pakistan, I. 4 members from the Senate, and 2. 4 members from the National Assembly, 1 provided that when the National Assembly is dissolved, the total membership of the Parliamentary Committee shall consist of the members from the Senate only mentioned in paragraph I, and the provisions of this article shall, mutatis mutandis, apply. 10. Out of the 8 members of the committee, 4 shall be from the Treasury benches, 2 from each house and 4 from the opposition benches, 2 from each house. The nomination of members from the Treasury benches shall be made by the Leader of the House and from the opposition benches by the Leader of the Opposition. 11. Secretary. Senate shall act as the Secretary of the Committee. 12. The Committee on receipt of a nomination from the Commission may confirm the nominee by majority of its total membership within 14 days, failing which the nomination shall be deemed to have been confirmed, 1 provided that the Committee, for reasons to be recorded, may not confirm the nomination by 3/4 majority of its total membership within the said period. 2 provided further that if a nomination is not confirmed by the Committee it shall forward its decision with reasons so recorded to the Commission through the Prime Minister, provided further that if a nomination is not confirmed, the Commission shall send another nomination. 1. 13. The Committee shall send the name of the nominee confirmed by it or deemed to have been confirmed to the Prime Minister, who shall forward the same to the President for appointment. 14. No action or decision taken by the Commission or a Committee shall be invalid or called in question only on the ground of the existence of a vacancy therein or of the absence of any member from any meeting thereof. 1 substituted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act 2011, 1 of 2011, S4. 2 inserted and renumbered by Act 1 of 2011 S4. 97 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 15. The meetings of the committee shall be held in camera and the record of its proceedings shall be maintained. 16. The provisions of Article 68 shall not apply to the proceedings of the committee. 1. 17. The committee may make rules for regulating its procedure. Chapter 2. The Supreme Court of Pakistan 176. Constitution of Supreme Court 176. The Supreme Court shall consist of a Chief Justice to be known as the Chief Justice of Pakistan and so many other judges as may be determined by Act of 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, until so determined, as may be fixed by the President. 177 Appointment of Supreme Court Judges 177. 3. 1. The Chief Justice of Pakistan and each of the other judges of the Supreme Court shall be appointed by the President in accordance with Article 175A. 2. A person shall not be appointed a judge of the Supreme Court unless he is a citizen of Pakistan and a. has for a period of, or for periods aggregating, not less than 5 years been a judge of a high court, including a high court which existed in Pakistan at any time before the commencing day, or b. has for a period of, or for periods aggregating, not less than 15 years been an advocate of a high court, including a high court which existed in Pakistan at any time before the commencing day. 178 Oath of Office 178. Before entering upon office, the Chief Justice of Pakistan shall make before the President, and any other judge of the Supreme Court shall make before the Chief Justice, oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 1 inserted and renumbered by Act 1 of 2011 S4. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.68, for Clause 1. 98 Constitution of Pakistan 179. Retiring age 179. A judge of the Supreme Court shall hold office until he attains the age of 65 years, unless he sooner resigns or is removed from office in accordance with the Constitution. 180 Acting Chief Justice 180. At any time when a. the office of Chief Justice of Pakistan is vacant, or b. the Chief Justice of Pakistan is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office due to any other cause, the President shall appoint two the most senior of the other judges of the Supreme Court to act as Chief Justice of Pakistan. 181 Acting Judges 181. 1. At any time when a. the office of a judge of the Supreme Court is vacant, or b. a judge of the Supreme Court is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office due to any other cause, the President may, in the manner provided in Clause 1 of Article 177, appoint a judge of a high court who is qualified for appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court to act temporarily as a judge of the Supreme Court. 3 Explanation in this clause, judge of a high court includes a person who has retired as a judge of a high court. 2. An appointment under this article shall continue in force until it is revoked by the President. 182 Appointment of ad hoc judges 182. If at any time it is not possible for want of quorum of judges of the Supreme Court to hold or continue any sitting of the court, or for any one Article 179 subs. By the Constitution, 17th Art. Act, 2003, 3 of 2003, S.6. Which was previously amended by various enactments, see also Article 267b. 2 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985. Art. 2 and SCH, for certain words. 3 Explanation added by the Constitution, Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 2 of 1982, Art. 299 Constitution of Pakistan. Other reason it is necessary to increase temporarily the number of judges of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of Pakistan 1, in consultation with the Judicial Commission as provided in Clause 2 of Article 175A may, in writing -a, with the approval of the President, request any person who has held the office of a judge of that court and since whose ceasing to hold that office 3 years have not elapsed, or b. with the approval of the President and with the consent of the Chief Justice of a High Court, require a judge of that court qualified for appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court, to attend sittings of the Supreme Court as an ad hoc judge for such period as may be necessary, and while so attending an ad hoc judge shall have the same power and jurisdiction as a judge of the Supreme Court. 183 Seat of the Supreme Court 183. 1. The permanent seat of the Supreme Court shall, subject to Clause 3, be at Islamabad. 2. The Supreme Court may from time to time sit in such other places as the Chief Justice of Pakistan, with the approval of the President, may appoint. 3. Until provision is made for establishing the Supreme Court at Islamabad, the seat of the court shall be at such place as the President may to appoint. 184 Original Jurisdiction of Supreme Court 184. 1. The Supreme Court shall, to the exclusion of every other court, have original jurisdiction in any dispute between any two or more governments. Explanation in this clause, governments means the federal government and the provincial governments. 2. In the exercise of the jurisdiction conferred on it by Clause 1, the Supreme Court shall pronounce declaratory judgments only. 3. Without prejudice to the provisions of Article 199, the one inserted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S5. 2. For appointment of Rawalpindi as the seat of the Supreme Court, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1974, pt 11, p 1387. 100 Constitution of Pakistan Supreme Court shall, if it considers that a question of public importance with reference to the enforcement of any of the fundamental rights conferred by Chapter 1 of Part 2 is involved, have the power to make an order of the nature mentioned in the said article. 185 Appellate Jurisdiction of Supreme Court 185. 1. Subject to this article, the Supreme Court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine appeals from judgments, decrees, final orders or sentences of a high court. 2. An appeal shall lie to the Supreme Court from any judgment, decree, final order or sentence of a high court, a. If the High Court has on appeal reversed an order of acquittal of an accused person and sentenced him to death or to transportation for life or imprisonment for life, or, on revision, has enhanced a sentence to a sentence as aforesaid, or, b. If the High Court has withdrawn for trial before itself any case from any court subordinate to it and has in such trial convicted the accused person and sentenced him as aforesaid, or, c. if the High Court has imposed any punishment on any person for contempt of the High Court, or d. if the amount or value of the subject matter of the dispute in the court of first instance was, and also in dispute in appeal is, not less than 50,000 rupees or such other sum as may be specified in that behalf by Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and the judgment, decree, or final order appealed from has varied or set aside the judgment, decree, or final order of the court immediately below, or e. if the judgment, decree, or final order involves directly or indirectly some claim or question respecting property of the like amount or value and the judgment, decree or final order appealed from has varied or set aside the judgment, decree, or final order of the court immediately below, or f. if the High Court certifies that the case involves a substantial question of law as to the interpretation of the 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 101 Constitution of Pakistan Constitution. 3. An appeal to the Supreme Court from a judgment, decree, order, or sentence of a High Court in a case to which clause 2 does not apply shall lie only if the Supreme Court grants leave to appeal. 186 Advisory Jurisdiction. 186. 1. If, at any time, the President considers that it is desirable to obtain the opinion of the Supreme Court on any question of law which he considers of public importance, he may refer the question to the Supreme Court for consideration. 2. The Supreme Court shall consider a question so referred and report its opinion on the question to the President. 186a Power of Supreme Court to transfer cases. 1186a. The Supreme Court may, if it considers it expedient to do so in the interest of justice, transfer any case, appeal, or other proceedings pending before any High Court to any other High Court. 187 Issue and execution of processes of Supreme Court. 187. 1. 2. Subject to Clause 2 of Article 175, the Supreme Court shall have power to issue such directions, orders, or decrees as may be necessary for doing complete justice in any case or matter pending before it, including an order for the purpose of securing the attendance of any person or the discovery or production of any document. 2. Any such direction, order, or decree shall be enforceable throughout Pakistan and shall, where it is to be executed in a province, or a territory or an area not forming part of a province but within the jurisdiction of the High Court of the province, be executed as if it had been issued by the High Court of that province. 3. If a question arises as to which High Court shall give effect to a direction, order, or decree of the Supreme Court, the decision of the Supreme Court on the question shall be final. 188 Review of judgments of orders by the Supreme Court. 1 New Art. 186a Ins. By P.O. Number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, 2 SUBS by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S7, for the WEF the September 13, 1976. 102 Constitution of Pakistan. 188. The Supreme Court shall have power, subject to the provisions of any act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and of any rules made by the Supreme Court, to review any judgment pronounced or any order made by it. 189 Decisions of Supreme Court binding on other courts. 189. Any decision of the Supreme Court shall, to the extent that it decides a question of law or is based upon or enunciates a principle of law, be binding on all other courts in Pakistan. 190 Action in aid of Supreme Court. 190 All executive and judicial authorities throughout Pakistan shall act in aid of the Supreme Court. 191 Rules of Procedure. 191 Subject to the Constitution and law, the Supreme Court may make rules regulating the practice and procedure of the court. Chapter 3 The High Courts. 192 Constitution of High Court. 192 1. A High Court shall consist of a Chief Justice and so many other judges as may be determined by law or, until so determined, as may be fixed by the President. 2. The Sindh and Balochistan High Court shall cease to function as a common High Court for the provinces of Balochistan and Sindh. 3. The President shall, by 3 order, establish a High Court for each of the provinces of Balochistan and Sindh and may make such provision in the order for the principal seats of the two High Courts, transfer of the judges of the Common High Court, transfer of cases pending in the Common High Court immediately before the establishment of two High Courts and, generally, for matters consequential or ancillary to the Common High Court ceasing to function and the establishment of the two High Courts, as he may deem fit. 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2. Subs by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S8, for the original clauses, 2, 4, WEF the December 1, 1976. 3. For such order, in respect of establishment of High Courts for Balochistan and Sindh, see the PO No. 6 of 1976. Dated the November 29, 1976, see Gaz of Pakistan 1976, EXT, PT1, pages 595–599. 103 Constitution of Pakistan, 4. The jurisdiction of a High Court may, by Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, be extended to any area in Pakistan not forming part of a province. 193 Appointment of High Court Judges. 193 2. 1. The Chief Justice and each of other judges of a High Court shall be appointed by the President in accordance with Article 175A. 2. A person shall not be appointed a judge of a High Court unless he is a citizen of Pakistan, is not less than 345 years of age, and a. He has for a period of, or for periods aggregating, not less than 10 years been an advocate of a High Court, including a High Court which existed in Pakistan at any time before the commencing day, or b. He is, and has for a period of not less than 10 years been, a member of a civil service prescribed by law for the purposes of this paragraph, and has, for a period of not less than 3 years, served as or exercised the functions of a district judge in Pakistan, or c. He has, for a period of not less than 10 years, held a judicial office in Pakistan. For explanation in computing the period during which a person has been an advocate of a High Court or held judicial office, there shall be included any period during which he has held judicial office after he became an advocate or, as the case may be, the period during which he has been an advocate after having held judicial office. 3. In this article, District Judge means judge of a principal civil court of original jurisdiction. 194 Oath of Office. 194. Before entering upon office, the Chief Justice of a High Court shall make before the Governor, and any other judge of the court shall make one. See footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.69, for Clause 1. 3 Subs ibid 440 and shall be deemed always to have been so, subs. With effect from 21st day of August, 2002. 4 Explanation added by the Constitution, 1st Art. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S8, WEF the May 4, 1974. 104 Constitution of Pakistan before the Chief Justice, oath in the form set out in the 3rd Schedule 1, smiley face. 2 Provided that the Chief Justice of the Islamabad High Court shall make oath before the President and other judges of that court shall make oath before the Chief Justice of the Islamabad High Court. 195 Retiring age 3 195. A judge of a high court shall hold office until he attains the age of 62 years. Unless he sooner resigns or is removed from office in accordance with the Constitution. 196 Acting Chief Justice 196. At any time when, a. the office of Chief Justice of a High Court is vacant, or, b. the Chief Justice of a High Court is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office due to any other cause, the President shall appoint for one of the other judges of the High Court, or may request one of the judges of the Supreme Court, to act as Chief Justice. 197 Additional Judges 197. At any time when, a. the office of a judge of a high court is vacant, or, b. a judge of a high court is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office due to any other cause, or, c. for any reason it is necessary to increase the number of judges of a high court, the President may, in the manner provided in Clause 1 of Article 193, appoint a person qualified for appointment as a judge of the High Court to be additional judge of the court for such period as the President may determine, being a period not exceeding 1 Subs by Act No. 10 of 2010, S70, for the full stop. 2 New proviso added ibid 3 Article 195 subs. By the Constitution, 17th Amd. Act, 2003, 3 of 2003, S.7 which was previously amended by various enactments, see also Article 267b. 4 Subs by PO No. 14 of 1985 Art. 2 and SCH, for certain words. 105 Constitution of Pakistan such period, if any, as may be prescribed by law. 198 Seat of the High Court 198. 1. L. Each High Court in existence immediately before the commencing day shall continue to have its principal seat at the place where it had such seat before that day. 2. 1a. The High Court for Islamabad Capital Territory shall have its principal seat at Islamabad. 3. 2. Each High Court and the judges and divisional courts thereof shall sit at its principal seat and the seats of its benches and may hold, at any place within its territorial jurisdiction, circuit courts consisting of such of the judges as may be nominated by the Chief Justice. 3. The Lahore High Court shall have a bench each at Bahawalpur, Multan, and Rawalpindi. The High Court of Sindh shall have a bench at Sukkur. The Peshawar High Court shall have a bench each at Abbot 4. Mingora and Dara Ismail Khan, and the High Court of Balochistan shall have a bench at Sibi 5 and Turbat. 4. each of the high courts may have benches at such other places as the governor may determine on the advice of the cabinet and in consultation with the Chief Justice of the High Court. 5. A bench referred to in Clause 3, or established under Clause 4, shall consist of such of the judges of the High Court as may be nominated by the Chief Justice from time to time for a period of not less than 1 year. 6. The Governor in consultation with the Chief Justice of the High Court shall make rules to provide the following matters, that is to say a. Assigning the area in relation to which each bench shall exercise jurisdiction vested in the High Court, and b. For all incidental, supplemental, or consequential matters. 1 renumbered, 1, Ibid. 2 new clause, 1a, ends. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 71. 3 added by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 4 INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 71. 5 added Ibid 106 Constitution of Pakistan 199. Jurisdiction of High Court 199. 1. Subject to the Constitution, a High Court may, if it is satisfied that no other adequate remedy is provided by law a. On the application of any aggrieved party, make an order, I. Directing a person performing, within the territorial jurisdiction of the court, functions in connection with the affairs of the federation, a province, or a local authority, to refrain from doing anything he is not permitted by law to do, or to do anything he is required by law to do, or 2. Declaring that any act done or proceeding taken within the territorial jurisdiction of the court by a person performing functions in connection with the affairs of the federation, a province, or a local authority has been done or taken without lawful authority and is of no legal effect, or b. On the application of any person, make an order, I. Directing that a person in custody within the territorial jurisdiction of the court be brought before it so that the court may satisfy itself that he is not being held in custody without lawful authority or in an unlawful manner, or 2. Requiring a person within the territorial jurisdiction of the court holding or purporting to hold a public office to show under what authority of law he claims to hold that office, or c. On the application of any aggrieved person, make an order giving such directions to any person or authority, including any government exercising any power or performing any function in, or in relation to, any territory within the jurisdiction of that court as may be appropriate for the enforcement of any of the fundamental rights conferred by Chapter 1 of Part 2. 2. Subject to the Constitution, the right to move a high court for the enforcement of any of the fundamental rights conferred by Chapter 1 of Part 2 shall not be abridged. 107 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 3. An order shall not be made under Clause 1, on application made by or in relation to a person who is a member of the Armed Forces of Pakistan, or who is for the time being subject to any law relating to any of those forces, in respect of his terms and conditions of service, in respect of any matter arising out of his service, or in respect of any action taken in relation to him as a member of the Armed Forces of Pakistan or as a person subject to such law. 2 asterisk 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 4. Where a. An application is made to a high court for an order under paragraph a. or paragraph c. of clause 1, and b. the making of an interim order would have the effect of prejudicing or interfering with the carrying out of a public work or of otherwise being harmful to public interest 3 or state property or of impeding the assessment or collection of public revenues. The court shall not make an interim order unless the prescribed law officer has been given notice of the application and he or any person authorized by him in that behalf has had an opportunity of being heard and the court, for reasons to be recorded in writing, is satisfied that the interim order, I, would not have such effect as aforesaid, or, 2, would have the effect of suspending an order or proceeding which on the face of the record is without jurisdiction. 4a. An interim order made by a high court on an application made to it to question the validity or legal effect of any order made, proceeding taken, or act done by any authority or person, which has been made, taken, or done or purports to have been made, taken, or done under any law which is specified in Part I of the first schedule or relates to, or is connected with, state property or assessment or collection of public revenues shall cease to have effect on the expiration of a period of 6 months following the day on which it is made, 1 subs by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S9, for Clause 3, WEF the May 4, 1974. 2 clauses, 3a, 3b, and 3c, omitted by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, which was previously amended by various enactments. 3 INS IBID, 4 SUBS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S72, for Clause 4a. 108 Constitution of Pakistan provided that the matter shall be finally decided by the High Court within 6 months from the date on which the interim order is made. 1 asterisk 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 5. In this article, unless the context otherwise requires person includes any body politic or corporate, any authority of or under the control of the federal government or of a provincial government, and any court or tribunal, other than the Supreme Court, a high court or a court or tribunal established under a law relating to the armed forces of Pakistan, and prescribed law officer means, a. in relation to an application affecting the federal government or an authority of or under the control of the federal government, the Attorney General, and b. in any other case, the Advocate General for the province in which the application is made. 200 Transfer of High Court Judges 200. 1. The President may transfer a judge of a high court from one high court to another high court, but no judge shall be so transferred except with his consent and after consultation by the President with the Chief Justice of Pakistan and the Chief Justices of both high courts. 2. Smiley face, 3 asterisk 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 explanation dash in this article. Judge does not include a Chief Justice for but includes a judge for the time being acting as Chief Justice of a high court other than a judge of the Supreme Court. Acting as such in pursuance of a request made under paragraph b. of Article 196. 5. 2. Where a judge is so transferred or is appointed to an office other than that of judge at a place other than the principal seat of the High Court, he shall, during the period for which he serves as a judge of the one clause, 4b, omitted by the Chief Executive's Order, 2002, 24 of 2002, Art 2 and SCH which was previously amended by PO number 14 of 1985, Art 2 and SCH2 SUBS by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S12, for full stop, WEF the September 13, 1976. 3 Proviso omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S73. 4 added by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order, 1985, PO number 24 of 1985, Art. 35 SUBS by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, for Clause 2. 109 Constitution of Pakistan High Court to which he is transferred, or holds such other office, be entitled to such allowances and privileges, in addition to his salary, as the President may, by order, determine. 1. 3. If at any time it is necessary for any reason to increase temporarily the number of judges of a high court, the Chief Justice of that court may require a judge of any other high court to attend sittings of the former high court for such period as may be necessary and, while so attending the sittings of the high court, the judge shall have the same power and jurisdiction as a judge of that high court, provided that a judge shall not be so required except with his consent and the approval of the President and after consultation with the Chief Justice of Pakistan and the Chief Justice of the High Court of which he is a judge. 2 Explanation - in this article, High Court includes a bench of a High Court. 3 ************** 201. Decision of High Court binding on subordinate courts 201. Subject to Article 189, any decision of a High Court shall, to the extent that it decides a question of law or is based upon or enunciates a principle of law, be binding on all courts subordinate to it. 202 Rules of Procedure 202. Subject to the Constitution and law, a High Court may make rules regulating the practice and procedure of the court or of any court subordinate to it. 203 High Court to superintend subordinate courts 203. Each High Court shall supervise and control all courts subordinate to it. 4 Chapter 3a. Federal Shariat Court 203a. Provisions of Chapter to override other provisions of Constitution 1 Clause 3, added by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S10, WEF the May 4, 1974, 2 Explanation added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 3 Clause 4, omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.73. 4 SUBS by the Constitution, Amd, Order, 1980, PO number 1 of 1980. Art. 3. For the existing Chapter 3a, WEF May 26, 1980. 110 Constitution of Pakistan 203a. The provisions of this chapter shall have effect notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution. 203b Definitions 203b. In this chapter, unless there is anything repugnant in the subject or context. 1. A. Chief Justice means Chief Justice of the Court. B. Court means the Federal Shariat Court constituted in pursuance of Article 203c. 2. B. Judge means Judge of the Court. C. Law includes any custom or usage having the force of law but does not include the Constitution. Muslim personal law, any law relating to the procedure of any court or tribunal or, until the expiration of 10 years from the commencement of this chapter, any fiscal law or any law relating to the levy and collection of taxes and fees or banking or insurance practice and procedure. And 4*************203c. The Federal Shariat Court 203c. 1. There shall be constituted for the purposes of this chapter a court to be called the Federal Shariat Court. 5. 2. The court shall consist of not more than 8 Muslim 6 judges, including the 7 Chief Justice, to be appointed by the President. 8. In accordance with Article 175A9. 3. The Chief Justice shall be a person who is, or has been, or is qualified to be, a judge of the Supreme Court or who is or has been a permanent judge of a High Court 1 subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 2-4 Paragraph, A. 2 INS Ibid, 3 subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, which was previously amended by various enactments. 4 Paragraph, D, omitted by P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 2 5 subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1981, P.O. No. 7 of 1981, Art. 2, 4 Clause, 2. 6 subs by P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 3, 4 Members. 7 subs ibid, 4 Chairman. 8 INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 74. 9 subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order 1985, P.O. No. 24 of 1985, Art. 4 Clause, 3. 111 Constitution of Pakistan, 3a, of the judges, not more than 4 shall be persons each one of whom is, or has been, or is qualified to be, a judge of a high court, and not more than 3 shall be ulama, one having at least 15 years experience in Islamic law, research, or instruction. 4. The 2 Chief Justice and a 3 Judge shall hold office for a period not exceeding 3 years, but may be appointed for such further term or terms as the President may determine, provided that a judge of a high court shall not be appointed to be a 8 judge 4***** except with his consent, and 5, except where the judge is himself the Chief Justice after consultation by the President with the Chief Justice of the High Court. 6. 4a. The 7 Chief Justice, if he is not a judge of the Supreme Court, and a 8 judge who is not a judge of a high court, may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office. 7. 4b. The Chief Justice and a judge shall not be removed from office except in the like manner and on the like grounds as a judge of the Supreme Court. 8******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* 6. The principal seat of the court shall be at Islamabad, but the court may from time to time sit in such other places in Pakistan as the 9 Chief Justice may, with the approval of the President, appoint. 7. Before entering upon office, the 1 Chief Justice and a 10 judge shall make before the President or a person nominated by him oath in the form set out in the 3rd schedule. 8. at any time when the one Chief Justice or a two-judge is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office, the President shall appoint another person qualified for the purpose to act as one Chief Justice or, as the case may be, two-judge. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 74, for certain words. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 3, for Chairman. 3 Subs ibid, for members. 4 certain words omitted by Act No. 10 of 2010, S. 74. 5 Subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order 1985, P.O. No. 24 of 1985, Art. 4, for 1 year. 6 INS by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1980, P.O. No. 4 of 1980, Art. 27 Subs by Act No. 10 of 2010, S. 74, for Clause 4b, for which was previously Ins. By P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 8 clauses, 4c, and 5, omitted ibid 9 Subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 3, for Chairman. 10 Subs ibid, for members. 112 Constitution of Pakistan 1, 9. A Chief Justice who is not a judge of the Supreme Court shall be entitled to the same remuneration, allowances, and privileges as are admissible to a judge of the Supreme Court, and a judge who is not a judge of a high court shall be entitled to the same remuneration, allowances and privileges as are admissible to a judge of a high court, provided that where a judge is already drawing a pension for any other post in the service of Pakistan, the amount of such pension shall be deducted from the pension admissible under this clause. 203 cubic centimeters omitted. 203 cubic centimeters penal of ulama and ulama members omitted by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1981, P.O. No. 7 of 1981, Art. 3, which was previously Ins. By P.O. No. 5 of 1981, Art. 2203d. Powers, Jurisdiction, and Functions of the Court. 203d. 1. The Court may, to either of its own motion or on the petition of a citizen of Pakistan or the federal government or a provincial government, examine and decide the question whether or not any law or provision of law is repugnant to the injunctions of Islam, as laid down in the Holy Quran and the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet, hereinafter referred to as the injunctions of Islam. 3. 1a. Where the court takes up the examination of any law or provision of law under Clause 1, and such law or provision of law appears to it to be repugnant to the injunctions of Islam, the court shall cause to be given to the federal government in the case of a law with respect to a matter in the federal legislative list 4***** or to the provincial government in the case of a law with respect to a matter not enumerated 5 in the federal legislative list, a notice specifying the particular provisions that appear to it to be so repugnant, and afford to such government adequate opportunity to have its point of view placed before the court. 2. If the court decides that any law or provision of law is repugnant to the injunctions of Islam, it shall set out in its decision (a) the reasons for its holding that opinion, and b. the extent to which such law or provision is so repugnant, 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 74, and shall be deemed always to have been so, subs. With effect from the 21st day of August 2002 for Clause 9. 2 INS by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, 5 of 1982, Art. 4 3 INS by the Constitution, Amd. Order, 1984, PO No. 1 of 1984, Art. 2 4 the words or the concurrent legislative list omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 75. 5 Subs ibid, for the words in the either of those lists. 113 Constitution of Pakistan and specify the day on which the decision shall take effect. 1. Smiley face. 2. Provided that no such decision shall be deemed to take effect before the expiration of the period within which an appeal therefrom may be preferred to the Supreme Court or, where an appeal has been so preferred, before the disposal of such appeal. 3. If any law or provision of law is held by the court to be repugnant to the injunctions of Islam (a) the President in the case of a law with respect to a matter in the Federal Legislative List 3***** or the Governor in the case of a law with respect to a matter not enumerated in foresaid list shall take steps to amend the law so as to bring such law or provision into conformity with the injunctions of Islam, and b. such law or provision shall, to the extent to which it is held to be so repugnant, cease to have effect on the day on which the decision of the court takes effect. 5 203 dd Revisional and other jurisdiction of the court 6203 dd 1. The court may call for and examine the record of any case decided by any criminal court under any law relating to the enforcement of hudud for the purpose of satisfying itself as to the correctness, legality, or propriety of any finding, sentence or order recorded or passed by, and as to the regularity of any proceedings of such court, and may, when calling for such record, direct that the execution of any sentence be suspended and, if the accused is in confinement, that he be released on bail or on his own bond pending the examination of the record. 2. In any case the record of which has been called for by the court may pass such order as it may deem fit and may enhance 1 subs and shall be deemed always to have been so subs. By the Constitution, Amd. Order, 1984, PO No. 1 of 1984, Art. 2, for the full stop. 2. Proviso added and shall be deemed always to have been so added. Ibid. 3. The words or the concurrent legislative list stand omitted as consequence of the 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, see Section 2. 4 Subs ibid, for either of those lists. 5. Clause 4, omitted by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1980, PO No. 4 of 1980, Art. 3 6 Subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, PO No. 5 of 1982, Art. 5. For Article 203 dd, which was previously ins. By PO No. 4 of 1980, Art. 3 114 Constitution of Pakistan. The sentence, provided that nothing in this article shall be deemed to authorize the court to convert a finding of acquittal into one of conviction, and no order under this article shall be made to the prejudice of the accused unless he has had an opportunity of being heard in his own defense. 3. The court shall have such other jurisdiction as may be conferred on it by or under any law. 203 Powers and Procedure of the Court. 203 1. For the purposes of the performance of its functions, the court shall have the powers of a civil court trying a suit under the Code of Civil Procedure, 1908, Act V of 1908, in respect of the following matters, namely a. Summoning and enforcing the attendance of any person and examining him on oath, b. Requiring the discovery and production of any document, c. Receiving evidence on affidavits, and d. Issuing commissions for the examination of witnesses or documents. 2. The court shall have power to conduct its proceedings and regulate its procedure in all respects as it deems fit. 3. The court shall have the power of a high court to punish its own contempt. 4. A party to any proceedings before the court under Clause 1 of Article 203d may be represented by a legal practitioner who is a Muslim and has been enrolled as an advocate of a high court for a period of not less than 5 years, or as an advocate of the Supreme Court, or by a jurisconsult selected by the party from out of a panel of jurisconsults maintained by the court for the purpose. 5. For being eligible to have his name borne on the panel of jurisconsults referred to in Clause 4, a person shall be an alim who, in the opinion of the court, is well versed in Shariat. 6. A legal practitioner or jurisconsult representing a party before the court shall not plead for the party but shall state, expound, and 115 Constitution of Pakistan interpret the injunctions of Islam relevant to the proceedings so far as may be known to him, and submit to the court a written statement of his interpretation of such injunctions of Islam. 7. The court may invite any person in Pakistan or abroad whom the court considers to be well versed in Islamic law to appear before it and render such assistance as may be required of him. 8. No court fee shall be payable in respect of any petition or application made to the court under 1 Article 203d. 2. 9. The court shall have power to review any decision given or order made by it. 203f Appeal to Supreme Court. 203f 1. Any party to any proceedings before the court under Article 203d aggrieved by the final decision of the court in such proceedings may, within 60 days of such decision, prefer an appeal to the Supreme Court. 3-4 Provided that an appeal on behalf of the Federation or of a province may be preferred within 6 months of such decision. 2. The provisions of Clauses 2 and 3 of Article 203d and Clauses 4 to 8 of Article 203 shall apply to and in relation to the Supreme Court as if reference in those provisions to court were a reference to the Supreme Court. 5. 2a. An appeal shall lie to the Supreme Court from any judgment, final order, or sentence of the Federal Shariat Court, a. If the Federal Shariat Court has on appeal reversed an order of acquittal of an accused person and sentenced him to death or imprisonment for life or imprisonment for a term exceeding 14 years, or, on revision, has enhanced a sentence as aforesaid, or, b. If the Federal Shariat Court has imposed any punishment on any person for contempt of the court 1 subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1980, P.O. No. 4 of 1980, Art. 5. For this article. 2 New Clause, 9, added by the Constitution, Amd. Order, 1981, P.O. No. 5 of 1981, Art. 3 subs by the Constitution, 3rd Art. Order, 1983, PO number 9 of 1983, Art. 2, for the full stop. 4 Proviso added ibid 5 new clauses, 2a, and, 2b, ins. By the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, PO number 5 of 1982, Art. 6 116 Constitution of Pakistan, 2b, an appeal to the Supreme Court from a judgment, decision, order, or sentence of the Federal Shariat Court in a case to which the preceding clauses do not apply shall lie only if the Supreme Court grants leave to appeal. 1. 3. For the purpose of the exercise of the jurisdiction conferred by this article, there shall be constituted in the Supreme Court a bench to be called the Shariat Appellate Bench and consisting of a. 3 Muslim judges of the Supreme Court, and b. not more than 2 ulama to be appointed by the President to attend sittings of the bench as ad hoc members thereof from amongst the judges of the Federal Shariat Court or from out of a panel of ulama to be drawn up by the President in consultation with the Chief Justice. 4. A person appointed under paragraph b. of clause 3. shall hold office for such period as the President may determine. 5. Reference in clauses 1 and 2 to Supreme Court shall be construed as a reference to the Shariat Appellate Bench. 6. While attending sittings of the Shariat Appellate Bench, a person appointed under paragraph b. of clause 3 shall have the same power and jurisdiction, and be entitled to the same privileges, as a judge of the Supreme Court and be paid such allowances as the President may determine. 203 Guaranese Bar of Jurisdiction 203 Guaranese. Save as provided in Article 203f, no court or tribunal, including the Supreme Court and a High Court, shall entertain any proceedings or exercise any power or jurisdiction in respect of any matter within the power or jurisdiction of the court. 203 GG. Decision of court binding on High Court and courts subordinate to it 2203 GG. Subject to Articles 203d and 203f, any decision of the court in the exercise of its jurisdiction under this chapter shall be binding on a High Court and on all courts subordinate to a High Court. 203h Pending proceedings to continue, etc. 1 subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order, 1982, PO number 12 of 1982, Art. 2, for Clause 3. 2 New Article 203 GG ins. By the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, PO number 5 of 1982, Art. 7 117 Constitution of Pakistan 203h. 1. Subject to Clause 2. Nothing in this chapter shall be deemed to require any proceedings pending in any court or tribunal immediately before the commencement of this chapter or initiated after such commencement, to be adjourned or stayed by reason only of a petition having been made to the court for a decision as to whether or not a law or provision of law relevant to the decision of the point in issue in such proceedings is repugnant to the injunctions of Islam, and all such proceedings shall continue, and the point in issue therein shall be decided, in accordance with the law for the time being in force. 2. All proceedings under Clause 1 of Article 203b of the Constitution that may be pending before any High Court immediately before the commencement of this chapter shall stand transferred to the court and shall be dealt with by the court from the stage from which they are so transferred. 3. neither the court nor the Supreme Court shall in the exercise of its jurisdiction under this chapter have power to grant an injunction or make any interim order in relation to any proceedings pending in any other court or tribunal. 203I Administrative arrangements, etc. omitted by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 8203J. Power to make rules 203J. 1. The Court may, by notification in the Official Gazette, make rules for carrying out the purposes of this chapter. 2. In particular, and without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing power, such rules may make provision in respect of all or any of the following matters, namely a. The scale of payment of honoraria to be made to jurisconsults, experts and witnesses summoned by the court to defray the expenses, if any, incurred by them in attending for the purposes of the proceedings before the court, *1, b. The form of oath to be made by a jurisconsult, expert, or witness appearing before the court 2. 1. The word and omitted by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1980, P.O. No. 4 of 1980, Art. 62 Subs Ibid, for the full stop. 118 Constitution of Pakistan 1, c. The powers and functions of the court being exercised or performed by benches consisting of one or more members constituted by the chairman, d. The decision of the court being expressed in terms of the opinion of the majority of its members or, as the case may be, of the members constituting a bench, and e. The decision of cases in which the members constituting a bench are equally divided in their opinion. 3. Until rules are made under Clause 1, the Shariat Benches of Superior Courts Rules, 1979, shall, with the necessary modifications and so far as they are not inconsistent with the provisions of this chapter, continue in force. Chapter 4. General Provisions relating to the Judicature 204. Contempt of Court 204. 1. Court. In this article, court means the Supreme Court or a high. 2. A court shall have power to punish any person who a. abuses, interferes with or obstructs the process of the court in any way or disobeys any order of the court, b. scandalizes the court or otherwise does anything which tends to bring the court or a judge of the court into hatred, ridicule, or contempt, c. does anything which tends to prejudice the determination of a matter pending before the court, or d. does any other thing which, by law, constitutes contempt of the court. 3. The exercise of the power conferred on a court by this article may be regulated by law and, subject to law, by rules made by the court. 205 Remuneration etc. of Judges 205. The remuneration and other terms and conditions of service of a judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court shall be as provided in the 1 paragraphs, c, d, and e, added Ibid 2 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 4 Article 204. 119 Constitution of Pakistan 5th Schedule. 206 Resignation 206. 1. 1. A judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court may resign his office by writing under his hand addressed to the President. 2. 2. A judge of a High Court who does not accept appointment as a judge of the Supreme Court shall be deemed to have retired from his office and, on such retirement, shall be entitled to receive a pension calculated on the basis of the length of his service as judge and total service, if any, in the service of Pakistan. 207 Judge not to hold office of Prophet, etc. 207. 1. Not a judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court shall, a. hold any other office of Prophet in the service of Pakistan if his remuneration is thereby increased, or, b. occupy any other position carrying the right to remuneration for the rendering of services. 2. A person who has held office as a judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court shall not hold any office of Prophet in the service of Pakistan, not being a judicial or quasi-judicial office or the office of Chief Election Commissioner or of Chairman or Member of a Law Commission or of Chairman or Member of the Council of Islamic Ideology, before the expiration of 2 years after he has ceased to hold that office. 3. A person who has held office as a permanent judge, a. of the Supreme Court, shall not plead or act in any court or before any authority in Pakistan, b. of a High Court, shall not plead or act in any court or before any authority within its jurisdiction, and c. of the High Court of West Pakistan as it existed immediately before the coming into force of the Province of West Pakistan, Dissolution, Order, 1970, 1 Article 206 renumbered as Clause 1 of that article, by the Constitution. 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S14, WEF the September 13, 1976. 2 New Clause, 2, added Ibid 120 Constitution of Pakistan shall not plead or act in any court or before any authority within the jurisdiction of the principal seat of that High Court or, as the case may be, the permanent bench of that High Court to which he was assigned. 208 Officers and Servants of Courts 208. The Supreme Court 1 and the Federal Shariat Court, with the approval of the President in a High Court, with the approval of the Governor concerned, may make rules providing for the appointment by the Court of officers and servants of the Court and for their terms and conditions of employment. 209 Supreme Judicial Council 209. 1. There shall be a Supreme Judicial Council of Pakistan, in this chapter referred to as the Council. 2. The Council shall consist of, a. the Chief Justice of Pakistan, b. the 2 next most senior judges of the Supreme Court, and c. the 2 most senior Chief Justices of High Courts. Explanation For the purpose of this clause, the inter-se seniority of the Chief Justices of the High Courts shall be determined with reference to their dates of appointment as Chief Justice to otherwise than as Acting Chief Justice, and in case the dates of such appointment are the same, with reference to their dates of appointment as judges of any of the High Courts. 3. If at any time the Council is inquiring into the capacity or conduct of a judge who is a member of the Council, or a member of the Council is absent or is unable to act due to illness or any other cause, then, a. if such member is a judge of the Supreme Court, the judge of the Supreme Court who is next in seniority below the judges referred to in paragraph b. of clause 2, and b. if such member is the Chief Justice of a High Court, the Chief Justice of another High Court who is next in seniority 1 INS by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 5 of 1982, Art. 92 INS by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S. 11, WEF the May 4, 1974. 121 Constitution of Pakistan. Amongst the Chief Justices of the remaining High Courts, shall act as a member of the Council in his place. 4. If, upon any matter inquired into by the Council, there is a difference of opinion amongst its members, the opinion of the majority shall prevail, and the report of the Council to the President shall be expressed in terms of the view of the majority. 1. 5. If, on information from any source, the Council or the President is of the opinion that a judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court, a. may be incapable of properly performing the duties of his office by reason of physical or mental incapacity, or b. may have been guilty of misconduct, the President shall direct the Council to, or the Council may, on its own motion, inquire into the matter. 6. If, after inquiring into the matter, the Council reports to the President that it is of the opinion, a. that the judge is incapable of performing the duties of his office or has been guilty of misconduct, and b. that he should be removed from office, the President may remove the judge from office. 7. A judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court shall not be removed from office except as provided by this article. 8. The Council shall issue a code of conduct to be observed by judges of the Supreme Court and of the High Courts. 210 Power of Council to enforce attendance of persons, etc. 210. 1. For the purpose of inquiring into any matter, the Council shall have the same power as the Supreme Court has to issue directions or orders for securing the attendance of any person or the discovery or production of any document, and any such direction or order shall be enforceable as if it had been issued by the Supreme Court. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010. S 76, for Clause 5. 122 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. The provisions of Article 204 shall apply to the Council as they apply to the Supreme Court and a High Court. 211 Bar of Jurisdiction 211. The proceedings before the Council, its report to the President and the removal of a judge under Clause 6 of Article 209 shall not be called in question in any court. 212 Administrative Courts and Tribunals 212. 1. Notwithstanding anything hereinbefore contained, the appropriate legislature may by Act 1 provide for the establishment of one or more administrative courts or tribunals to exercise exclusive jurisdiction in respect of a. matters relating to the terms and conditions of persons who are or have been in the service of Pakistan, including disciplinary matters, b. matters relating to claims arising from tortious acts of government, or any person in the service of Pakistan, or of any local or other authority empowered by law to levy any tax or cess, and any servant of such authority acting in the discharge of his duties as such servant, or c. matters relating to the acquisition, administration, and disposal of any property which is deemed to be enemy property under any law. 2. Notwithstanding anything hereinbefore contained where any administrative court or tribunal is established under Clause 1, no other court shall grant an injunction, make any order or entertain any proceedings in respect of any matter to which the jurisdiction of such administrative court or tribunal extends. 3. And all proceedings in respect of any such matter which may be pending before such other court immediately before the establishment of the administrative court or tribunal. 4. Other than an appeal pending before the Supreme Court shall abate on such establishment, 1 Subs and shall be deemed always to have been so subs. By the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S12, for establish. 2 ins and shall be deemed always to have been so ins. Ibid 3 ins and shall be deemed always to have been so ins. By the Constitution, First Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S12. 4 ins and shall be deemed always to have been so ins. By the Constitution, Fifth Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S15. 123 Constitution of Pakistan provided that the provisions of this clause shall not apply to an administrative court or tribunal established under an act of a provincial assembly unless, at the request of that assembly made in the form of a resolution, 1 Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, by LAW2 extends the provisions to such a court or tribunal. 3. An appeal to the Supreme Court from a judgment, decree, order, or sentence of an administrative court or tribunal shall lie only if the Supreme Court, being satisfied that the case involves a substantial question of law of public importance, grants leave to appeal. 212A omitted 212A. Establishment of military courts or tribunals. Omitted by SRO number 1278, 1, 85, dated 30/12-85, read with proclamation of withdrawal of martial law dated 30/12-85 see Gaz of P 1985, EXT, PT1, dated 30/12-85, pages 431 to 432, which was previously added by PO number 21 of 1979, Art. 2212b. Omitted 212b. Establishment of special courts for trial of heinous offences. Repealed by the Constitution, 12th Amd. Act, 1991, 14 OF 1991, S1, 3, WEF July 26, 1994, which was previously added by Act 14 of 1991 S2, WEF July 27, 1991. Underscore 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 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 2 For such law see the Provincial Service Tribunals, Extension of Provisions of the Constitution, Act, 1974, 32 of 1974. 124 Constitution of Pakistan Part 8 Elections Chapter 1. Chief Election Commissioner in Election 1 Commission 213. Chief Election Commissioner 213. 1. There shall be a Chief Election Commissioner, in this part referred to as the Commissioner, who shall be appointed by the President 2*****. 3. 2. No person shall be appointed to be Commissioner unless he has been a judge of the Supreme Court or has been a senior civil servant or is a technocrat and is not more than 68 years of age. Explanation 1 Senior civil servant means civil servant who has served for at least 20 years under federal or a provincial government and has retired in BPS 22 or above. Explanation 2 Technocrat means a person who is the holder of a degree requiring conclusion of at least 16 years of education, recognized by the Higher Education Commission and has at least 20 years of experience, including a record of achievements at the national or international level. 4. 2a. The Prime Minister shall, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition in the National Assembly, forward 3 names for appointment of the Commissioner to a parliamentary committee for hearing and confirmation of any one person. 5. Smiley face. 6. Provided that in case there is no consensus between the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, each shall forward separate lists to the Parliamentary Committee for consideration which may confirm any one name. 2b. The Parliamentary Committee to be constituted by the Speaker shall comprise 50% members from the Treasury benches and 50% from the opposition parties, based on their strength in Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, to be nominated by the respective parliamentary leaders, one substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S3. 2. The words in his discretion omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S77. 3. Substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S4. 4. INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S77. 5. Substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S4. 6. Proviso INS Ibid, S4. 125 Constitution of Pakistan 1-2 provided 3 that the total strength of the Parliamentary Committee shall be 12 members, out of which 1/3 shall be from the Senate, provided 4 further that when the National Assembly is dissolved and a vacancy occurs in the office of the Chief Election Commissioner, 5 total membership of the Parliamentary Committee shall consist of the members from the Senate only, and the foregoing provisions of this clause shall, mutatis mutandis, apply. 3. The Commissioner 6 or a member shall have such powers and functions as are conferred on him by the Constitution and law. 214 Oath of Office 7 Oath of Office 214. Before entering upon office, the Commissioner shall make before the Chief Justice of Pakistan 8, and a member of the Election Commission shall make before the Commissioner oath in the form set out in the 3rd schedule. 215 Term of office of Commissioner 9 and members 215. 1. The Commissioner 10 and a member shall, subject to this article, hold office for a term of 5 years from the day he enters upon his office. 12. Provided that 2 of the members shall retire after the expiration of first 2.5 years and 2 shall retire after the expiration of the next 2.5 years, provided further that the Commission shall for the first term of office of members draw a lot as to which 2 members shall retire after the first 2.5 years. 1. Omitted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S4. 2. Substituted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S6. 3. Omitted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S4. 4. Substituted Ibid, S4. 5. Substituted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S6. 4. Parliamentary Committee shall comprise 6. INS by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S4. 7. Omitted by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, V of 2012, S.3. 8. INS Ibid, S3. 9. INS Ibid, S4. 10 added ibid, s4. 11 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, s78, 43. 12 substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S5. 126 Constitution of Pakistan provided also that the term of office of a member appointed to fill a casual vacancy shall be the unexpired term of the office of the member whose vacancy he has filled. 1 ********************************* 2. The Commissioner to or a member shall not be removed from office except in the manner prescribed in Article 209 for the removal from office of a judge and, in the application of the article for the purposes of this clause, any reference in that article to a judge shall be construed as a reference to the Commissioner 1 or, as the case may be, a member. 3. The Commissioner 3 or a member may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office. 4. Vacancy in the office of the Commissioner or a member shall be filled within 45 days. 216 Commissioner 5 and members not to hold office of profit 216. 1. The Commissioner 6 or a member shall not, a. hold any other office of profit in the service of Pakistan, or, b. occupy any other position carrying the right to remuneration for the rendering of services. 2. A person who has held office as Commissioner 7 or a member shall not hold any office of profit in the service of Pakistan before the expiration of 2 years after he has ceased to hold that office. 8. 9 **************************** 10 *********** 1 omitted, by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S78. 2 INS by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, V of 2012, S.3. 3 INS ibid, S.3. 4 INS by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S.5 5 INS by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, V of 2012, S.5. 6 INS ibid, S.5. 7 INS ibid, S.5. 8 substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S6. 9 omitted proviso ibid, S6. 10 omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S79. 127 Constitution of Pakistan 217. Acting Commissioner 217. At any time when, a. the office of Commissioner is vacant, or, b. the Commissioner is absent or is unable to perform the functions of his office due to any other cause, 1. The most senior member in age of the members of Commission shall act as Commissioner. 218 Election Commission 218. 2. 1. For the purpose of election to both houses of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, provincial assemblies, and for election to such other public offices as may be specified by law, a permanent election commission shall be constituted in accordance with this article. 3. 2. The election commission shall consist of a. The Commissioner who shall be Chairman of the Commission, and 3. b. 4 members, 1 from each province, each of whom shall be a person who has been a judge of a high court or has been a senior civil servant or is a technocrat and is not more than 65 years of age, to be appointed by the President in the manner provided for appointment of the Commissioner in clauses 2a and 2b of Article 213. Explanation -- Senior civil servant and technocrat shall have the same meaning as given in clause 2 of Article 213. 3. It shall be the duty of the Election Commission for omitted to organize and conduct the election and to make such arrangements as are necessary to ensure that the election is conducted honestly, justly, fairly, and in accordance with law, and that corrupt practices are guarded against. 1. Substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S7. 2 Subs. Ibid. S80, 4 clauses, 1, and 2. 3. Substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S8. 4. Omitted by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, V of 2012, S.6. 128 Constitution of Pakistan 219. Duties of Commission 219. The one commission shall be charged with the duty of 2a. Preparing electoral rolls for election to the National Assembly, provincial assemblies, and local governments, and revising such rolls periodically to keep them up to date. b. Organizing and conducting election to the Senate or to fill casual vacancies in a House or a provincial assembly, and c. Appointing election tribunals 3. Winky face, 4. d. The holding of general elections to the National Assembly, provincial assemblies, and the local governments, and e. Such other functions as may be specified by an Act of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 5. Smiley face, 6. Provided that till such time as the members of the Commission are first appointed in accordance with the provisions of paragraph b. of Clause 2. of Article 218 pursuant to the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010, and enter upon their office, the Commissioners shall remain charged with the duties enumerated in paragraphs a, b, and c. of this article. 220 Executive authorities to assist Commission, etc. 220. It shall be the duty of all executive authorities in the Federation and in the provinces to assist the Commissioner and the Election Commission in the discharge of his or their functions. 221 Officers and Staff Officers and 7 Staff 221. Until 8 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, by law otherwise provides, the 9 Election Commission may, with the approval of the President, make rules providing for the appointment by the 10 Commissioner of Officers and 11 staff to be employed in connection with the functions of the 12 *** Election Commission and for their terms and conditions of employment. 1 Subs. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S81, for Commissioner. 2 Substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S9. 3 Subs. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S81, for the full stop. 4 New paragraph, D, and E, added ibid 5 subs by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, s.7. 6 inserted ibid, s.77 substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, s.10. 8 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 9 subs by Act No. 10 of 2010, s.82, for Commissioner. 10 substituted by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, s.10. 11 substituted ibid, s.10. 12 omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, s.82. 129 Constitution of Pakistan Chapter 2. Electoral Laws and Conduct of Elections 222. Electoral Laws 222. Subject to the Constitution, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may by law provide for a. the allocation of seats in the National Assembly as required by clauses 3 and 4 of Article 51, b. the delimitation of constituencies by the Election Commission 1 including delimitation of constituencies of local governments, c. the preparation of electoral rolls, the requirements as to residence in a constituency, the determination of objections pertaining to and the commencement of electoral rolls. d. the conduct of elections and election petitions, the decision of doubts and disputes arising in connection with elections, e. matters relating to corrupt practices and other offences in connection with elections, and f. all other matters necessary for the due constitution of the two houses 2, the provincial assemblies 3 and local governments, but no such law shall have the effect of taking away or abridging any of the powers of the Commissioner or for the Election Commission under this part. 223 bar against double membership 223. 1. No person shall, at the same time, be a member of a. both houses, or b. a house and a provincial assembly, or c. the assemblies of 2 or more provinces, or d. a house or a provincial assembly in respect of more than one seat. 1 added by the Constitution, 22nd Amendment, Act, 2016, XXV of 2016, S11. 2 inserted and omitted ibid, S11. 3 added ibid, S11. 4 substituted ibid, S11. 130 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. Nothing in Clause 1 shall prevent a person from being a candidate for 2 or more seats at the same time, whether in the same body or in different bodies, but if he is elected to more than one seat he shall, within a period of 30 days after the declaration of the result for the last such seat, resign all but one of his seats, and if he does not so resign, all the seats to which he has been elected shall become vacant at the expiration of the said period of 30 days except the seat to which he has been elected last or, if he has been elected to more than one seat on the same day, the seat for election to which his nomination was filed last. Explanation - in this clause, body means either house or a provincial assembly. 3. A person to whom clause 2 applies shall not take a seat in either house or the provincial assembly to which he has been elected until he has resigned all but one of his seats. 4. Subject to clause 2, if a member of either House or of a provincial assembly becomes a candidate for a second seat which, in accordance with Clause 1, he may not hold concurrently with his first seat, then his first seat shall become vacant as soon as he is elected to the second seat. 224 Time of election and by-election 224. 1. A general election to the National Assembly or a provincial assembly shall be held within a period of 60 days immediately following the day on which the term of the assembly is due to expire, unless the assembly has been sooner dissolved, and the results of the election shall be declared not later than 14 days before that day. 2. 1a. On dissolution of the assembly on completion of its term, or in case it is dissolved under Article 58 or Article 112, the President, or the Governor, as the case may be, shall appoint a caretaker cabinet, provided that the caretaker Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President in consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in the outgoing National Assembly, and a caretaker Chief Minister shall be appointed by the Governor in consultation with the Chief Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in the outgoing Provincial Assembly, 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 83, for Clause 1. 2 new clauses, 1a, 1b, an explanation ins. Ibid 3 subs, inserted by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, S.8. 131 Constitution of Pakistan 3 provided further that if the Prime Minister or a Chief Minister and their respective Leader of the Opposition do not agree on any person to be appointed as a caretaker Prime Minister or the caretaker Chief Minister, as the case may be, the provisions of Article 224A shall be followed, provided 3 also that the members of the federal and provincial caretaker cabinets shall be appointed on the advice of the caretaker Prime Minister or the caretaker Chief Minister, as the case may be. 1b. Members of the caretaker cabinets including the caretaker Prime Minister and the caretaker Chief Minister and their immediate family members shall not be eligible to contest the immediately following elections to such assemblies. Explanation - in this clause, immediate family members means spouse and children. 2. When the National Assembly or a provincial assembly is dissolved, a general election to the Assembly shall be held within a period of 90 days after the dissolution, and the results of the election shall be declared not later than 14 days after the conclusion of the polls. 3. An election to fill the seats in the Senate which are to become vacant on the expiration of the term of the members of the Senate shall be held not earlier than 30 days immediately preceding the day on which the vacancies are due to occur. 4. When, except by dissolution of the National Assembly or a provincial assembly, a general seat in any such assembly has become vacant not later than 120 days before the term of that assembly is due to expire, an election to fill the seat shall be held within 60 days from the occurrence of the vacancy. 5. When a seat in the Senate has become vacant, an election to fill the seat shall be held within 30 days from the occurrence of the vacancy. 1. 6. When a seat reserved for women or non-Muslims in the National Assembly or a provincial assembly falls vacant, on account of death, resignation, or disqualification of a member, it shall be filled by the next person in order of precedence from the party list of the candidates to be submitted to the Election Commission by the political party whose member has vacated such seat. 1 New clauses, 6, ins. And shall be deemed always to have been so ins. With effect from the 21st day of August 2002 by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 83. 132 Constitution of Pakistan 1 provided that if at any time the party list is exhausted, the concerned political party may submit a name for any vacancy which may occur thereafter. 2 224A 2 Resolution by Committee or Election Commission 224A 1. In case the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in the outgoing National Assembly do not agree on any person to be appointed as the caretaker Prime Minister, within 3 days of the dissolution of the National Assembly, they shall forward 2 nominees each to a committee to be immediately constituted by the Speaker of the National Assembly, comprising 8 members of the outgoing National Assembly, or the Senate, or both, having equal representation from the Treasury and the Opposition, to be nominated by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition respectively. 2. In case a Chief Minister and the Leader of the Opposition in the outgoing Provisional Assembly do not agree on any person to be appointed as the caretaker Chief Minister, within 3 days of the dissolution of that Assembly, they shall forward 2 nominees each to a committee to be immediately constituted by the Speaker of the Provincial Assembly, comprising 6 members of the outgoing Provincial Assembly having equal representation from the Treasury and the Opposition, to be nominated by the Chief Minister and the Leader of the Opposition respectively. 3. The committee constituted under Clause 1, or 2, shall finalize the name of the caretaker Prime Minister or caretaker Chief Minister, as the case may be, within 3 days of the referral of the matter to it, provided that in case of inability of the committee to decide the matter in the aforesaid period, the names of the nominees shall be referred to the Election Commission of Pakistan for final decision within 2 days. 4. The incumbent Prime Minister and the incumbent Chief Minister shall continue to hold office till appointment of the caretaker Prime Minister and the caretaker Chief Minister, as the case may be. 5. Notwithstanding anything contained in clauses 1 and 2, if the members of the opposition are less than 5 in the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and less than 4 in any provincial assembly, then all of 1 added by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, s.8 and 9. 2 Clause 7, stands omitted as a consequence, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, see Section 2. 133 Constitution of Pakistan. Them shall be members of the committee mentioned in the aforesaid clauses, and the committee shall be deemed to be duly constituted. 225 Election Dispute 225. No election to a House or a Provincial Assembly shall be called in question except by an election petition presented to such tribunal and in such manner as may be determined by Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 226 Elections by secret ballot 226. All elections under the Constitution, other than those of the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister, shall be by secret ballot. Underscore 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 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 2 Subs by Act 10 of 2010, S. 84, 4 Article 226. 134 Constitution of Pakistan Part 9 Islamic Provisions 227. Provisions relating to the Holy Quran and Sunnah 227. 1. All existing laws shall be brought in conformity with the injunctions of Islam as laid down in the Holy Quran and Sunnah. in this part referred to as the injunctions of Islam, and no law shall be enacted which is repugnant to such injunctions. One explanation in the application of this clause to the personal law of any Muslim sect, the expression Quran and Sunnah shall mean the Quran and Sunnah as interpreted by the section. 2. Effect shall be given to the provisions of clause 1, only in the manner provided in this part. 3. Nothing in this part shall affect the personal laws of non-Muslim citizens or their status as citizens. 228 Composition, etc., of Islamic Council 228. 1. There shall be, constituted 2 within a period of 90 days from the commencing day a Council of Islamic Ideology, in this part referred to as the Islamic Council. 2. The Islamic Council shall consist of such members, being not less than 8 and not more than 320, as the President may appoint from amongst persons having knowledge of the principles and philosophy of Islam as enunciated in the Holy Quran and Sunnah, or understanding of the economic, political, legal, or administrative problems of Pakistan. 3. While appointing members of the Islamic Council, the President shall ensure that a. So far as practicable, various schools of thought are represented in the Council, b. Not less than 2 of the members are persons each of whom is, or has been a judge of the Supreme Court or of a High Court. One explanation added by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order, 1980, P.O. No. 14 of 1980, Art. 2.2 for the notification constituting the Council of Islamic Ideology, see Gaz of Pakistan. 1974, EXT, PT2, p. 165. For the Council of Islamic Ideology, Terms and Conditions of Members, Rules, 1974, see Gaz of Pakistan, EXT, PT2, p. 1727. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Order, 1980, P.O. No. 16 of 1980, Art. 2, 415. 135 Constitution of Pakistan, c. Not less than 1/3 of the members are persons each of whom has been engaged, for a period of not less than 15 years, in Islamic research or instruction, and d. At least one member is a woman. 2. 4. The President shall appoint one of the members of the Islamic Council to be the chairman thereof. 5. Subject to Clause 6. A member of the Islamic Council shall hold office for a period of 3 years. 6. A member may, by writing under his hand addressed to the President, resign his office or may be removed by the President upon the passing of a resolution for his removal by a majority of the total membership of the Islamic Council. 229 Reference by 3 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, etc., to Islamic Council 229. The President or the Governor of a province may, or if 2/5 of its total membership so requires, a House or a Provincial Assembly shall, refer to the Islamic Council for advice any question as to whether a proposed law is or is not repugnant to the injunctions of Islam. 230 Functions of the Islamic Council 230. 1. The functions of the Islamic Council shall be, a. To make recommendations to 3 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and the provincial assemblies as to the ways and means of enabling and encouraging the Muslims of Pakistan to order their lives individually and collectively in all respects in accordance with the principles and concepts of Islam as enunciated in the Holy Quran and Sunnah. b. To advise a House, a provincial assembly, the President, or a governor on any question referred to the Council as to whether proposed law is or is not repugnant to the injunctions of Islam. c. To make recommendations as to the measures for bringing existing laws into conformity with the injunctions of Islam. 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 85, 44. 2 subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order, 1982, P.O. No. 13 of 1982, Art. 2, 4 Clause, 4. 3 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 136 Constitution of Pakistan and the stages by which such measures should be brought into effect, and d. To compile in a suitable form, for the guidance of one Majlis Shura, Parliament, and the Provincial Assemblies, such injunctions of Islam as can be given legislative effect. 2. When, under Article 299, a question is referred by a House, a Provincial Assembly, the President or a Governor to the Islamic Council, the Council shall, within 15 days thereof, inform the House, the Assembly, the President or the Governor, as the case may be, of the period within which the Council expects to be able to furnish that advice. 3. Where a House, a Provincial Assembly, the President or the Governor, as the case may be, considers that, in the public interest, the making of the proposed law in relation to which the question arose should not be postponed until the advice of the Islamic Council is furnished, the law may be made before the advice is furnished, provided that, where a law is referred for advice to the Islamic Council and the Council advises that the law is repugnant to the injunctions of Islam, the House or, as the case may be, the Provincial Assembly, the President or the Governor shall reconsider the law so made. 4. The Islamic Council shall submit its final report within 7 years of its appointment, and shall submit an annual interim report. The report, whether interim or final, shall be laid for discussion before both Houses and each Provincial Assembly within 6 months of its receipt, and one Majlis Shura, Parliament, and the Assembly, after considering the report, shall enact laws in respect thereof within a period of 2 years of the final report. 231 Rules of Procedure 231. The proceedings of the Islamic Council shall be regulated by Rules of Procedure 2 to be made by the Council with approval of the President. Underscore 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 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 2 For the Council of Islamic Ideology, Procedure Rules, 1974, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1974. EXT, PT2, pages 771-773. 137 Constitution of Pakistan Part X Emergency Provisions 232. Proclamation of emergency on account of war, internal disturbance, etc. 232. 1. If the President is satisfied that a grave emergency exists in which the security of Pakistan, or any part thereof, is threatened by war or external aggression, or by internal disturbance beyond the power of a provincial government to control, he may issue a proclamation of emergency. 1. Smiley face. 2. Provided that for imposition of emergency due to internal disturbances beyond the powers of a provincial government to control, a resolution from the Provincial Assembly of that province shall be required, provided further that if the President acts on his own, the proclamation of emergency shall be placed before both Houses of Majlis Shura, Parliament, for approval by each House within 10 days. 2. notwithstanding anything in the Constitution, while a proclamation of emergency is in force. 3. A. Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, shall have power to make laws for a province, or any part thereof, with respect to any matter not enumerated in the Federal Legislative List 4*****. B. The executive authority of the Federation shall extend to the giving of directions to a province as to the manner in which the executive authority of the province is to be exercised, and c. The federal government may by Order 5 assume to itself, or direct the governor of a province to assume on behalf of the federal government, all or any of the functions of the government of the province, and all or any of the powers 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 86, for the full stop. 2 new proviso ins. Ibid 3 subs by PO No. 14 of 1985. Art. 2 NSCH. 4 paragraph, A. For the words or the concurrent legislative list stand omitted as a consequence of the 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, see Section 2. 5 For such order, in respect of NWFP, CSRO No. 202, I/75, dated the February 16, 1975, see Gaz of PAC 1975, EXT. PT2, p. 329. Since rescinded by SRO No. 522, I/75, dated the May 3, 1975, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1975, EXT, PT2. p. 727, and for such order, in respect of the province of Balochistan, CSRO No. 641, I/76, dated the June 30, 1976, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1976, EXT, PT2. p. 1207 since rescinded by SRO No. 1161, I/76, dated the December 6, 1976, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1976, EXT, PT2, p. 2279. For such proclamation issued on 28-5-1998, see Gaz of Pakistan 1998, EXT, PT. I, p. 32. 138 Constitution of Pakistan vested in, or exercisable by, any body or authority in the province other than the Provincial Assembly, and make such incidental and consequential provisions as appear to the federal government to be necessary or desirable for giving effect to the objects of the proclamation, including provisions for suspending, in whole or in part, the operation of any provisions of the Constitution relating to any body or authority in the province, provided that nothing in paragraph c. shall authorize the federal government to assume to itself, or direct the governor of the province to assume on its behalf, any of the powers vested in or exercisable by a high court, or to suspend either in whole or in part the operation of any provisions of the Constitution relating to high courts. 3. The power of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, to make laws for a province with respect to any matter shall include power to make laws conferring powers and imposing duties, or authorizing the conferring of powers and the imposition of duties upon the Federation or officers and authorities of the Federation, as respects that matter. 4. Nothing in this article shall restrict the power of a provincial assembly to make any law which under the Constitution it has power to make, but if any provision of a provincial law is repugnant to any provision of an act of one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, which one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, has under this article power to make, the act of one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, whether passed before or after the provincial law, shall prevail, and the provincial law shall, to the extent of the repugnancy, but so long only as the act of one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, continues to have effect, be void. 5. A law made by one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, which one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, would not but for the issue of a proclamation of emergency have been competent to make, shall, to the extent of the incompetency, cease to have effect on the expiration of a period of 6 months after the proclamation of emergency has ceased to be in force, except as respects things done or omitted to be done before the expiration of the said period. 6. While a proclamation of emergency is in force, one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, may by law extend the term of the National Assembly for a period not exceeding 1 year and not extending in any case beyond a period of 6 months after the proclamation has ceased to be in force. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 139 Constitution of Pakistan, 7. A proclamation of emergency shall be laid before a joint sitting which shall be summoned by the President to meet within 30 days of the proclamation being issued and a. shall cease to be in force at the expiration of 2 months unless before the expiration of that period it has been approved by a resolution 1 of the joint sitting, and 2. b. shall, subject to the provisions of paragraph a. cease to be in force upon a resolution disapproving the proclamation being passed by the votes of the majority of the total membership of the 2 houses in joint sitting. 8. Notwithstanding anything contained in clause 7, if the National Assembly stands dissolved at the time when a proclamation of emergency is issued, the proclamation shall continue in force for a period of 4 months, but if a general election to the Assembly is not held before the expiration of that period, it shall cease to be in force at the expiration of that period unless it has earlier been approved by a resolution of the Senate. 233 Power to suspend fundamental rights, etc., during emergency period. 233. 1. Nothing contained in Articles 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 24 shall, while a proclamation of emergency is in force, restrict the power of the state as defined in Article 7 to make any law or to take any executive action which it would, but for the provisions in the said articles, be competent to make or to take, but any law so made shall, to the extent of the incompetency, cease to have effect, and shall be deemed to have been repealed, at the time when the proclamation is revoked or has ceased to be in force. 1. The joint sitting passed the following resolution on the September 5, 1973, that the joint sitting approves under Clause 7 of Art. 232 of the Constitution read with Art. 280 thereof, the proclamation of emergency issued on the 23rd day of November, 1971, and the continuance in force of the said proclamation for the period of 6 months following the expiration of the period mentioned in paragraph A of the said clause 7. The joint sitting passed the following resolution on October 6, 1998. That the joint sitting approve under Clause 7 of Article 232 of the Constitution the proclamation of emergency issued by the President on the May 28, 1998, under Clause 1. Of Article 232 of the Constitution see Gaz of Pakistan 1998. EXT, PT 3, p. 647. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Act, 1975, 22 of 1975, S3, for original paragraph, B, WEF the February 13, 1975, which reads as follows, B, may by resolution of a joint sitting, be continued in force for a period not exceeding 6 months at a time. For resolutions under original paragraph, B, approving the continuance in force of the Proclamation of Emergency, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1974, EXT, PT 3, p. 343, and IBID, p. 1183. 140 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. While a proclamation of emergency is in force, the President may, by Order 1, declare that the right to move any court for the enforcement of such of the fundamental rights conferred by Chapter 1 of Part 2 as may be specified in the order, and any proceeding in any court which is for the enforcement, or involves the determination of any question as to the infringement, of any of the rights so specified, shall remain suspended for the period during which the proclamation is in force, and any such order may be made in respect of the whole or any part of Pakistan. 3. Every order made under this article shall, as soon as may be laid before both houses of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, separately for approval. 3. And the provisions of clauses 7 and 8 of Article 232 shall apply to such an order as they apply to a proclamation of emergency. 234 Power to issue proclamation in case of failure of constitutional machinery in a province. 234. 1. If the President, on receipt of a report from the Governor of a province 4*** is satisfied that a situation has arisen in which the government of the province cannot be carried on in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, the President may, or if a resolution in this behalf is passed 5 by each House separately shall, by proclamation, a. assume to himself, or direct the Governor of the province to assume on behalf of the President, all or any of the functions of the government of the province, and all or any of the powers vested in, or exercisable by, any body or authority in the province, other than the Provincial Assembly. 1. The order suspending the right to move any court for the enforcement of certain fundamental rights issued vide see Gaz of Pakistan, 1973, EXT, PTIP 602, has been rescinded by SRO 1093, I/74, dated the August 14, 1974, see Gaz of Pakistan 1974, EXT PT 2, p. 1548. 2 Subs the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S87 for a joint sitting. 3 For the order issued on 28-5-1998 suspending of fundamental rights, see Notifications No. 7-3/98 Min. I. Dated 28-5-1998. Gaz of Pakistan, 1998, Part I, page 31. The joint sitting passed the following resolution on the September 6, 1973 that the joint sitting approves under Clause 7 of Article 232 of the Constitution, read with Clause 3 of Article 233 thereof, the President's order of the August 14, 1973, made under Clause 2 of the said Art. 233 and the continuance in force of the said order for the period of 6 months following the expiration of the period mentioned in paragraph A of the said Clause 7 of Art. 232 for resolution approving the continuance in force of the President's order of the August 14, 1973, for a further period of 6 months. See Gaz of Pakistan, 1974. EXT, PT3, P343. The joint sitting passed the following resolution on October 6, 1998. That the joint sitting approves the order made by the President on the May 28, 1998, under Clause 2 of Article 233 of the Constitution. See Gaz of Pakistan 1998. Part Ill, p. 647. For the words or otherwise omitted by Act No. 10 of 2010, S. 88. 5 Subs. Ibid. 4 at a joint sitting. 141 Constitution of Pakistan, b. Declare that the powers of the Provincial Assembly shall be exercisable by, or under the authority of, 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and, c. Make such incidental and consequential provisions as appear to the President to be necessary or desirable for giving effect to the objects of the proclamation, including provisions for suspending in whole or in part the operation of any provisions of the Constitution relating to any body or authority in the province. Provided that nothing in this article shall authorize the President to assume to himself, or direct the Governor of the province to assume on his behalf, any of the powers vested in, or exercisable by, a High Court, or to suspend either in whole or in part the operation of any provisions of the Constitution relating to High Courts. 2. The provisions of Article 105 shall not apply to the discharge by the Governor of his functions under Clause 1. 3. A proclamation issued under this article shall be laid before a joint sitting and shall cease to be in force at the expiration of 2 months, unless before the expiration of that period it has been approved by resolution of the joint sitting and may by like resolution be extended for a further period not exceeding 2 months at a time, but no such proclamation shall in any case remain in force for more than 6 months. 4. Notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 3, if the National Assembly stands dissolved at the time when a proclamation is issued under this article, the proclamation shall continue in force for a period of 3 months but, if a general election to the Assembly is not held before the expiration of that period, it shall cease to be in force at the expiration of that period unless it has earlier been approved by a resolution of the Senate. 5. Whereby a proclamation issued under this article it has been declared that the powers of the Provincial Assembly shall be exercisable by or under the authority of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, it shall be competent, a. to 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting to confer on the President the power to make laws with respect to any matter within the legislative competence of the Provincial Assembly, 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 142 Constitution of Pakistan, b. to 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting, or the President, when he is empowered under paragraph a. to make laws conferring powers and imposing duties, or authorizing the conferring of powers and the imposition of duties, upon the Federation or officers and authorities thereof, c. to the President, when 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, is not in session, to authorize expenditure from the Provincial Consolidated Fund, whether the expenditure is charged by the Constitution upon that fund or not, pending the sanction of such expenditure by one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting, and d. to one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in joint sitting by resolution to sanction expenditure authorized by the President under paragraph c. 6, any law made by one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or the President which one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or the President would not, but for the issue of a proclamation under this article, have been competent to make, shall, to the extent of the incompetency, cease to have effect on the expiration of a period of 6 months after the proclamation under this article has ceased to be in force, except as to things, done or omitted to be done before the expiration of the said period. 235 Proclamation in case of financial emergency. 235. 1. If the President is satisfied that a situation has arisen whereby the economic life, financial stability, or credit of Pakistan, or any part thereof, is threatened, he may, after consultation with the governors of the provinces or, as the case may be, the governor of the province concerned, by proclamation make a declaration to that effect, and, while such a proclamation is in force, the executive authority of the Federation shall extend to the giving of directions to any province to observe such principles of financial propriety as may be specified in the directions, and to the giving of such other directions as the President may deem necessary in the interest of the economic life, financial stability, or credit of Pakistan or any part thereof. 2. Notwithstanding anything in the Constitution, any such directions may include a provision requiring a reduction of the salary and allowances of all or any class of persons serving in connection with the affairs of a province. 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 143 Constitution of Pakistan. 3. While a proclamation issued under this article is in force, the President may issue directions for the reduction of the salaries and allowances of all or any class of persons serving in connection with the affairs of the Federation. 4. The provisions of clauses 3 and 4. Article 234 shall apply to a proclamation issued under this article as they apply to a proclamation issued under that article. 236 Revocation of proclamation, etc. 236. 1. A proclamation issued under this part may be varied or revoked by a subsequent proclamation. 2. The validity of any proclamation issued or order made under this part shall not be called in question in any court. 237 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may make laws of indemnity, etc. 237. Nothing in the Constitution shall prevent one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, from making any law indemnifying any person in the service of the federal government or a provincial government, or any other person, in respect of any act done in connection with the maintenance or restoration of order in any area in Pakistan. Underscore 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 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 144 Constitution of Pakistan Part 11 Amendment of Constitution 238. Amendment of Constitution 238. Subject to this part, the Constitution may be amended by Act of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 239 Constitution, Amendment Bill 239. 1. A bill to amend the Constitution may originate in either House and, when the bill has been passed by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House, it shall be transmitted to the other House. 2. If the bill is passed without amendment by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House to which it is transmitted under Clause 1, it shall, subject to the provisions of Clause 4, be presented to the President for assent. 3. If the bill is passed with amendment by the votes of not less than 2/3 of the total membership of the House to which it is transmitted under Clause 1, it shall be reconsidered by the House in which it had originated, and if the bill as amended by the former House is passed by the latter by the votes of not less than 2/3 of its total membership, it shall, subject to the provisions of Clause 4, be presented to the President for assent. 4. A bill to amend the Constitution which would have the effect of altering the limits of a province shall not be presented to the President for assent unless it has been passed by the Provincial Assembly of that province by the votes of not less than 2/3 of its total membership. 5. No amendment of the Constitution shall be called in question in any court on any ground whatsoever. 6. For the removal of doubt, it is hereby declared that there is no limitation whatever on the power of the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, to amend any of the provisions of the Constitution. Underscore 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 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 2nd Amd. Order, 1985, P.O. No. 20 of 1985, Art. 3, for Art. 239, which was previously Subs. By P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, for the original Article 239. 145 Constitution of Pakistan Part 12 Miscellaneous Chapter 1. Services 240. Appointments to Service of Pakistan and Conditions of Service 240. Subject to the Constitution, the appointments to and the conditions of service of persons in the service of Pakistan shall be determined, a. in the case of the services of the Federation, posts in connection with the affairs of the Federation and all Pakistan services, by or under Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and b. in the case of the services of a province and posts in connection with the affairs of a province, by or under Act of the Provincial Assembly. Explanation in this article. All Pakistan service means a service common to the Federation and the provinces, which was in existence immediately before the commencing day or which may be created by Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament. 241 Existing rules, etc., to continue 241. Until the appropriate legislature makes a law under Article 240, all rules and orders in force immediately before the commencing day shall, so far as consistent with the provisions of the Constitution, continue in force and may be amended from time to time by the federal government or, as the case may be, the provincial government. 242 Public Service Commission 242. 1. 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in relation to the affairs of the Federation, and the Provincial Assembly of a province in relation to the affairs of the province may, by law, provide for the establishment and constitution of a Public Service Commission. 2. 1a. The Chairman of the Public Service Commission constituted in relation to the affairs of the Federation shall be appointed by the President. 3. On the advice of the Prime Minister. 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 INS by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 89-4 in his discretion. 146 Constitution of Pakistan 1b. The Chairman of the Public Service Commission constituted in relation to affairs of a province shall be appointed by the Governor on advice of the Chief Minister. 2. A Public Service Commission shall perform such functions as may be prescribed by law. Chapter 2. Armed Forces 243. Command of Armed Forces 243. 1. The Federal Government shall have control and command of the armed forces. 2. Without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing provision, the supreme command of the armed forces shall vest in the President. 3. The President shall subject to law, have power, a. to raise and maintain the military, naval and air forces of Pakistan, and the reserves of such forces, and b. to grant commissions in such forces. 4. Appoint, a. the President shall, on advice of the Prime Minister, the Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee, b. the Chief of the Army Staff, c. the Chief of the Naval Staff, and d. the Chief of the Air Staff, and shall also determine their salaries and allowances. 244 Oath of Armed Forces 244. Every member of the armed forces shall make oath in the form set out in the third schedule. 1 New Clause, 1b, ends. Ibid 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S.94 Article 243. 147 Constitution of Pakistan 245. Functions of Armed Forces 245. 1. The Armed Forces shall, under the directions of the Federal Government, defend Pakistan against external aggression or threat of war, and, subject to law, act in aid of civil power when called upon to do so. 2. The validity of any direction issued by the Federal Government under Clause 1 shall not be called in question in any court. 3. A High Court shall not exercise any jurisdiction under Article 199 in relation to any area in which the armed forces of Pakistan are, for the time being, acting in aid of civil power in pursuance of Article 245, provided that this clause shall not be deemed to affect the jurisdiction of the High Court in respect of any proceeding pending immediately before the day on which the armed forces start acting in aid of civil power. 4. Any proceeding in relation to an area referred to in Clause 3, instituted on or after the day the armed forces start acting in aid of civil power and pending in any high court shall remain suspended for the period during which the armed forces are so acting. Chapter 3. Tribal Areas 246. Tribal Areas 246. In the Constitution A. Tribal areas means the areas in Pakistan which, immediately before the commencing day, were tribal areas, and includes I. The tribal areas of 3 Balochistan and the 4 Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Province 5-star. 2. The former states of AMB, Chitral, DIR and Swat, 6 ****************** B. Provincially administered tribal areas means I. The districts of Chitral, DIR and Swat, which one renumbered as Clause 1, by the Constitution, 7th Amd, Act, 1977, 23 of 1977, S4, WEF the April 21, 1977, 2 added by the Constitution, 7th Amd. Act, 1977, 23 of 1977, S4, WEF the April 21, 1977. 3 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S91, for Balochistan. 4 Subzibid, for Northwest Frontier. 5 The word and omitted ibid 6 sub-paragraphs, 3, and 4, omitted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S.7. 148 Constitution of Pakistan includes Kalam, 1 the tribal area in Kohistan district Malakand protected area, the tribal area adjoining to Mansehra district and the former state of AMB, and 2. Zhab district, Lorala district, excluding Duki Tehsil, Dalbandan Tehsil of Chagai district and Mari and Bugti tribal territories of Sibi district. 3. C. Federally administered tribal areas includes I. Tribal areas, adjoining Peshawar district. 2. Tribal areas adjoining Kohat district. 3. Tribal areas adjoining Banyu district. 4. 3a. Tribal areas adjoining Laki Merwat district. 4. Tribal areas adjoining Dara Ismail Khan district. 3. Eva. Tribal areas adjoining Tank district. 5. V. Bajor Agency, VA, Oraksai Agency. 6. Momend Agency. 7. Khyber Agency. 8. Kurram Agency. 9. North Waziristan Agency, and X. South Waziristan Agency 6, and 7. D. On the commencement of the Constitution, 25th Amendment, Act, 2018, the areas mentioned in I. Paragraph B, A, in subparagraph I, shall stand merged in the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and 1 INS and shall be deemed to have been so ins. By the Constitution, 6th Amd. Act, 1976, 84 of 1976, S4, WEF the October 1, 1976. 2 Subs and shall be deemed to have been so subs. Ibid, for Hazara. 3 omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S8. WEF 31-05-2018. 4 inserted by the Constitution, 19th Amendment, Act, 2011, 1 of 2011, S7. 5 Subs and shall be deemed to have been so subs. By the Constitution, 6th Amd. Act, 1976, 84 of 1976, S4, for the original subparagraph, v. WEF the December 1, 1973. 6 Subs by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S8. 4. WEF 31-05-2018. 7 INS by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S8. WEF 31-05-2018. 149 Constitution of Pakistan, B, in subparagraph 2, shall stand merged in the province of Balochistan, and 2. Paragraph c. shall stand merged in the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. 247 1 ********* Chapter 4 General 248 Protection to President, Governor, Minister, etc. 248 1. The President, a Governor, the Prime Minister, a Federal Minister, a Minister of State, the Chief Minister and a Provincial Minister shall not be answerable to any court for the exercise of powers and performance of functions of their respective offices or for any act done or purported to be done in the exercise of those powers and performance of those functions, provided that nothing in this clause shall be construed as restricting the right of any person to bring appropriate proceedings against the Federation or a province. 2. No criminal proceedings whatsoever shall be instituted or continued against the President or a Governor in any court during his term of office. 3. No process for the arrest or imprisonment of the President or a Governor shall issue from any court during his term of office. 4. No civil proceedings in which relief is claimed against the President or a Governor shall be instituted during his term of office in respect of anything done or not done by him in his personal capacity whether before or after he enters upon his office unless, at least 60 days before the proceedings are instituted, notice in writing has been delivered to him, or sent to him in the manner prescribed by law, stating the nature of the proceedings, the cause of action, the name, description, and place of residence of the party by whom the proceedings are to be instituted and the relief which the party claims. 1. Omitted by the Constitution, 25th Amd. Act, 2018, 37 of 2018, S9. WEF 31-05-2018 150 Constitution of Pakistan 249 Legal Proceedings 249 1. Any legal proceedings which, but for the Constitution, could have been brought by or against the Federation in respect of a matter which, immediately before the commencing day, was the responsibility of the Federation and has, under the Constitution, become the responsibility of a province, shall be brought by or against the province concerned, and if any such legal proceedings were pending in any court immediately before the commencing day then, in those proceedings, for the Federation they province concerned shall, as from that day, be deemed to have been substituted. 2. Any legal proceedings which, but for the Constitution, could have been brought by or against a province in respect of a matter which, immediately before the commencing day, was the responsibility of the province and has under the Constitution become the responsibility of the Federation, shall be brought by or against the Federation, and if any such legal proceedings were pending in any court immediately before the commencing day then, in those proceedings, for the province the Federation shall, as from that day, be deemed to have been substituted. 250 Salaries, allowances, etc., of the President, etc. 250. 1. Within 2 years from the commencing day, provision shall be made by law for determining the salaries, allowances, and privileges of the President, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker and a member of the National Assembly or a Provincial Assembly, the Chairman and Deputy Chairman and a member of the Senate, the Prime Minister, a Federal Minister, a Minister of State, 1*** a Chief Minister, a Provincial Minister and the Chief Election Commissioner. 2. Until other provision is made by law (a) the salaries, allowances, and privileges of the President, the Speaker or Deputy Speaker or a member of the National Assembly or a Provincial Assembly, a Federal Minister, a Minister of State, 1*** a Chief Minister, a Provincial Minister, and the Chief Election Commissioner shall be same as the salaries, allowances, and privileges to which the President, the Speaker or Deputy Speaker or member of the National Assembly of Pakistan or a Provincial Assembly, a Federal Minister, a Minister of State, 1*** a Chief Minister, 1 the words and comma a Governor, omitted by the Constitution, First Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S. 13, WEF the May 4, 1974. 151 Constitution of Pakistan. A provincial minister or, as the case may be, the Chief Election Commissioner was entitled immediately before the commencing day, and b. the salaries, allowances, and privileges of the Chairman, the Deputy Chairman, the Prime Minister and a member of the Senate shall be such as the President may by order determine. 3. Office as the salary, allowances, and privileges of a person holding a. the President, b. the Chairman or Deputy Chairman, c. the Speaker or Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly or a Provincial Assembly, d. a Governor, e. the Chief Election Commissioner, or f. the Auditor General, shall not be varied to his disadvantage during his term of office. 4. At any time when the Chairman or Speaker is acting as President, he shall be entitled to the same salary, allowances, and privileges as a President but shall not exercise any of the functions of the office of Chairman or Speaker or a member of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or be entitled to salary, allowances, or privileges as Chairman, Speaker or such a member. 251 National Language. 251. 1. The national language of Pakistan is Urdu, and arrangements shall be made for its being used for official and other purposes within 15 years from the commencing day. 2. Subject to Clause 1. The English language may be used for official purposes until arrangements are made for its replacement by Urdu. 1. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 152 Constitution of Pakistan. 3. Without prejudice to the status of the national language, a provincial assembly may by law prescribe measures for the teaching, promotion, and use of a provincial language in addition to the national language. 252 Special provisions in relation to major ports and aerodromes. 252. 1. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution or in any law, the President may, by public notification, direct that, for a period not exceeding 3 months from a specified date, a specified law, whether a federal law or a provincial law, shall not apply to a specified major port or major aerodrome, or shall apply to a specified major port or major aerodrome subject to specified exceptions or modifications. 2. The giving of a direction under this article in relation to any law shall not affect the operation of the law prior to the date specified in the direction. 253 Maximum limits as to property, etc. 253. 1. One Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, may by law, a. prescribe the maximum limits as to property or any class thereof which may be owned, held, possessed, or controlled by any person, and b. declare that any trade, business, industry, or service specified in such law shall be carried on or owned, to the exclusion, complete or partial, of other persons, by the federal government or a provincial government, or by a corporation controlled by any such government. 2. Any law which permits a person to own beneficially or possess beneficially an area of land greater than that which, immediately before the commencing day, he could have lawfully owned beneficially or possessed beneficially shall be invalid. 254 Failure to comply with requirement as to time does not render an act invalid. 254. When any act or thing is required by the Constitution to be done within a particular period and it is not done within that period, the doing of the act or thing shall not be invalid or otherwise ineffective by reason only that it was not done within that period. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3. Supra. 153 Constitution of Pakistan 255. Oath of Office 255. 1. An oath required to be made by a person under the Constitution shall one preferably be made in Urdu or a language that is understood by that person. 2. Where, under the Constitution, an oath is required to be made before a specified person and, for any reason, it is impracticable for the oath to be made before that person, it may be made before such other person as may be nominated by that person. 3. Where, under the Constitution, a person is required to make an oath before he enters upon an office, he shall be deemed to have entered upon the office on the day on which he makes the oath. 256 Private armies forbidden. 256. No private organization capable of functioning as a military organization shall be formed, and any such organization shall be illegal. 257 Provision relating to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. 257. When the people of the state of Jammu and Kashmir decide to accede to Pakistan, the relationship between Pakistan and that state shall be determined in accordance with the wishes of the people of that state. 258 Government of territories outside provinces. 258. Subject to the Constitution, until 2 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, by law otherwise provides, the President may, by order, make provision for peace and good government of any part of Pakistan not forming part of a province. 259 Awards. 259. 1. No citizen shall accept any title, honor, or decoration from any foreign state except with the approval of the federal government. 2. No title, honor, or decoration shall be conferred by the federal government or any provincial government on any citizen, but the President may award decorations in recognition of gallantry. 3 Meritorious 1 Subs by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art 2 and SCH, 4b made in 2 See footnote 6 on page 3, Super 3 INS by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S14, WEF the May 4, 1974. 154 Constitution of Pakistan. Service in the Armed Forces. 1 Academic distinction or distinction in the field of sports or nursing, as provided by federal law. 3. All titles, honors, and decorations awarded to citizens by any authority in Pakistan before the commencing day otherwise than in recognition of gallantry. 2 Meritorious service in the armed forces or academic distinction shall stand annulled. Chapter 5. Interpretation. 260. Definitions. 260. 1. In the Constitution, unless the context otherwise requires, the following expressions have the meaning hereby respectively assigned to them, that is to say Act of 3 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, means an act passed by 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or the National Assembly and assented to, or deemed to have been assented to, by the President, Act of Provincial Assembly means an act passed by the Provincial Assembly of a province and assented to, or deemed to have been assented to, by the Governor. Agricultural income means agricultural income as defined for the purposes of the law relating to income tax. Article means article of the Constitution. Borrow includes the raising of money by the grant of annuities, and loans shall be construed accordingly. Chairman means the chairman of the Senate and, except in Article 49, includes a person acting as chairman of the Senate. For Chief Justice, in relation to the Supreme Court or a High Court, includes the judge for the time being acting as Chief Justice of the court. Citizen means a citizen of Pakistan as defined by law, 1 subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order, 1981, P.O. No. 12 of 1981, Art. 2, 4 or academic distinction. 2 ins and shall be deemed always to have been so ins. By Act 33 of 1974, S14, WEF the May 4, 1974. 3 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 4 ins by the Constitution, 1st Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S15. 155 Constitution of Pakistan clause means clause of the article in which it occurs. 1 asterisk 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 asterisk. Corporation tax means any tax on income that is payable by companies and in respect of which the following conditions apply. A. The tax is not chargeable in respect of agricultural income. B. No deduction in respect of the tax paid by companies is, by any law which may apply to the tax, authorized to be made from dividends payable by the companies to individuals. C. No provision exists for taking the tax so paid into account in computing for the purposes of income tax the total income of individual receiving such dividends, or in computing the income tax payable by, or refundable to, such individuals. Debt includes any liability in respect of any obligation to repay capital sums by way of annuities and any liability under any guarantee, and debt charges shall be construed accordingly. Estate duty means a duty assessed on, or by reference to, the value of property. Passing upon death, existing law has the same meaning as in Clause 7 of Article 268. Federal law means a law made by or under the authority of 2 Majlis Shura, Parliament. Financial year means a year commencing on the first day of July. Goods includes all materials, commodities, and articles. Governor means the governor of a province and includes any person for the time being acting as the governor of a province. Guarantee includes any obligation undertaken before the commencing day to make payments in the event of the profits of an undertaking falling short of a specified amount. House means the Senate or the National Assembly. 1. The definition of expression consultation omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S92. 2 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 156 Constitution of Pakistan joint sitting means a joint sitting of the 2 houses. Judge in relation to the Supreme Court or a High Court, includes the Chief Justice of the Court and also includes a. In relation to the Supreme Court, a person who is acting as a judge of the court, and b. In relation to the High Court, a person who is an additional judge of the court. Members of the armed forces does not include persons who are not, for the time being, subject to any law relating to the members of the armed forces. Net proceeds means in relation to any tax or duty, the proceeds thereof, reduced by the cost of collection, as ascertained and certified by the Auditor General. Oath includes affirmation. Part means part of the Constitution. Pension means a pension, whether contributory or not, of any kind whatsoever payable to, or in respect of, any person, and includes retired pay so payable, a gratuity so payable, and any sum or sums so payable by way of the return, with or without interest thereon or any addition thereto, of subscriptions to a provident fund. Person includes any body politic or corporate. President means the President of Pakistan and includes a person for the time being acting as, or performing the functions of, the President of Pakistan and, as respects anything required to be done under the Constitution before the commencing day, the President under the interim Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Property includes any right, title, or interest in property, movable or immovable, and any means and instruments of production. Provincial law means a law made by or under the authority of the Provincial Assembly. Remuneration includes salary and pension. Schedule means schedule to the Constitution. 157 Constitution of Pakistan. Security of Pakistan includes the safety, welfare, stability, and integrity of Pakistan and of each part of Pakistan, but shall not include public safety as such. Service of Pakistan means any service, post, or office in connection with the affairs of the Federation or of a province, and includes an all-Pakistan service. Service in the armed forces and any other service declared to be a service of Pakistan by or under Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or of a provincial assembly, but does not include service as Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairman, Deputy Chairman, Prime Minister, Federal Minister, Minister of State, Chief Minister, Provincial Minister. 2. Attorney General, 3. Advocate General, Parliamentary Secretary, or 4. Chairman or member of a law commission, Chairman or member of the Council of Islamic Ideology, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister, Advisor to the Prime Minister, Special Assistant to a Chief Minister, Advisor to a Chief Minister or member of a House or a Provincial Assembly. Speaker means the Speaker of the National Assembly or a Provincial Assembly, and includes any person acting as the Speaker of the Assembly. Taxation includes the imposition of any tax or duty, whether general, local or special, and tax shall be construed accordingly. Tax on income includes a tax in the nature of an excess profits tax or a business profits tax. 2. In the Constitution Act of 1 Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or Federal Law or Act of Provincial Assembly or Provincial Law shall include an ordinance promulgated by the President or, as the case may be, a Governor. 5. 3. In the Constitution and all enactments and other legal instruments, unless there is anything repugnant in the subject or context. A. Muslim means a person who believes in the unity and oneness of Almighty Allah, in the absolute and unqualified one. See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra 2 INS. By the Constitution, First Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S. 15, WEF the May 4, 1974. 3 INS. By the Constitution, Fifth Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S. 16, WEF the September 13, 1976. 4 INS. By the Constitution, Sixth Amd. Act, 1976, 84 of 1976, S. 5, WEF the December 31, 1976. 5 Subs by the Constitution, 3rd Amd. Order, 1985, PO number 24 of 1985, Art. 6, for Clause 3, which was previously added by Act 49 of 1974, S3, WEF the September 17, 1974. 158 Constitution of Pakistan. Finality of the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him, the last of the prophets, and does not believe in, or recognize as a prophet or religious reformer, any person who claimed or claims to be a prophet, in any sense of the word or of any description whatsoever, after Muhammad, peace be upon him, and b. Non-Muslim means a person who is not a Muslim and includes a person belonging to the Christian, Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist or Parsi community, a person of the Qadiani group or the Lahori group, who call themselves Ahmadis or by any other name, or a Baha'i, and a person belonging to any of the scheduled castes. 261 Person acting in office not to be regarded as successor to previous occupant of office, etc. 261. For the purposes of the Constitution, a person who acts in an office shall not be regarded as the successor to the person who held that office before him or as the predecessor to the person who holds that office after him. 262 Gregorian calendar to be used. 262. For the purposes of the Constitution, periods of time shall be reckoned according to the Gregorian calendar. 263 Gender and number. 263. In the Constitution (a) words importing the masculine gender shall be taken to include females, and b. words in the singular shall include the plural, and words in the plural shall include the singular. 264 Effect of repeal of laws. 264. Where a law is repealed, or is deemed to have been repealed, by, under, or by virtue of the Constitution, the repeal shall not, except as otherwise provided in the Constitution (a) revive anything not in force or existing at the time at which the repeal takes effect. 159 Constitution of Pakistan, b. affect the previous operation of the law or anything duly done or suffered under the law, c. affect any right, privilege, obligation, or liability acquired, accrued or incurred under the law, d. affect any penalty, forfeiture, or punishment incurred in respect of any offence committed against the law, or e. affect any investigation, legal proceeding, or remedy in respect of any such right, privilege, obligation, liability, penalty, forfeiture or punishment, and any such investigation, legal proceeding, or remedy may be instituted, continued or enforced, and any such penalty, forfeiture, or punishment may be imposed, as if the law had not been repealed. Chapter 6. Title: Commencement and Repeal. 265. Title of Constitution and Commencement. 265. 1. This Constitution shall be known as the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. 2. Subject to clauses 3 and 4. The Constitution shall come into force on the 14th day of August, 1973 or on such earlier day as the President may, by notification in the Official Gazette, appoint, in the Constitution referred to as the commencing day. 3. The Constitution shall, to the extent necessary, a. for the constitution of the First Senate, b. for the first meeting of a House or a joint sitting to be held, c. for the election of the President and the Prime Minister to be held, and d. to enable any other thing to be done which, for the purposes of the Constitution, it is necessary to do before the commencing day, come into force upon the enactment of the Constitution, but the person elected as President or Prime Minister shall not enter upon his office before the commencing day. 160 Constitution of Pakistan, 4. Whereby the Constitution a power is conferred to make rules or to issue orders with respect to the enforcement of any provision thereof, or with respect to the establishment of any court or office, or the appointment of any judge or officer thereunder, or with respect to the person by whom, or the time when, or the place where, or the manner in which, anything is to be done under any such provision, then that power may be exercised at any time between the enactment of the Constitution and its commencement. 266 Repeal 266. The Interim Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, together with the Acts and President's orders making omissions from, additions to, modifications of, or amendments in, that Constitution is hereby repealed. Chapter 7. Transitional 267. Power of President to remove difficulties 267. 1. At any time before the commencing day or before the expiration of 3 months from the commencing day, the President may, for the purpose of removing any difficulties, or for bringing the provisions of the Constitution into effective operation, by order, direct that the provisions of the Constitution shall, during such period as may be specified in the order, have effect, subject to such adaptations, whether by way of modification, addition, or omission, as he may deem to be necessary or expedient. 2. An order made under Clause 1, shall be laid before both Houses without undue delay, and shall remain in force until a resolution disapproving it is passed by each House or, in case of disagreement between the two Houses, until such resolution is passed at a joint sitting. 267a Power to remove difficulties 1267a. If any difficulty arises in giving effect to the provisions of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act 2010, hereinafter in this article referred to as the Act, or for bringing the provisions of the Act into effective operation, the matter shall be laid before both Houses in a joint sitting, which may by a resolution direct that the provisions of the Act shall, during such period as may be specified in the resolution, have effect, subject to such adaptations, whether by way of modification, addition or omission, as may be deemed necessary or expedient, provided that this power shall be available for a period of 1 year. 1 New Articles 267a and 267b ins. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 93. 161 Constitution of Pakistan from the commencement of the Act. 267b Removal of doubt 267b. For removal of doubt it is hereby declared that Article 152a omitted and Articles 179 and 195 substituted by the Constitution, 17th Amendment, Act, 2003, Act No. 3 of 2003, notwithstanding its repeal, shall be deemed always to have been so omitted and substituted. 268 Continuance in force, and adaptation of certain laws 268. 1. Except as provided by this article, all existing laws shall, subject to the Constitution, continue in force, so far as applicable and with the necessary adaptations, until altered, repealed or amended by the appropriate legislature. 1 asterisk 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 3. For the purpose of bringing the provisions of any existing law into accord with the provisions of the Constitution, other than Part 2 of the Constitution, the President may by order, within a period of 2 years from the commencing day, make such adaptations, whether by way of modification, addition, or omission, as he may deem to be necessary or expedient, and any such order may be made so as to have effect from such day, not being a day earlier than the commencing day, as may be specified in the order. 4. The President may too authorize the governor of a province to exercise, in relation to the province, the powers conferred on the President by Clause 3, in respect of laws relating to matters with respect to which the Provincial Assembly has power to make laws. 5. The powers exercisable under clauses 3 and 4 shall be subject to the provisions of an act of the appropriate legislature. 6. Any court, tribunal, or authority required or empowered to enforce an existing law shall, notwithstanding that no adaptations have been made in such law by an order made under Clause 3, or Clause 4, construe the law with all such adaptations as are necessary to bring it into accord with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. In this article, existing laws means all laws, including ordinances, orders in council, orders, rules, bylaws, regulations and letters patent constituting a high court, and any notifications and other 1 clause 2, omitted ibid. S 94-2 for such authorization, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1973, EXT, PT 2, P 2001 162 Constitution of Pakistan. Legal instruments having the force of law, in force in Pakistan or any part thereof, or having extraterritorial validity, immediately before the commencing day. Explanation in this article, in force, in relation to any law, means having effect as law whether or not the law has been brought into operation. 269 Validation of law, acts, etc. 269. 1. All proclamations, President's orders, martial law regulations, martial law orders and all other laws made between the 20th day of December, 1971 and the 20th day of April, 1972, both days inclusive, are hereby declared notwithstanding any judgment of any court, to have been validly made by competent authority and shall not be called in question in any court on any ground whatsoever. 2. All orders made, proceedings taken, and acts done by any authority, or by any person, which were made, taken, or done, or purported to have been made, taken, or done, between the 20th day of December, 1971, and the 20th day of April, 1972, both days inclusive, in exercise of the powers derived from any President's orders, martial law regulations, martial law orders, enactments, notifications, rules, orders or bylaws, or in execution of any orders made or sentences passed by any authority in the exercise or purported exercise of powers as aforesaid, shall, notwithstanding any judgment of any court, be deemed to be and always to have been validly made, taken, or done and shall not be called in question in any court on any ground whatsoever. 3. no suit or other legal proceedings shall lie in any court against any authority or any person for or on account of or in respect of any order made, proceedings taken, or act done whether in the exercise or purported exercise of the powers referred to in Clause 2, or in execution of or in compliance with orders made or sentences passed in exercise or purported exercise of such powers. 270 Temporary validation of certain laws, etc. 270. 1. One Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, may by law made in the manner prescribed for legislation for a matter in Part I of the Federal Legislative List validate all proclamations, President's orders, martial law regulations, martial law orders and other laws made between the 1 see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 163 Constitution of Pakistan 25th day of March, 1969, and the 19th day of December, 1907 Tyone, both days inclusive. 2. Notwithstanding a judgment of any court, a law made by one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, under Clause 1, shall not be questioned in any court on any ground, whatsoever. 3. Notwithstanding the provisions of Clause 1, and a judgment of any court to the contrary, for a period of 2 years from the commencing day, the validity of all such instruments as are referred to in Clause 1, shall not be called in question before any court on any ground whatsoever. 4. All orders, made, proceedings taken, and acts done by any authority, or any person, which were made, taken, or done, or purported to have been made, taken, or done, between the 25th day of March, 1969 and 19th day of December, 1971, both days inclusive, in exercise of powers derived from any President's orders, martial law regulations, martial law orders, enactments, notifications, rules, orders, or by laws, or in execution of any order made or sentence passed by any authority in the exercise or purported exercise of power as aforesaid shall, notwithstanding any judgment of any court, be deemed to be and always to have been validly made, taken, or done, so however that any such order, proceeding or act may be declared invalid by one Majlis-e Shura, Parliament, at any time within a period of 2 years from the commencing day by resolution of both Houses, or in case of disagreement between the 2 Houses, by such resolution passed at a joint sitting and shall not be called in question before any court on any ground, whatsoever. 270A Affirmation of President's Orders, etc. 23270A-1, the Proclamation of the 5th day of July, 1977, all President's orders, ordinances, martial law regulations, martial law orders, including the Referendum Order, 1984, PO No. 11 of 1984, 4****** the Revival of the Constitution of 1973 Order, 1985, PO No. 14 of 1985, the Constitution, Second Amendment, Order, 1985, PO No. 20 of 1985, the Constitution, Third Amendment, Order, 1985, PO No. 24 of 1985, and all other laws made between the 5th day of July 1st see footnote 6 on page 3, supra. 2 Articles 270A and 270B ins. By PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH, 3 Article 270A subs. By the Constitution, 8th Amd. Act. 1985, 18 of 1985, S19, for Art. 270A, WEF 3012-1985, Vide SRO No 1279, 1/85, dated 29-12-85. Read with Proclamation of Withdrawal of Martial Law, dated 30/12-85, see Gaz of Pakistan, 1985, EXT, PT1. Pages 431 to 432. For certain words omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S95. 164 Constitution of Pakistan 1977, and the date on which this article comes into force are hereby affirmed, adopted, and declared, notwithstanding any judgment of any court, to have been validly made by competent authority and, notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, shall not be called in question in any court on any ground whatsoever, provided that a President's order, martial law regulation or martial law order made after the 30th day of September, 1985, shall be confined only to making such provisions as facilitate, or are incidental to, the revocation of the proclamation of the 5th day of July, 1977. 2. All orders made, proceedings taken, and acts done by any authority or by any person, which were made, taken, or done, or purported to have been made, taken, or done, between the 5th day of July, 1977, and the date on which this article comes into force, in exercise of the powers derived from any proclamation, President's orders, ordinances, martial law regulations, martial law orders, enactments, notifications, rules, orders, or bylaws, or in execution of or in compliance with any order made or sentence passed by any authority in the exercise or purported exercise of powers as aforesaid, shall, notwithstanding any judgment of any court, be deemed to be and always to have been validly made, taken, or done and shall not be called in question in any court on any ground whatsoever. 3. All President's orders, ordinances, martial law regulations, martial law orders, enactments, notifications, rules, orders, or bylaws, in force immediately before the date on which this article comes into force shall continue in force until altered, repealed, or amended by competent authority. Explanation in this clause, competent authority means (a) in respect of President's orders, ordinances, martial law regulations, martial law orders and enactments, the appropriate legislature, and (b) in respect of notifications, rules, orders, and bylaws, the authority in which the power to make, alter, repeal or amend the same vests under the law. 4. No suit, prosecution, or other legal proceedings shall lie in any court against any authority or any person, for or on account of or in respect of any order made, proceedings taken, or act done whether in the exercise or purported exercise of the powers referred to in Clause 2, or in execution of or in compliance with orders made or sentences passed in exercise or purported exercise of such powers. 165 Constitution of Pakistan, 5. For the purposes of clauses 1, 2, and 4, all orders made, proceedings taken, acts done, or purporting to be made, taken or done by any authority or person shall be deemed to have been made, taken, or done in good faith and for the purpose intended to be served thereby. 1. 6. The laws referred to in Clause 1 may be amended by the appropriate legislature in the manner provided for amendment of such laws. 270AA Declaration and Continuance of Laws etc. 2270AA 1. The Proclamation of Emergency of the 14th day of October, 1999, the Provisional Constitution Order No. 1 of 1999, the Oath of Office, Judges, Order, 2000, No. 1 of 2000, Chief Executive's Order No. 12 of 2002, Chief Executive's Order No. 19 of 2002, the amendment made in the Constitution. Through the Legal Framework Order, 2002, Chief Executive's Order No. 24 of 2002, the Legal Framework, Amendment, Order, 2002, Chief Executive's Order No. 29 of 2002, and the Legal Framework, Second Amendment, Order, 2002, Chief Executive's Order No. 32 of 2002, notwithstanding any judgment of any court including the Supreme Court or a High Court, are hereby declared as having been made without lawful authority and of no legal effect. 2. Except as provided in Clause 1, and subject to the provisions of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010, all laws including President's orders, acts, ordinances, Chief Executive's orders, regulations, enactments, notifications, rules, orders, or bylaws made between the 12th day of October, 1999 and the 31st day of December, 2003, both days inclusive, and still in force shall continue to be in force until altered, repealed or amended by the competent authority. Explanation - for the purposes of Clause 2 and Clause 6, competent authority means (a) in respect of President's orders, ordinances, Chief Executive's orders and all other laws, the appropriate legislature, and (b) in respect of notification, rules, orders, and bylaws, the authority in which the power to make, alter, repeal or amend the same vests under the law. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 95, for Clause 6. 2 Subs Ibid 4 Article 270A S. 96. 166 Constitution of Pakistan, 3. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution or Clause 1, or judgment of any court including the Supreme Court or High Court (a) Judges of the Supreme Court, High Courts and Federal Shariat Court who were holding the office of a judge or were appointed as such, and had taken oath under the oath of office, Judges, Order, 2000, 1 of 2000, shall be deemed to have continued to hold the office as a judge or to have been appointed as such, as the case may be, under the Constitution, and such continuance or appointment shall have effect accordingly. b. Judges of the Supreme Court, High Courts and Federal Shariat Court who not having been given or taken oath under the oath of office of Judges, Order, 2000, 1 of 2000, and cease to hold the office of a judge shall, for the purposes of pensionary benefits only, be deemed to have continued to hold office under the Constitution till their date of superannuation. 4. All orders made, proceedings taken, appointments made, including secondments and deputations, and acts done by any authority, or by any person, which were made, taken, or done, or purported to have been made, taken, or done, between the 12th day of October, 1999, and the 31st day of December, 2003, both days inclusive, in exercise of the powers derived from any authority or laws mentioned in Clause 2, or in execution of or in compliance with any orders made or sentences passed by any authority in the exercise or purported exercise of powers as aforesaid, shall, notwithstanding anything contained in Clause 1, be deemed to be valid and shall not be called in question in any court or forum on any ground whatsoever. 5. No suit, prosecution, or other legal proceedings including writ petitions, shall lie in any court or forum against any authority or any person, for or on account of or in respect of any order made, proceedings taken, or act done whether in the exercise or purported exercise of the powers referred to in Clause 2, or Clause 4, or in execution of or in compliance with orders made or sentences passed in exercise or purported exercise of such powers. 6. Notwithstanding omission of the concurrent legislative list by the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010, all laws with respect to any of the matters enumerated in the said list, including ordinances, orders, rules, bylaws, regulations and notifications and 167 Constitution of Pakistan, other legal instruments having the force of law, in force in Pakistan or any part thereof, or having extraterritorial operation, immediately before the commencement of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act 2010, shall continue to remain in force until altered, repealed, or amended by the competent authority. 7. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, all taxes and fees levied under any law in force immediately before the commencement of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010, shall continue to be levied until they are varied or abolished by an act of the appropriate legislature. 8. On the omission of the concurrent legislative list, the process of devolution of the matters mentioned in the said list to the provinces shall be completed by the 30th day of June, 2011. 9. For purposes of the devolution process under Clause 8, the federal government shall constitute an implementation commission as it may deem fit within 15 days of the commencement of the Constitution, 18th Amendment, Act, 2010. 270b Elections to be deemed to be held under Constitution 270b. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, the elections held under the Houses of Parliament and Provincial Assemblies, Elections, Order, 1977, 1 and the Conduct of General Elections Order, 2002, Chief Executive's Order No. 7 of 2002, to the Houses and the Provincial Assemblies shall be deemed to have been held under the Constitution and shall have effect accordingly. 270bb General Elections 2008-270bb. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, or any other law for the time being in force, the General Elections 2008, to the National Assembly and the Provincial Assemblies held on the 18th day of February, 2008 shall be deemed to have been held under the Constitution and shall have effect accordingly. 1 INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 97, and shall be deemed always to have been so, ins. With effect from the 21st day of August 2002. 2 New Article 270bb-INS, IBID, S. 98. 168 Constitution of Pakistan 1 ************************* 271. First National Assembly 271. 1. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution but subject to 3 Article 63, Article 64 and Article 223-4, a. The First National Assembly shall consist of I. Persons who have taken oath in the National Assembly of Pakistan existing immediately before the commencing day, and 2. The persons to be elected in accordance with law by the members of the Assembly to fill the seats referred to in Clause 2a of Article 51, and, unless sooner dissolved, shall continue until the 14th day of August, 1977, and reference to total membership of National Assembly in the Constitution shall be construed accordingly. b. The qualifications and disqualifications for being elected and being a member of the First National Assembly shall, except in case of members filling casual vacancies to, or to be elected to the additional seats referred to in Clause 2a of Article 51 after the commencing day, be the same as under the interim Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, provided that no person holding an office of profit in the service of Pakistan shall continue to be a member of the First National Assembly after the expiration of 3 months from the commencing day. 1. Article 270c stands omitted as a consequence of the 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, see Section 2 and Article 270AA2 Art. 271 shall, during the period of 5 years from the October 27, 1973, have effect as if a. After Clause 2 thereof, the following new clause was ins, namely 2a. A person referred to in Clause 2 shall resign one of his seats at any time on or before the 10th day of November, 1973, and, if he does not so resign, the seat to which he was elected first shall become vacant, and, b. in Clause 3 thereof, after the words election petition, the words or otherwise were inserted. See the removal of difficulties, bar against double membership, Order, 1973, P.O. No. 22 of 1973. 3. INS, by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S9, WEF the November 21, 1975. 4. Subs Ibid, 169 Constitution of Pakistan, 2. If a person referred to in paragraph a of Clause 1 is, immediately before the commencing day, also a member of a provincial assembly, he shall not take a seat in the National Assembly or the Provincial Assembly until he resigns one of his seats. 3. A casual vacancy in a seat in the First National Assembly, including a vacancy in a seat in the National Assembly of Pakistan existing before the commencing day which was not filled before that day, caused by reason of death or resignation of a member or consequent upon his incurring a disqualification or ceasing to be a member as a result of the final decision of an election petition may be filled in the same manner in which it would have been filled before the commencing day. 4. A person referred to in paragraph a of Clause 1 shall not sit or vote in the National Assembly until he has made the oath prescribed by Article 65 and, if, without the leave of the Speaker of the National Assembly granted on reasonable cause shown, he fails to make the oath within 21 days from the day of the first meeting of the Assembly, his seat shall become vacant at the expiration of that period. 272 First 1 Constitution of Senate 2272. 3 * Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, but subject to 4 Article 63 and Article 223-a, the Senate shall, until the first National Assembly under Constitution continues in existences, consist of 45 members, and the provisions of Article 59 shall have effect as if, in paragraph a of clause 1 thereof, for the word 14 the word 10, and in paragraph b of that clause for the word 5 the word 3, were substituted, and reference to total membership of the Senate in the Constitution shall be construed accordingly. 1 INS by the Constitution, First Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S. 16, WEF the May 4, 1974. 2 Article 272 had, between the June 9, 1973, and the August 14, 1974, effect subject to the following modifications made by the election to the Senate Order, 1973, P.O. No. 8 of 1973, namely in the said article, after Clause 1, the following new clause shall be added, namely, 2, until Parliament by law makes provision in that behalf, the President may, for the purpose of the due constitution of, an election to, the Senate, by order, make provision for any of the matters referred to in a. paragraphs d. and e. of Clause 1, of Article 63, b. paragraphs d. e. and f. of Article 222, and c. Article 225. 3. The brackets and figure 1, omitted by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act 1975, 71 of 1975, S10, WEF November 21, 1975. 4 INS Ibid 170 Constitution of Pakistan, b. The members elected or chosen as members of the Senate shall be divided into 2 groups by drawing of lots, the first group consisting of 5 members from each province, 2 members from the federally administered tribal areas and 1 member from the federal capital, and the second group consisting of 5 members from each province, 1 member from the said areas and 1 member from the federal capital. c. The term of office of members of the first group and of the second group shall respectively be 2 years and 4 years. d. The term of office of persons elected or chosen to succeed the members of the Senate at the expiration of their respective terms shall be 4 years. e. The term of office of a person elected or chosen to fill a casual vacancy shall be the unexpired term of the member whose vacancy he is elected or chosen to fill. f. As soon as the first general election to the National Assembly is held, there shall be elected to the Senate 4 additional members from each province and 2 additional members from the federally administered tribal areas, and g. The term of office of such half of the members elected under paragraph f, as may be determined by drawing of lots, shall be the unexpired term of office of the members of the first group, and the term of office of the other half shall be the unexpired term of the members of the second group. 273 First Provincial Assembly 1273. 1. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, but subject to 2 Article 63, Article 64 and Article 223-3, a. The first Assembly of a province under the Constitution shall consist of I. The members of the Assembly of that province in 1 Article 273 shall, during the period of 5 years from the October 27, 1973, have effect as if, in Clause 2 thereof, after the words elections petitions, the words or otherwise were-ins, see the removal of difficulties, bar against. Double membership, Order, 1973, PO number 22 of 1973. 2 INS by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S11, WEF the November 21, 1975. 3 SUBS IBID, WEF the November 21, 1975. 171 Constitution of Pakistan existence immediately before the commencing day, and 2. The additional members to be elected in accordance with law by the members of the Assembly to fill the seats referred to in Clause 3 of Article 106, and, unless sooner dissolved, shall continue until the 14th day of August, 1977, and reference total membership of the Assembly of a province in the Constitution shall be construed accordingly. B. The qualifications and disqualifications for membership of the First Assembly of a province shall, except in case of members filling casual vacancies 1, or to be elected to the additional seats referred to in Clause 3 of Article 106 after the commencing day, be the same as were provided in the interim Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, provided that no person holding an office of profit in the service of Pakistan shall continue to be a member of the Assembly after the expiration of 3 months from the commencing day. 2. A casual vacancy in a seat in the First Assembly of a province, including a vacancy in a seat in the Assembly of that province in existence immediately before the commencing day which was not filled before that day, caused by reason of death or resignation of a member or consequent upon his incurring a disqualification or ceasing to be a member as a result of the final decision of an election petition may be filled in the same manner in which it would have been filled before the commencing day. 3. A member referred to in paragraph A of Clause 1 shall not sit or vote in the Provincial Assembly until he has made the oath prescribed by Article 65 read with Article 127 and, if, without leave of the Speaker of the Provincial Assembly granted on reasonable cause shown, he fails to make the oath within 21 days from the day of the first meeting of the Provincial Assembly, his seat shall become vacant at the expiration of that period. 274 Vesting of property, assets, rights, liabilities, and obligations. 274. 1. All property and assets which, immediately before the 1 INS by the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S11, WEF the November 21, 1975. 172 Constitution of Pakistan commencing day, were vested in the President or the Federal Government shall, as from that day, vest in the Federal Government unless they were used for purposes which, on that day, became purposes of the government of a province, in which case they shall, as from that day, vest in the government of the province. 2. All property and assets which, immediately before the commencing day, were vested in the government of a province, shall, as from that day, continue to be vested in the government of that province, unless they were used for purposes, which on that day, became purposes of the federal government, in which case they shall, as from that day, vest in the federal government. 3. All rights, liabilities, and obligations of the federal government or of the government of a province, whether arising out of contract or otherwise, shall as from the commencing day, continue to be respectively the rights, liabilities, and obligations of the federal government or of the government of the province, except that a. all rights, liabilities, and obligations relating to any matter which, immediately before that day, was the responsibility of the federal government, but which, under the Constitution, has become the responsibility of the government of a province, shall devolve upon the government of that province, and b. all rights, liabilities, and obligations relating to any matter which, immediately before that day, was the responsibility of the government of a province, but which under the Constitution, has become the responsibility of the federal government, shall devolve upon the federal government. 275 Continuance in office of persons in service of Pakistan, etc. 275. 1. Subject to the Constitution and until law is made under Article 240, any person who, immediately before the commencing day, was in the service of Pakistan shall, as from that day, continue in the service of Pakistan on the same terms and conditions as were applicable to him under the interim constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan immediately before that day. 2. Clause 1. Shall also apply in relation to a person holding office immediately before the commencing day as a. Chief Justice of Pakistan or other judge of the Supreme Court, or Chief Justice or other judge of a High Court, 173 Constitution of Pakistan, b. Governor of a province, c. Chief Minister of a province, d. Speaker or Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly or a Provincial Assembly, e. Chief Election Commissioner, f. Attorney General for Pakistan or Advocate General for a province, and g. Auditor General of Pakistan. 3. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, for a period of 6 months from the commencing day, a federal minister or a minister of state or the chief minister of a province or a provincial minister may be a person who is not a member of one Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be, the provincial assembly of that province, and such chief minister and provincial minister shall have the right to speak and otherwise take part in the proceedings of the provincial assembly, or any committee thereof of which he may be named a member, but shall not by virtue of this clause be entitled to vote. 4. Any person who, under this article, is continued in an office in respect of which a form of oath is set out in the third schedule shall, as soon as is practicable after the commencing day, make before the appropriate person oath in that form. 5. Subject to the Constitution and law, a. all civil, criminal and revenue courts exercising jurisdiction and functions immediately before the commencing day shall, as from that day, continue to exercise their respective jurisdictions and functions, and b. all authorities and all offices, whether judicial, executive, revenue or ministerial, throughout Pakistan exercising functions immediately before the commencing day shall, as from that day, continue to exercise their respective functions. 1 See footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 174 Constitution of Pakistan 276. Oath of First President 276. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, the First President may, in the absence of the Chief Justice of Pakistan, make the oath referred to in Article 42 before the Speaker of the National Assembly. 277 Transitional Financial Provisions 277. 1. The schedule or authorized expenditure authenticated by the President for the financial year ending on the 30th day of June, 1974, shall continue to remain a valid authority for expenditure from the Federal Consolidated Fund for that year. 2. The President may, in respect of expenditure of the federal government for any financial year preceding the financial year commencing on the first day of July, 1973, being expenditure in excess of the authorized expenditure for that year, authorize the withdrawal of monies from the Federal Consolidated Fund. 3. The provisions of clauses 1 and 2 shall apply to and in relation to a province, and for that purpose, a. Any reference in those provisions to the President shall be read as a reference to the Governor of the province, b. Any reference in those provisions to the federal government shall be read as a reference to the government of the province, and c. Any reference in those provisions to the Federal Consolidated Fund shall be read as a reference to the Provincial Consolidated Fund of the province. 278 Accounts not audited before commencing day 278. The Auditor General shall perform the same functions and exercise the same powers in relation to accounts which have not been completed or audited before the commencing day as, by virtue of the Constitution, he is empowered to perform or exercise in relation to other accounts, and Article 171 shall, with the necessary modifications, apply accordingly. 279 Continuance of taxes. 279. Notwithstanding anything contained in the Constitution, all taxes. 175 Constitution of Pakistan and fees levied under any law in force immediately before the commencing day shall continue to be levied until they are varied or abolished by act of the appropriate legislature. 280 Continuance of Proclamation of Emergency. 280. The proclamation of emergency issued on the 23rd day of November, 1971, shall be deemed to be a proclamation of emergency issued under Article 232, and for the purposes of Clause 7, and Clause 8, thereof to have been issued on the commencing day, and any law, rule, or order made or purporting to have been made in pursuance of that proclamation shall be deemed to have been validly made one and shall not be called in question in any court on the ground of inconsistency with any of the rights conferred by Chapter I of Part 2. Underscore 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 1 added and shall be deemed always to have been so added by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S. 17. 176 Constitution of Pakistan 1 Annex, Article 2A, the Objectives Resolution, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. Whereas sovereignty over the entire universe belongs to Allah Almighty alone, and the authority which He has delegated to the state of Pakistan, through its people for being exercised within the limits prescribed by Him is a sacred trust. This Constituent Assembly representing the people of Pakistan resolves to frame a constitution for the sovereign independent state of Pakistan, wherein the state shall exercise its powers and authority through the chosen representatives of the people, wherein the principles of democracy, freedom, equality, tolerance, and social justice as enunciated by Islam shall be fully observed, wherein the Muslims shall be enabled to order their lives in the individual and collective spheres in accordance with the teachings and requirements of Islam as set out in the Holy Quran and the Sunnah, wherein adequate provision shall be made for the minorities to freely profess and practice their religions and develop their cultures, wherein the territories now included in or in accession with Pakistan and such other territories as may hereafter be included in or accede to Pakistan shall form a federation wherein the units will be autonomous with such boundaries and limitations on their powers and authority as may be prescribed, wherein shall be guaranteed fundamental rights including equality of status, of opportunity, and before law, social, economic and political justice, and freedom of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship, and association. Subject to law and public morality. 1. New Annex Ins. By P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH 2 INS by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 99. 177 Constitution of Pakistan wherein adequate provision shall be made to safeguard the legitimate interests of minorities and backward and depressed classes, wherein the independence of the judiciary shall be fully secured, wherein the integrity of the territories of the Federation, its independence, and all its rights including its sovereign rights on land, sea and air shall be safeguarded, so that the people of Pakistan may prosper and attain their rightful and honored place amongst the nations of the world and make their full contribution towards international peace and progress and happiness of humanity. Underscore 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 178 Constitution of Pakistan 1 First Schedule Article 8, 3, b, and 4, laws exempted from the operation of Article 8, 1, and 2, Part II President's Orders 1. The acceding state, property, Order, 1961, P.O. No. 12 of 1961. 2. The Economic Reforms Order, 1972, P.O. No. 1 of 1972. 2. Regulations 1. The Land Reforms Regulation, 1972. 2. The Land Reforms, Balochistan Pat Feeder Canal, Regulation, 1972. 3. The Economic Reforms, Protection of Industries, Regulation, 1972. 4. The Distribution of Property, Chitral, Regulation, 1974, 2 of 1974. 5. The Settlement of Disputes of Immovable Property, Chitral, Regulation, 1974, 3 of 1974. 6. The DIR and SWAT, Devolution and Distribution of Property and Settlement of Disputes of Immovable Property, Amendment, Regulation, 1975, 2 of 1975. 2.7. The Settlement of Disputes of Immovable Property, Chitral, Amendment, Regulation, 1976, 2 of 1976. 3. Federal Acts 1. The Land Reforms, Amendment, Act, 1974, XXX of 1974. 1. The First Schedule as amended by the Constitution, First Amd. Act, 1974, 33 of 1974, S. 17, WEF the May 4, 1974, has been subs. By the Constitution, 4th Amd. Act, 1975, 71 of 1975, S. 12, WEF the November 21, 1975. 2. Entry 7 added by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S. 18, WEF the September 13, 1976. 179 Constitution of Pakistan 2. The Land Reforms, Amendment, Act, 1975, XXXIX of 1975. 1.3. The Flour Milling Control and Development Act, 1976, LVII of 1976. 4. The Rice Milling Control and Development Act, 1976, Lay-Ain of 1976. 5. The Cotton Ginning Control and Development Act, 1976, Licks of 1976. 2 asterisk 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 36. The Pakistan Army Act, 1952, XXXIX of 1952. 7. The Anti-Terrorism Act, 1997, XXVII of 1997, only to the extent of Subclause 4, of Clause D, of Subsection 1, of Section 2 of the Pakistan Army Act, 1952, XXXIX of 1952, added through the Pakistan Army Amendment Act, 2017, 11 of 2017. 4. Ordinance promulgated by the President. The Land Reforms, Amendment, Ordinance, 1975, XXI of 1975, and the Federal Act enacted to replace the said ordinance. V. Provincial Acts 1. The Land Reforms, Balochistan Amendment, Act, 1974, Balochistan Act 11 of 1974. 2. The Land Reforms, Pat Feeder Canal Regulation, Amendment, Act, 1975, Balochistan Act 7 of 1975. 4.6. Provincial Ordinance. The Land Reforms, Pat Feeder Canal, Amendment, Ordinance, 1976. Underscore 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 1 entries 3 to 5 added by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S18, WEF the September 13, 1976. 2 added by the Constitution, 21st Amendment, Act, 2015, I of 2015, and shall cease to form part of the Constitution and shall stand repealed on the expiration of 2 years. 3 added by the Constitution, 23rd Amendment, Act, 2017, 12 of 2017, and shall cease to form part of the Constitution and shall stand repealed on the expiration of 2 years. 4 Subheading 6 and the entry added Ibid. 180 Constitution of Pakistan Part 2 I President's Orders 1. The Minerals, Acquisition and Transfer, Order, 1961, P.O. No. 8 of 1961. 2 The Companies, Managing Agency and Election of Directors, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 2 of 1972. 3 The Cooperative Societies, Reforms, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 9 of 1972. 4 The Life Insurance, Nationalization, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 10 of 1972. 5 The Martial Law, Pending Proceedings, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 14 of 1972. 6 The Rulers of Acceding States, Abolition of Privy Purses and Privileges, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 15 of 1972. 7. The Industrial Sanctions and Licenses, Cancellation, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 16 of 1972. 8. The Criminal Law Amendment, Special Court, Order, 1972, P.O. No. 20 of 1972. 2. Regulations 1. Rawalpindi, Requisition of Property, Regulation, 1959. 2. The Pakistan Capital Regulation, 1960. 3. The Scrutiny of Claims, Evacuee Property, Regulation, 1961. 4. The Income Tax, Correction of Returns and False Declaration, Regulation, 1969. 5. The Improper Acquisition of Property Regulation, 1969. 6. The Removal from Service, Special Provisions, Regulation, 1969. 7. The Living Beyond Ostensible Means, Punishment, Regulation, 1969. 8. The Government Agricultural Land, Recovery of Illegal Possession, Regulation, 1969. 9. The Enemy Property, Payment of Money Due to Enemy, Regulation, 1970. 181. Constitution of Pakistan 10. The Withdrawal of Currency Notes, High Denomination, Regulation, 1971. 11. The Price of Evacuee Property and Public Dues, Recovery, Regulation, 1971. 12. The Peshawar District and Tribal Areas, Settlement of Disputes, Regulation, 1971. 13. The Convention Muslim League and Awami League, Scrutiny of Funds, Regulation, 1971. 14. The Foreign Exchange Repatriation Regulation, 1972. 15. The Foreign Assets, Declaration, Regulation, 1972. 16. The Removal from Service, Review Petition, Regulation, 1972. 17. The Privately Managed Schools and Colleges, Taking Over, Regulation, 1972. 18. The Enemy Property, Revocation of Sales, Regulation, 1972. 19. The DIR and SWAT, Devolution and Distribution of Property, Regulation, 1972. 20. The DIR and SWAT, Settlement of Disputes of Immovable Property, Regulation, 1972. 21. The West Pakistan Industrial Development Corporation, Revocation of Sale or Transfer, Regulation, 1972. 22. The National Press Trust, Suspension of Board of Trustees and Directors, Regulation, 1972. 23. The Cooperative Banks, Repayment of Loans, Punjab, Regulation, 1972. 24. The Cooperative Societies, Repayment of Loans, Sindh, Regulation, 1972. 3. Ordinances promulgated by the President. 1. The Control of Shipping Ordinance, 1959, 13 of 1959. 2. The Jammu and Kashmir, Administration of Property, Ordinance, 1961, 3 of 1961. 182. Constitution of Pakistan 3. The Muslim Family Laws Ordinance, 1961, 8 of 1961. 4. The Security of Pakistan, Amendment, Ordinance, 1961, 14 of 1961. 5. The Associated Press of Pakistan, Taking Over, Ordinance, 1961, XX of 1961. 6. The Trade Organizations Ordinance, 1961, XLV of 1961. 4. Federal Acts. The Censorship of Films Act, 1963, 18 of 1963. V. Ordinances promulgated by the Governor of former Province of West Pakistan 1. The West Pakistan Government Educational and Training Institutions Ordinance, 1960, WP Ordinance No. 11 of 1960. 2. The West Pakistan Waqf Properties Ordinance, 1961, WP Ordinance No. XXVIII of 1961. 3. The Societies Registration, West Pakistan Amendment, Ordinance, 1962, WP Ordinance No. 9 of 1962. 4. The West Pakistan Industries, Control on Establishment and Enlargement, Ordinance, 1963, WP Ordinance No. 4 of 1963. 6. Ordinances promulgated by the Governor of the Northwest Frontier Province 1. The Northwest Frontier Province Government Educational and Training Institutions Ordinance, 1971, NWFP Ordinance No. 3 of 1971. 2. The Northwest Frontier Province Chashma Right Bank Canal Project, Control and Prevention of Speculation in Land, Ordinance, 1971, NWFP Ordinance No. V of 1971. 3. The Northwest Frontier Province Gomulzam Project, Control and Prevention of Speculation in Land, Ordinance, 1971, NWFP Ordinance No. 8 of 1971. Underscore 183 Constitution of Pakistan 1 2nd Schedule Article 41, 3, Election of President 1. The 2 Election Commission of Pakistan shall hold and conduct election to the office of President, and 2 Chief Election Commissioners shall be the returning officer for such election. 2. The 2 Election Commission of Pakistan shall appoint presiding officers to preside at the meeting of the members of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and at the meetings of the members of the provincial assemblies. 3. The Chief Election Commissioner shall by public notification fix the time and place for depositing nomination papers, holding a scrutiny, making withdrawals, if any, and holding the poll, if necessary. 4. At any time before noon on the day fixed for nomination any member of the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or of a provincial assembly may nominate for election as president a person qualified for election as president by delivering to the presiding officer a nomination paper, signed by himself as proposer and by another member of the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be, assembly as seconder, together with a statement signed by the person nominated that he consents to the nomination, provided that no person shall subscribe, whether as proposer or as seconder, more than one nomination paper at any one election. 5. The scrutiny shall be held by the Chief Election Commissioner at the time and place fixed by him, and if after scrutiny only one person remains validly nominated, the Chief Election Commissioner shall declare that person to be elected, or if more than one person remains validly nominated, he shall announce, by public notification, the names of the persons validly nominated, to be hereinafter called the candidates. 6. A candidate may withdraw his candidature at any time before noon on the day fixed for this purpose by delivering a notice in writing under his hand to the presiding officer with whom his nomination paper has been deposited, and a candidate who has given a notice of withdrawal of his candidature under this paragraph shall not be allowed to cancel that notice. 1 Subs by PO No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, 4 Second Schedule. 2 Subs. And inserted by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, S.10. 184 Constitution of Pakistan 7. If all but one of the candidates have withdrawn, that one shall be declared by the Chief Election Commissioner to be elected. 8. If there is no withdrawal, or if, after withdrawals have taken place, 2 or more candidates are left, the Chief Election Commissioner shall announce by public notification the names of the candidates, and their proposers and seconders, and shall proceed to hold a poll by secret ballot in accordance with the provisions of the succeeding paragraphs. 9. If a candidate whose nomination has been found to be in order dies after the time fixed for nomination, and a report of his death is received by the presiding officer before the commencement of the poll, the presiding officer shall, upon being satisfied of the fact of the death of the candidate, countermand the poll and report the fact to the Chief Election Commissioner, and all proceedings with reference to the election shall be commenced anew in all respects as if for a new election. Provided that no further nomination shall be necessary in the case of a candidate whose nomination was valid at the time of the countermanding of the poll, provided further that no person who has under paragraph 6 of this schedule given notice of withdrawal of his candidature before the countermanding of the poll shall be ineligible for being nominated as a candidate for the election after such countermanding. 10. The poll shall be taken at the meetings of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and of each provincial assembly, and the respective presiding officers shall conduct the poll with the assistance of such officers as they may, with the approval of the Chief Election Commissioner, respectively appoint. 11. A ballot paper shall be issued to every member of Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, and of each provincial assembly, who presents himself for voting at the meeting of the members of the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or, as the case may be of the provincial assembly of which he is a member, hereinafter referred to as a person voting, and he shall exercise his vote personally by marking the paper in accordance with the provisions of the succeeding paragraphs. 12. The poll shall be by secret ballot by means of ballot papers containing the names of all the candidates in alphabetical order who have not withdrawn, and a person voting shall vote by placing a mark against the name of the person for whom he wishes to vote. 185 Constitution of Pakistan 13. Ballot papers shall be issued from a book of ballot papers with counterfoils, each counterfoil being numbered, and when a ballot paper is issued to a person voting, his name shall be entered on the counterfoil, and the ballot paper shall be authenticated by the initials of the presiding officer. 14. A ballot paper having been marked by the person voting shall be deposited by that person in a ballot box to be placed in front of the presiding officer. 15. If a ballot paper is spoiled by a person voting, he may return it to the presiding officer, who shall issue a second ballot paper, cancelling the first ballot paper and marking the cancellation on the appropriate counterfoil. 16. A ballot paper shall be invalid if I. There is upon it any name, word, or mark, by which the person voting may be identified, or 2. It does not contain the initials of the presiding officer, or 3. It does not contain mark, or 4. A mark is placed against the names of 2 or more candidates, or v. There is any uncertainty as to the identity of the candidate against whose name the mark is placed. 17. After the close of the poll, each presiding officer shall, in the presence of such of the candidates or their authorized representatives as may desire to be present, open and empty the ballot boxes and examine the ballot papers therein, rejecting any which are invalid, count the number of votes recorded for each candidate on the valid ballot papers, and communicate the number of the votes so recorded to the Chief Election Commissioner. 18. 1. The Chief Election Commissioner shall determine the result of the election in the following manner, namely a. The number of votes cast in the Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, in favor of each candidate shall be counted. 186 Constitution of Pakistan. b. The number of votes cast in a provincial assembly in favor of each candidate shall be multiplied by the total number of seats in the provincial assembly for the time being having the smallest number of seats and divided by the total number of seats in the provincial assembly in which the votes have been cast, and c. The number of votes calculated in the manner referred to in Clause b. shall be added to the number of votes counted under Clause a. Explanation in this paragraph. Total number of seats includes seats reserved for non-Muslims and women. 2. A fraction shall be rounded off to the nearest whole. 19. The candidate who has obtained the largest number of votes compiled in the manner specified in paragraph 18 shall be declared by the Chief Election Commissioner to be elected. 20. Where at any poll any two or more candidates obtain an equal number of votes, the selection of the candidate to be elected shall be by drawing of lots. 21. When, after any poll, the counting of the votes has been completed, and the result of the voting determined, the Chief Election Commissioner shall forthwith announce the result to those present, and shall report the result to the federal government, who shall forthwith cause the result to be declared by a public notification. 22. The One Election Commission of Pakistan may, by public notification, with the approval of the President, make rules for carrying out the purposes of this schedule. Underscore 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 1 subs by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, s.10. 187 Constitution of Pakistan 3rd Schedule Oaths of Office President Article 42, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 do solemnly swear that I am a Muslim and believe in the unity and oneness of Almighty Allah, the books of Allah, the Holy Quran being the last of them, the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him, as the last of the prophets and that there can be no prophet after him, the day of judgment, and all the requirements and teachings of the Holy Quran and Sunnah. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as President of Pakistan, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as President of Pakistan, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as President. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 in SCH 188 Constitution of Pakistan Prime Minister Article 91 5, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I am a Muslim and believe in the unity and oneness of Almighty Allah, the books of Allah, the Holy Quran being the last of them, the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him, as the last of the prophets, and that there can be no prophet after him, the day of judgment, and all the requirements and teachings of the Holy Quran and Sunnah. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as Prime Minister of Pakistan, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Prime Minister, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Prime Minister. 2. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010. S 100, 4, 3. 2 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 in SCH, 189 Constitution of Pakistan Federal Minister or Minister of State Article 92, 2, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 on do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as Federal Minister, or Minister of State, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Federal Minister, or Minister of State, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Federal Minister, or Minister of State, or as may be specially permitted by the Prime Minister. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, 190 Constitution of Pakistan Speaker of National Assembly or Chairman of Senate Articles 53, 2, and 61, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as Speaker of the National Assembly, or Chairman of the Senate, and whenever I am called upon to act as President of Pakistan, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the law, and as Speaker of the National Assembly in accordance with the rules of the Assembly, or as Chairman of the Senate in accordance with the rules of the Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH, 191 Constitution of Pakistan Deputy Speaker of National Assembly or Deputy Chairman of Senate Articles 53, 2, and 61, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, whenever I am called upon to act as Speaker of the National Assembly, or Chairman of the Senate, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the law and the rules of the Assembly, or Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH 192 Constitution of Pakistan, Member of National Assembly or Member of Senate. Article 65, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as a member of the National Assembly, or Senate, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and the law, and the rules of the Assembly, or Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH 193 Constitution of Pakistan, Governor of Province. Article 102, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as the Governor of the Province of underscore 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 underscore, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Governor of the Province of, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Governor. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH 194 Constitution of Pakistan, Chief Minister or Provincial Minister. Articles 130, 5, and 132, 2, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as a Chief Minister, or Minister, of the government of the province of underscore 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 underscore. I will discharge my duties and perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and the law, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will, and that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as Chief Minister, or Minister, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as Chief Minister, or Minister, or as may be specially permitted by the Chief Minister. 2. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 104-131, 4. 2 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 195 Constitution of Pakistan, Speaker of a Provincial Assembly, Articles 53, 2, and 127, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as Speaker of the Provincial Assembly of the Province of 1, and whenever I am called upon to act as Governor, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the law and the rules of the Assembly, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. 2. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 104 I will discharge. 2 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 196 Constitution of Pakistan, Deputy Speaker of a Provincial Assembly, Articles 53, 2, and 127, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, whenever I am called upon to act as Speaker of the Provincial Assembly of the Province of, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the law and the rules of the Assembly, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 197 Constitution of Pakistan Member of a Provincial Assembly Articles 65 and 127, in the name of Allah, the Most Beneficent, the Most Merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as a member of the Provincial Assembly of, I will perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, the law and the rules of the Assembly, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of Pakistan, that I will strive to preserve the Islamic ideology which is the basis for the creation of Pakistan, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 198 Constitution of Pakistan Auditor General of Pakistan Article 168, 2, in the name of Allah, the Most Beneficent, the Most Merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as Auditor General of Pakistan, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and the law and to the best of my knowledge, ability, and judgment, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will, and that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 199 Constitution of Pakistan, Chief Justice of Pakistan or of a High Court or Judge of the Supreme Court or a High Court. Articles 178 and 194, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as Chief Justice of Pakistan, or a Judge of the Supreme Court of Pakistan or Chief Justice or a Judge of the High Court for the province or provinces of, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the law. That I will abide by the Code of Conduct issued by the Supreme Judicial Council, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added by PO number 14 of 1985, Art. 2 NSCH. 200 Constitution of Pakistan 1 Chief Justice or Judge of the Federal Shariat Court Article 203c. 7, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan, that, as the Chief Justice of the Federal Shariat Court, or a Judge of the Federal Shariat Court, I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, and faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the law, that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions, that I will abide by the Code of Conduct issued by the Supreme Judicial Council, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, and that, in all circumstances, I will do right to all manner of people, according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 104 Oath of Chief Justice or a Judge of the Federal Shariat Court. 201 Constitution of Pakistan Chief Election Commissioner 1 or a member of the Election Commission of Pakistan Article 214, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that as Chief Election Commissioner 1 or, as the case may be, member of the Election Commission of Pakistan I will discharge my duties, and perform my functions, honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and the law, and without fear or favor, affection, or ill will, and that I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct or my official decisions. 2. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. Underscore 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 1 added and inserted by the Constitution, 20th Amendment, Act, 2012, v. of 2012, s.11. 2 added by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 202 Constitution of Pakistan. Members of the Armed Forces. Article 244, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the most merciful. I underscore 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 un. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Pakistan and uphold the Constitution of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, which embodies the will of the people, that I will not engage myself in any political activities whatsoever, and that I will honestly and faithfully serve Pakistan in the Pakistan Army, or Navy or Air Force, as required by and under the law. 1. May Allah Almighty help and guide me. Ameen. 1 added by P.O. No. 14 of 1985, Art. 2 and SCH. 203 Constitution of Pakistan. 4th Schedule. Article 70, 4, Legislative Lists. Federal Legislative List. Part I. The defense of the Federation or any part thereof in peace or war, the military, naval and air forces of the Federation and any other armed forces raised or maintained by the Federation, any armed forces which are not forces of the Federation but are attached to or operating with any of the armed forces of the Federation, including civil armed forces, Federal Intelligence Bureau, preventive detention for reasons of state connected with defense, external affairs, or the security of Pakistan or any part thereof, persons subjected to such detention, industries declared by federal law to be necessary for the purpose of defense or for the prosecution of war. 2. Military, naval and air force works, local self-government in cantonment areas, the Constitution and powers within such areas of cantonment authorities, the regulation of house accommodation in such areas, and the delimitation of such areas. 3. External affairs, the implementing of treaties and agreements, including educational and cultural pacts and agreements, with other countries, extradition, including the surrender of criminals and accused persons to governments outside Pakistan. 4. Nationality, citizenship, and naturalization. 5. Migration from or into, or settlement in, a province or the federal capital. 6. Admission into, and emigration and expulsion from, Pakistan, including in relation thereto the regulation of the movements in Pakistan of persons not domiciled in Pakistan, pilgrimages to places beyond Pakistan. 7. Posts and telegraphs, including telephones, wireless, broadcasting and other like forms of communications, post office, saving bank. 8. Currency, coinage, and legal tender. 204 Constitution of Pakistan. 9. Foreign exchange, checks, bills of exchange, promissory notes, and other like instruments. 10. Public debt of the Federation, including the borrowing of money on the security of the Federal Consolidated Fund, foreign loans and foreign aid. 11. Federal Public Services and Federal Public Service Commission. 12. Federal pensions, that is to say, pensions payable by the Federation or out of the Federal Consolidated Fund. 13 Federal Ombudsman. 14 Administrative courts and tribunals for federal subjects. 15 Libraries, museums, and similar institutions controlled or financed by the Federation. 16 Federal agencies and institutes for the following purposes, that is to say, for research, for professional or technical training, or for the promotion of special studies. 17 Education as respects Pakistani students in foreign countries and foreign students in Pakistan. 18 Nuclear energy, including a. Mineral resources necessary for the generation of nuclear energy, b. The production of nuclear fuels and the generation and use of nuclear energy, c. Ionizing radiations. 1. And 2. d. Boilers. 19 Port quarantine, seamen's and marine hospitals and hospitals connected with port quarantine. 20 Maritime shipping and navigation, including shipping and navigation on tidal waters, Admiralty jurisdiction. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 101 for the full stop. 2 New sub-entry, D. Added Ibid 205 Constitution of Pakistan 1 asterisk 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 22. Aircraft and air navigation, the provision of aerodromes, regulation and organization of air traffic and of aerodromes. 23 Lighthouses, including lightships, beacons, and other provisions for the safety of shipping and aircraft. 24 Carriage of passengers and goods by sea or by air. 25 Copyright, inventions, designs, trademarks, and merchandise marks. 26 Opium so far as regards sale for export. 27 Import and export across customs frontiers as defined by the federal government, interprovincial trade and commerce with foreign countries, standard of quality of goods to be exported out of Pakistan. 28 State Bank of Pakistan, banking, that is to say, the conduct of banking business by corporations other than corporations owned or controlled by a province and carrying on business only within that province. 29 The law of insurance, except as respects insurance undertaken by a province, and the regulation of the conduct of insurance business, except as respects business undertaken by a province, government insurance, except so far as undertaken by a province by virtue of any matter within the legislative competence of the Provincial Assembly. 30 Stock exchanges and futures markets with objects and business not confined to one province. 31 Corporations, that is to say, the incorporation, regulation and winding up of trading corporations, including banking, insurance, and financial corporations, but not including corporations owned or controlled by a province and carrying on business only within that province, or cooperative societies, and of corporations, whether trading or not, with objects not confined to a province, but not including universities. 232. International treaties, conventions, and agreements and international arbitration. 1 Entry 21 omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 101. 2 Subs by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 101 4 Entry 32. 206 Constitution of Pakistan 1 asterisk 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 34. National highways and strategic roads. 35 federal surveys including geological surveys and federal meteorological organizations. 36 fishing and fisheries beyond territorial waters. 37 works, lands and buildings vested in, or in the possession of government for the purposes of the Federation, not being military, naval or air force works, but, as regards property situate in a province, subject always to provincial legislation, save in so far as federal law otherwise provides. 1 asterisk 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 39. Establishment of standards of weights and measures. 1 asterisk 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 41. Elections to the office of President, to the National Assembly, the Senate, and the Provincial Assemblies, Chief Election Commissioner and Election Commissions. 42 The salaries, allowances, and privileges of the President, Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairman and Deputy Chairman of the Senate, Prime Minister, Federal Ministers, Ministers of State, the salaries, allowances, and privileges of the members of the Senate and the National Assembly, and the punishment of persons who refuse to give evidence or produce documents before committees thereof. 43 Duties of customs, including export duties. 44 Duties of excise, including duties on salt, but not including duties on alcoholic liquors, opium, and other narcotics. 2 asterisk 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 2 asterisk 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 47. Taxes on income other than agricultural income. 48 Taxes on corporations. 1 Entries 33, 38, and 40 omitted. Ibid 2 Entries 45 and 46 omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S. 101. 207 Constitution of Pakistan 149. Taxes on the sales and purchases of goods imported, exported, produced, manufactured, or consumed 2, except sales tax on services. 50 Taxes on the capital value of the assets, not including taxes on 3 on immovable property. 51 Taxes on mineral oil, natural gas, and minerals for use in generation of nuclear energy. 52 Taxes and duties on the production capacity of any plant, machinery, undertaking, establishment or installation in lieu of the taxes and duties specified in entries 44, 47, 48, and 49 or in lieu of any one or more of them. 53 Terminal taxes on goods, or passengers carried by railway, sea, or air, taxes on their fares and freights. 54 Fees in respect of any of the matters in this part, but not including fees taken in any court. 55 Jurisdiction and powers of all courts, except the Supreme Court, with respect to any of the matters in this list and, to such extent as is expressly authorized by or under the Constitution, the enlargement of the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and the conferring thereon of supplemental powers. 56 Offenses against laws with respect to any of the matters in this part. 57 Inquiries and statistics for the purposes of any of the matters in this part. 58 Matters which under the Constitution are within the legislative competence of four Majlis-e-Shura, Parliament, or relate to the Federation. 59 Matters incidental or ancillary to any matter enumerated in this part. Underscore 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 1 subs by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S19, for the original entry 49, WEF the 13th September 1976. 2 added by Act 10 of 2010, S101. 3. The words on capital gains omitted ibid 4 see footnote 6 on page 3, Supra. 208 Constitution of Pakistan Part 2-1. Railways. 2. Mineral oil and natural gas, liquids and substances declared by federal law to be dangerously inflammable. 3. Development of industries, where development under federal control is declared by federal law to be expedient in the public interest. Institutions, establishments, bodies, and corporations administered or managed by the federal government immediately before the commencing day, including the One Pakistan Water and Power Development Authority and the Pakistan Industrial Development Corporation, all undertakings, projects, and schemes of such institutions, establishments, bodies and corporations. Industries, projects, and undertakings owned wholly or partially by the Federation or by a corporation set up by the Federation. 2-4. Electricity. 5 major ports, that is to say, the declaration and delimitation of such ports, and the constitution and powers of port authorities therein. 6. All regulatory authorities established under a federal law. 7. National planning and national economic coordination including planning and coordination of scientific and technological research. 8. Supervision and management of public debt. 9. Census. 10. Extension of the powers and jurisdiction of members of a police force belonging to any province to any area in another province, but not so as to enable the police of one province to exercise powers and jurisdiction in another province without the consent of the government of that province. Extension of the powers and jurisdiction of members of a police force belonging to any province to railway areas outside that province. 11. Legal, medical, and other professions. 1. Subs by the Constitution, 5th Amd. Act, 1976, 62 of 1976, S19, 4. West Pakistan Water and Power Development Authority and the West Pakistan Industrial Development Corporation, WEF the September 13, 1976. 2 new entries 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 ins. By the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S101. 209 Constitution of Pakistan 12. Standards in institutions for higher education and research, scientific and technical institutions. 13 Interprovincial matters and coordination. 114. Council of Common Interests. 115. Fees in respect of any of the matters in this part but not including fees taken in any court. 116. Offences against laws with respect to any of the matters in this part. 117. Inquiries and statistics for the purposes of any of the matters in this part. 118. Matters incidental or ancillary to any matter enumerated in this part. 2 ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* asterisk asterisk underscore 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 1 renumbered entries 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. The Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 101. 2. Concurrent legislative list and the entries 1 to 47 omitted. Ibid 210 Constitution of Pakistan 5th Schedule Article 205 Remuneration and Terms and Conditions of Service of Judges. The Supreme Court 1. There shall be paid to the Chief Justice of Pakistan a salary of Rs 19,900 per mensem, and to every other judge of the Supreme Court a salary of Rs 19,500 per mensem, 2 or such higher salary as the President may, from time to time, determine. 2. Every judge of the Supreme Court shall be entitled to such privileges and allowances, and to such rights in respect of leave of absence and pension, as may be determined by the President, and until so determined, to the privileges, allowances, and rights to which, immediately before the commencing day, the judges of the Supreme Court of Pakistan were entitled. 3. The pension payable to a retired judge of the Supreme Court per mensem shall not be less or more than the amount specified in the table below, depending on the length of his service as judge in that court or a high court, provided that the President may, from time to time, raise the minimum or maximum amount of pension so specified. Judge Chief Justice Other Judge minimum amount Rs 7,000 Rs 6,250 maximum amount Rs 8,000 Rs 7,125 WEF January 12, 2001, the salary of the Chief Justice of Pakistan and other judges of the Supreme Court has been determined by the President to be Rs 55,000 and Rs 52,000 respectively. Vide PO No. 2 of 2002, paragraph 2, 1, which was previously amended by PO No. 9 of 1991, PO No. 3 of 1995 and PO No. 4 of 1995. W.EF 27-7-1991, Vide PO No. 2 of 1997, the Chief Justice and a judge of the Supreme Court on his retirement or resignation shall be entitled to the minimum amount of pension equal to 70% to the Chief Justice of his salary, or as the case may be, a judge plus 5% of salary for each completed year of service either as the Chief Justice or as the judge, not exceeding the maximum amount of pension equal to 85% of the said salary. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 12th Amd. Act, 1991, 14 of 1991, S3, 7907,400, which was previously amended by PO No. 6 of 1985, Art. 2, WEF January 7, 1983. 2 added Ibid, 3 Subs Ibid, 4 paragraph 3 RD. 211 Constitution of Pakistan 1-4. The widow of a judge of the Supreme Court shall be entitled to a pension at the following rates, namely A. If the judge dies after retirement, 50% of the net pension payable to him, or B. If the judge dies after having rendered not less than 3 years' service as judge and while still serving as such, 50% of the pension admissible to him at the minimum rate. 5. The pension shall be payable to the widow for life or, if she remarries, until her marriage. 6. If the widow dies, the pension shall be payable, A. to the sons of the judge who are less than 21 years of age, until they attain that age, and B. to the unmarried daughters of the judge who are less than 21 years of age, until they attain that age or are married, whichever first occurs. 1 added by PO No. 6 of 1985, Art. 2, WEF the July 1, 1981. 212 Constitution of Pakistan the High Court 1. There shall be paid to the Chief Justice of a High Court a salary of Rs 19,400 per mensem, and to every other judge of a high court a salary of Rs 18,400 per mensem 2 or such higher salary as the President may, from time to time, determine. 2. Every judge of a high court shall be entitled to such privileges and allowances, and to such rights in respect of leave of absence and pension, as may be determined by the President, and until so determined, to the privileges, allowances, and rights to which, immediately before the commencing day, the judges of the High Court were entitled. 3. The pension payable per mensem to a judge of a high court who retires after having put in not less than 5 years' service as such judge shall not be less or more than the amount specified in the table below, depending on the length of his service as judge and total service, if any, in the service of Pakistan, provided that the President may, from time to time, raise the minimum or maximum amount of pension so specified. Judge Chief Justice Other Judge Minimum Amount Rs 5,640 Rs 5,040 Maximum Amount Rs 7,050 Rs 6,300 4. The widow of a judge of the High Court shall be entitled to a pension at the following rates, namely A. If the judge dies after retirement 50% of the net pension payable to him, or WE.F. January 12, 2001, the salary of the Chief Justice of High Court and other judges of a High Court has been determined by the President to be Rs 51,000 and Rs 49.000 respectively vide PO No. 2 of 2002, paragraph 2, which was previously amended by PO No. 9 of 1991, PO No. 3 of 1995 and PO No. 4 of 1995. W.EF 27-7-1991, vide PO No. 3 of 1997. The Chief Justice and a judge of the High Court on his retirement or resignation or removal shall be entitled to the minimum pension equal to 70% of the salary on the completion of 5 years' service for pension as judge and an extra pension at 2% of such salary for each subsequent completed year of service as Chief Justice or the judge including his service if any, the maximum pension not exceeding 80% of the salary. 1 Subs by the Constitution, 12th Amd. Act, 1991, 14 of 1991. S3, 4 7206,500. Which was previously amended by PO No. 6 of 1985. Art. 2. WEF January 7, 1983. 2 added IBID, 3 Subs IBID, 4 paragraph 3 RD. 4 added by PO No. 6 of 1985, Art. 2, WEF the July 1, 1981. 213 Constitution of Pakistan, B. If the judge dies after having rendered not less than 5 years' service as judge and while still serving as such 50% of the pension admissible to him at the minimum rate. 5. The pension shall be payable to the widow for life or, if she remarries, until her marriage. 6. If the widow dies, the pension shall be payable, a. to the sons of the judge who are less than 21 years of age, until they attain that age, and b. to the unmarried daughters of the judge who are less than 21 years of age, until they attain that age or are married, whichever first occurs. 1 asterisk 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 underscore 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 1/6 schedule and 7th schedule omitted by the Constitution, 18th Amd. Act, 2010, 10 of 2010, S 102. 214.